Chapter 886. The two of them fiercely fought, and with a poof, the young man in the 6th level of the heaven realm was sent flying by the young man called Luo Wei. Blood sprayed out of his mouth as he flew back. In only an instant, the young man was already injured. The crowd made an uproar. They did admire the strength of the young man called Luo Wei because Luo Wei's strength should be in the 7th level of the heaven realm, the same level as Lady Ji. They were both young experts, people who could directly join the Netherworld army. With one move, Luo Wei defeated a cultivator of the 6th Tian Qi layer, proving his strength. Does this mean that I can come in? With my strength of the 7th level of the heaven realm, I deserve to be a guard. Luo Wei turned his head around, looked at Lady Ji and said. Miss Ji waved her hand and said indifferently, my rule is first come, first served. It doesn't matter if you're strong or not. You can go. Leave some medicinal pellets to heal my guard. The crowd hadn't thought that Miss Ji would refuse Luo Wei. That didn't make sense. The only thing they could be sure of was that Miss Ji was from a powerful force in the Spectre City. She had probably seen many young experts like Luo Wei, so she wasn't surprised. Well, you said we're full, but I don't think we're full yet. After he finished speaking, he suddenly turned around and charged towards the young man he had defeated earlier. An aquamarine spear pierced out from his hand. This young man was actually a sword martialist. That dark green spear was very similar to Long Chen's 3000 star field. The energy it contained was also very similar. It was probably a high Emperor level weapon. The dark green spear rushed forward like a ray of death, instantly piercing towards the young man. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of the young man. Seeing that, the crowd cried out in surprise again. Luo Wei was very decisive. Before, he had only attacked the young man, but now, he had killed him. That was the only way he could enter the group. The young man who had been killed had a look of despair in his eyes. At this moment, another long spear collided with Luo Wei's spear tip. Although the force behind it wasn't great, Luo Wei's spear tip deviated due to his precise control. It brushed past the young man's ear, nearly stabbing him to death. Luo Wei's spear tip was a little too late. When the young man saw that someone was trying to save him, he, who had been scared witless, burst out with all his strength and rolled on the ground, finally escaping from the crisis of death. Who? Luo Wei's killing intent was foiled, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. His long spear swept out, and a dark green spear aura burst out. However, his target was already far away. Everyone's gazes landed on the person who had saved the young man. This person was standing next to the young man, putting away a spear. It was Long Chen. When they saw Long Chen's appearance, the crowd felt a bit sluggish. No matter how they thought about it, they would never have thought that the person who saved them would actually be Long Chen. Wasn't Long Chen the young man in the 4th level of the heaven realm before? When the two spears collided, sparks instantly appeared. You can leave. Long Chen looked at Luo Wei, who had a cold look in his eyes, and waved his hand as he spoke to the young man he had saved. You. The young man's eyes were filled with gratefulness. Before, he had insulted Long Chen, but this time, it was Long Chen who saved him. That huge contrast made him feel very conflicted in his heart. Long Chen was merely in the 4th level of the heaven realm. In a situation where other people didn't have the courage or strength to save him, he actually came to save him. He actually saved him. If you don't want to die, leave, said Long Chen, glancing at him again. If the young man didn't leave, Luo Wei definitely wouldn't let him go. Thank you very much. I'll repay you if fate allows it. A wise man submits to circumstances. Long Chen had the courage to save him, he had the strength to save him, so he definitely had a way to deal with it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done this for a stranger. When he saw Luo Wei's ferocious expression, he immediately pushed the crowd away and left. After the young man left, Long Chen didn't say anything and returned to the group. At that moment, the people in the group were looking at him with astonished expressions. From Long Chen's courage and reaction speed, his strength was definitely not merely in the 4th level of the heaven realm. Miss Ji also looked at Long Chen a few more times and her face was filled with a smile. This kid has a very strong aura. I feel that his strength is definitely not only in the 4th level of the heaven realm. I didn't think it would be like that, and his courage is also extraordinary, thought Miss Ji. At that moment, Luo Wei put away his dark green spear and walked to Long Chen's side. He looked at Miss Ji and asked, "How is it now?" "One left, one came. Just enough people. Alright, 10 of you. Gather at the western gate tomorrow morning. I'll wait for you there." After saying that, Miss Ji turned around and left. "You're a sword cultivator?" asked the young man called Luo Wei in a low voice as he walked next to Long Chen. "Yes, why?" Although Long Chen had slapped that guy's face, he hadn't directly attacked Long Chen because he had seen that Long Chen wasn't an ordinary person. "I also use a spear. This journey will take 2 months. When the time comes, let's have a spar. Speaking of which, your spear is really not bad." After saying that, he quickened his pace and quickly disappeared from Long Chen's sight. "Brother, what's your name? We're going to stay together for 2 months. Let's go out and have a drink." "What do you think?" suggested one of the remaining 8. Before, they had looked down on Long Chen, but when Long Chen had decisively saved that young man, they all admired Long Chen a lot. Thus, his question was directed at Long Chen. Previously, the few of them had already decided to go out for a drink. Long Chen didn't have anywhere else to go, so it would be good for him to get to know some people. Therefore, he smiled and said, "It just so happens that I don't have anywhere else to go. I'll follow you guys then. Don't call me big brother. We're all brothers. You're very courageous and we all admire you. In that kind of situation, only you could save him. I'm from Scarlet Sun Central City, so I can be considered the host. Today, I'll treat everyone to a meal. You can call me Ah Dong." The others also introduced themselves. With Long Chen's memory, it was easy for him to remember their names. Most of these cultivators were from the small cities around Scarlet Sun Central City. They were at the 6th level of the Heaven Martial Realm and were only 1 step away from joining the Netherworld Army. Moreover, they weren't very old. If they were old, they wouldn't have come out to take risks. After coming to a big restaurant, Long Chen quickly became friends with them. It was fate that brought them together from thousands of miles away. After a meal, everyone started calling each other brothers. Long Chen also knew that most of them had the goal of joining the Netherworld Army. Life is like a game. There's no fun in an ordinary game. In the end, we'll still die. Everyone hopes to die later. But for me, it's better to die with a bang. Therefore, I want to join the Netherworld Army and dig out my potential. No one is a true genius. If I work hard, I can also be the next genius. Of course. If we didn't want to live a hot-blooded life, why would we go to the main city of spirits? We'll go to the main city first and train there for a few years. When we reach the 7th level of the Heaven Martial Realm, we'll join the strict selection system of the Netherworld Army. You should know that every month, there will be people who will join the Netherworld Army. Those who succeed are the dragons among men. At that moment, they talked about Long Chen. One of them asked, "Brother Long Chen, is it convenient for you to tell me why you're going to the main city of spirits?" "I'm just asking. If it's not convenient, it's fine. Who's going to the main city of spirits?" "There's nothing that can't be said." Long Chen smiled indifferently. He drank a cup of wine and said, "Similar to you, I also want to go to the main city of spirits to join the Netherworld Army. I just don't know what the selection system is like. With my current strength, I don't think I can pass." Everybody looked at each other. In their hearts, Long Chen was a bit mysterious. So, they didn't know how strong Long Chen was. The selection of the Netherworld Army is based on fighting strength. If you're not in the 7th level of the Heaven Martial Realm but you have the ability to kill cultivators in the 7th level of the Heaven Martial Realm, you can join the Netherworld Army. In the Netherworld Army, there are many talisman masters and puppeteers. Even though they haven't reached the 7th level of the Heaven Martial Realm, they have powerful attacks, said Adong with a smile. He pointed at himself and said, "I also know a little about the Tao of talismans. Normally, I can also make some talismans that are not very powerful. The talismans that all powerful talisman masters can make are infinitely powerful. We can no longer look up to them. As long as you can kill cultivators in the 7th level of the Heaven Martial Realm, you can." To Long Chen, that was good news. That way, he wouldn't have to wait until he reached the 7th level of the Heaven Martial Realm to join the Netherworld Army. He could join right now. There were a total of 9 people. As they ate and drank, a day quickly passed. They rested in the restaurant for a while. When the sun rose, they directly became sworn brothers and headed toward the West City Gate. After a day of mingling, the group of young people almost called each other brothers. About a quarter of an hour later, Long Chen's group exited the Western City Gate. Looking around, they could roughly see Miss G. Miss G was obviously waiting for them. They hurriedly rushed over. On the way, Long Chen looked around and saw a luxurious carriage behind Miss G. It was obviously a carriage belonging to a wealthy family. The decorations were incomparably luxurious, and there were many precious jewels hanging from it, sparkling and translucent. Chapter 887. Long Chen knew that they were puppets. From time to time, sparkling and translucent yellow runes would appear on their snow-white skin. These warhorses had a huge amount of power. Although they weren't puppets that specialized in combat, they still had decent fighting strength. At the very least, these 2 white horses weren't any weaker than the Netherworld warhorses. Beside the carriage, there were 2 similar white warhorses. Behind the white warhorses, there were 10 black warhorses. They were also puppet beasts, but they were of a lower grade than the white warhorses. There should be someone inside the carriage. Beside Miss G was a tall, burly man dressed in military armor. He had a thick beard and sharp eyes. His strength wasn't any weaker than Miss G's. With one look, one could tell that he was an extraordinary expert. In fact, his strength might even be a level higher than Miss G's. "Where's Luo Wei?" When Long Chen and the others approached, Miss G glanced at them and realized that there was one person missing. "We didn't go with him, so how would we know?" one of them replied. "Housekeeper, it's not 7 in the morning yet. Let's wait a little longer." Miss G turned her head and spoke to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man nodded and didn't say anything. However, there was a clear look of impatience in his eyes. His gaze swept across Long Chen's group and finally stopped on Long Chen. He asked in a low voice, "Ji Yen, why is there someone at the 4th level of the Sky Martial Realm? There aren't even 10 cultivators at this level in Qiyang City." "Well, since we've already recruited him, I like this kid's courage. Let him stay, housekeeper," Ji Yen said in a somewhat sweet voice. The burly housekeeper glared at Long Chen and didn't say anything else. Time passed bit by bit. 7 in the morning had passed. The housekeeper waved his hand and said, "Let's go." Luo Wei didn't come, so Ji Yen couldn't do anything. At this moment, a figure slowly caught up from the west gate. After Ji Yen mounted her horse, he walked forward and met up with Long Chen and the others. During this time, he glanced at Long Chen. "Since you're working for us, you shouldn't be late," shouted the butler angrily. Without saying anything more, he threw a palm towards Luo Wei. When he used his domain, he used it. When he used his domain, Long Chen discovered that he was in the 8th level of the heaven realm. This person's strength is actually close to that of the 6 demons. Long Chen originally thought that the 6 of them could be considered to be experts in the imperial region, but based on the current circumstances, they could simply be considered to be nobodies. In this Scarlet Sun central city, there were many people who surpassed them. Luo Wei didn't just wait for death. When the housekeeper made his move, he didn't say anything and directly took out his dark green spear. With a piercing move, a huge battle skill was displayed along with his own domain. When the forces of the 2 worlds collided, Luo Wei was immediately sent flying. However, after tumbling in the air, he still stood firmly on the ground. It was just that his complexion was a bit pale. Not bad, he's a good seedling. The butler clapped his hands and didn't pay attention to Luo Wei anymore. He just sat on a snow-white puppet beast. Luo Wei was in the limelight for being able to withstand the attack of a cultivator in the 8th level of the heaven realm. At that moment, he was high-spirited and high-spirited. He tidied his clothes and smiled as he returned to his group. "You guys, get on your horses. This time, our mission is to help my master reach the Ghost City safely. Most importantly, when he arrives, each of you will receive 1,500 Imperial crystals. You can even give these 10 dark puppet horses to them as a gift. Each dark puppet horse costs 300 Imperial crystals. Therefore, do your best. If you have any evil intentions, I, Ji Yan, will take care of you." When she finished speaking, she rode on her white horse and walked with the butler on the left and right of the white carriage. Long Chen and the others looked at each other. They all got on their black horses and started galloping in the direction of the Ghost City. I never thought that one day, I would also be able to have my own puppet beast. Before, I couldn't bear to buy something like that. It's too extravagant. Miss G's master is truly rich. He's able to give away such a puppet beast so casually. Ah Dong and the others were discussing excitedly. They were in a good mood. On the way, they were chatting and laughing. It was very lively. Luo Wei looked at them with incomparable disdain. Then, he urged his horse to move forward with Ji Yan. He was also an expert at talking. Not long after, he made Ji Yan laugh. When the others looked at him, they all had expressions of disgust. Isn't he just relying on the fact that he's in the 7th level of the heaven realm? What's so amazing about that? Ah Dong spat and continued on the way. Not only him, the others were also very dissatisfied with Luo Wei. By the way, Long Chen, you were able to use your spear to block Luo Wei's spear that day. Doesn't that mean that your strength is comparable to his and that you're both sword martialists? One of the men asked as they hurried along. Although we're both sword martialists, our strength is far inferior. I was only able to stop him by luck, Long Chen said with a smile. He couldn't let Luo Wei criticize him for comparing him to Luo Wei. Long Chen's personality had become very peaceful now. He didn't really want to cause trouble, but if trouble couldn't be avoided, he would make it not be trouble at all. The group of people were talking at the back, while Ji Yan and Luo Wei were chatting and laughing along the way. The puppet beast didn't know fatigue at all. The energy runes that it consumed were immediately replenished by the Emperor's spiritual qi. After Ji Yan's group disappeared from Qiang's central city, a young man in a black suit stood on the city wall and looked in the direction they disappeared with a smile on his face. "Ninth manager, they're gone. When should we act?" asked a vulgar-looking middle-aged man next to him. The young man smiled and said, "Don't worry, wait until they reach the Heavenly Eagle Gorge. We'll act then. Let's wait for them at the Heavenly Eagle Gorge." "Why do we have to wait at the Heavenly Eagle Gorge?" "After the Heavenly Eagle Gorge, we'll reach the Ghost City. The Iron Blood Merchant Alliance belongs to the Ghost City. What if they escape? Don't they only have Wei Zhou in the 8th level of the Heaven Realm?" Although that Ronin is a manager of the Iron Blood Merchant Alliance, she only got in by selling her body. I really can't understand how her luck is so good to get such a treasure in the middle city of the Scarlet Sun, said the ninth manager smiling. Yeah, they even disguised themselves and pretended to be from a rich family. They didn't think that I, the ninth manager, already had my eyes on them. Ninth manager, you're wise. This time, the treasure will be yours. That's only natural. I never thought that such a good item would appear in the jurisdiction of the Scarlet Sun Central City. Although there was only a single elixir in the tomb left behind by the alchemist, the price of that elixir would be at least several hundred divine crystals. Divine Martial Fortune Pill, it's a peerless medicinal pill that can condense the soul and fuse it into the spirit, forming the divine martial spirit. It's a lot more precious than ordinary god-level medicinal pills. There aren't many of those in the entire Netherworld prefecture. When I get them, when I reach the 9th Tian Chi layer, I'll be able to enter the divine martial spirit layer. Congratulations, 9th manager. Congratulations, 9th manager. When you reach the god martial realm, your position in the blood evil union will rise. Even your brothers won't dare to look down on you. Of course, said the 9th manager, jumping down from the city wall. He flipped his hand and a huge black wolf appeared under his crotch. A whirlwind surged and the huge black wolf disappeared. Sure enough, when they saw such a luxurious carriage along the way, there were quite a number of people who blocked the road to rob or temporarily became robbers. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, killing and robbing became the fastest way to get rich. In this endless wilderness, there was no need to talk about feelings at all. The first thing they would say when they saw each other would probably be, "Take out your storage ring." In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. Long Chen was talking and laughing with the others on the way. Most of the time, he was immersed in the cultivation of the Emperor technique, and the Emperor destroys the armies. As for the Emperor-level cultivation technique like the domain of 3000 star, he had basically given up on it. Only the God-level cultivation technique was what he could rely on. Of course, when facing the ambushers that appeared from time to time, Long Chen and the others also fought with all their strength. During this process, Long Chen had already displayed the strength of a cultivator of the 6th Tian Chi layer. Nobody believed that Long Chen was only of the 4th Tian Chi layer. Long Chen had already mastered the first move of the Emperor technique. Next was the second move of the Emperor technique, Martial moves the galaxy. Sovereign descends, Martial moves the galaxy, shattering the void. These were the 3 moves of the Emperor technique. Long Chen reckoned that if he used this last move in the Myriad Kingdoms domain, it would really shatter the void there. The art of the Mortal Emperor was the pinnacle battle technique in the Myriad Kingdoms domain. Naturally, it could cause such an effect in the Myriad Kingdoms domain. In these 10 days of research, Long Chen had gained a lot. Seeing how serious Long Chen was, the others couldn't help but admire him. Because they had to prevent others from ambushing them, Long Chen's warhorses had already arrived at the front. Chapter 888. Within a radius of half a kilometer, Long Chen quickly saw the people approaching. There were probably a dozen or so bandits. This kind of group was very common along the way. Someone's coming. Long Chen waved his hand, signaling the others to stop. The other 8 people trusted him, so they made a defensive gesture. Why are we stopping? Let's go. Behind them, Luo Wei, who was already very familiar with Ji Yan, was chatting happily with Ji Yan. Long Chen and the others suddenly stopped, attracting Ji Yan's attention. He had just made a joke, but Ji Yan didn't laugh, so he vented his anger on Long Chen and the others. As if Luo Wei was their sugar daddy. Everyone knew that Luo Wei had designs on Ji Yan. Along the way, Luo Wei had displayed all his skills, causing Ji Yan to smile like silver bells the entire way. Everyone disliked Luo Wei, especially at this time, when he was actually shouting at them. "What are you shouting for? What qualifications do you have to order us?" said Dong, coldly looking at Luo Wei. Luo Wei smiled and said, "You want to die? If you want to die, crawl over here. I'll kill you." Just as Dong was about to speak, Long Chen pulled his arm and chuckled, "Calm down. Those who deserve to die will die sooner or later. For the sake of those 1,500 Emperor crystals, let's complete the mission first. Since we've taken someone's money, we'll take care of them. Unlike some people who only know how to act arrogantly and pick up girls, what else can they do?" "Long Chen, what do you mean by that? Do you think I didn't do anything?" said Luo Wei coldly. "What else? Did you do anything on the way? You're lazy, enjoying the fruits of other people's labor. Isn't that you, Luo Wei?" Long Chen's goal was to divert Luo Wei's hatred onto himself. Dong and the others weren't his match, so in order to prevent Luo Wei from playing any tricks, he could only rely on himself. "Humph!" Luo Wei coldly snorted and was about to attack, but just at that time, a few blind bandits came over. There were even 2 or 3 of them in the 6th level of the Heaven Realm. "Just watch." Luo Wei laughed. He raised the spear in his hand and very quickly, the few bandits were killed by him. Even if they were in the 6th level of the Heaven Realm, to him, they were basically killed with one strike. "Don't forget your own strength when you speak. When I join the Netherworld army and have the Netherworld battle armor, I will be able to kill as many of you as you come. So, don't provoke me. I am very petty." Putting away his weapon, Luo Wei said arrogantly. Dong and the others looked at each other. They were speechless. They had to admit that Luo Wei was too strong for them. They couldn't afford to provoke him. However, when they saw his arrogant appearance, they couldn't bear it. He could only swallow this anger in his heart. To Long Chen, this was nothing more than a small quarrel. He didn't care too much about it. Now, Luo Wei had his eyes on him. If Luo Wei attacked him, he would attack him. If that really happened, Long Chen would give him a pleasant surprise. Luo Wei is too disgusting. When the curtain of night fell, Ji Yan announced that everyone should rest. After all, they had been continuously traveling for 20 days. Dong and the others started a bonfire next to the river. A group of people sat next to the bonfire, eating meat and drinking wine. They called each other brothers. It was very lively. During the day, Luo Wei had used his strength to threaten them. So, when they thought about it, they all felt very sullen. "When I reach the 7th level of the Heaven Realm, I will definitely make him suffer," said another man furiously while fiercely biting the golden meat in his hand. Come, everyone, let's drink. It's rare for us to have a rest. Don't let irrelevant people ruin our good mood," said Long Chen. He didn't care too much about these things. He raised the wine cup in his hand and toasted everyone. "Brother Long Chen is right. Let's play by ourselves. It's rare for us to have such a good opportunity. Don't worry about those messy people," said Dong smiling. At that moment, Luo Wei was walking over from afar. "Who are you calling messy people?" Without saying anything more, Luo Wei's domain of the 7th level of the Heaven Realm pressed onto everyone's bodies. That overbearing power directly extinguished the bonfire. The roasted meat and delicacies that everyone prepared for a long time were all messed up by him. Everyone stood up and stared coldly at Luo Wei. "What? Do you want to fight together? You're all quite ambitious," said Luo Wei smiling. The atmosphere was filled with the smell of gunpowder. When the flames of war were about to be ignited, Ji Yan suddenly came out. She glanced at everyone and then said to Luo Wei, "Our master wants to see you. Do your best." "Master, she's looking for me." Luo Wei was a bit surprised. He had only heard the voice of the person in the carriage, but he had never seen her before. As for Long Chen and the others, they had never even heard her voice before. "I'll deal with you next time," said Luo Wei coldly. He turned around and walked towards the dark carriage. After Luo Wei left, Ji Yan looked at Long Chen and the others for a while and said, "In the future, you'd better not provoke Luo Wei. My master has already taken a liking to him. If you want to live, you'd better watch your mouths. Especially you, Long Chen. Don't forget that I didn't warn you." After she finished speaking, Ji Yan smiled faintly and left gracefully. After they left, everyone's expressions were a bit unsightly. What does that mean? What does master taking a liking to Luo Wei have to do with us? Who knows? But we have no choice but to believe Miss Ji Yan's words. Fuck, isn't it just being a guard for a while? Why is it so depressing? Everyone was in a bad mood. Long Chen looked in the direction of the carriage. It seems that my guess is correct. This isn't an ordinary rich family. Their recruitment of guards is just a cover. We're in the 6th level of the Heaven Martial Realm, so we don't have much fighting power. But we can deal with ordinary thieves. So, what's their secret? This was the reason why Long Chen had always kept a low profile. In the past, if Luo Wei had dared to bully him, he would have killed him directly and allowed him to act like a tyrant. While Long Chen was deep in thought, a woman's moans could be heard coming from the luxurious carriage. This woman was so unbridled that her moans seemed to resound through the heavens. If there was no accident, this should be Ji Yan's master. And just now, it seemed that Luo Wei had entered her carriage. Everyone knew what had happened. Ji Yan had said that her master had taken a liking to Luo Wei. So that was what had happened. Hearing that tempting voice, everyone's expressions became even more unsightly. Fuck, don't let me get the chance. The sky quickly brightened. Everyone continued on their way. Long Chen and the others continued walking in the front. As for Luo Wei, his attention was no longer on Ji Yan. At that moment, his face was glowing, and he was very happy. On the journey, he had the best time. He didn't have to do anything during the day, and there were beauties waiting on him. Although Adong and the others were only temporarily recruited guards, and weren't subordinates of the person in the carriage, in this endless wilderness, they didn't know the way to the main city of specters. For a while, they were still restricted by the owner of the carriage. Luo Wei was together with the owner of the carriage, and with his own strength, no one dared to offend him. Luo Wei focused all his attention on the owner of the carriage. Normally, apart from a little bullying, nothing big happened. The journey was peaceful. Occasionally, there would be some strong opponents, and the butler Wei Zhou would directly attack them. It wouldn't be Long Chen's turn. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. In front of us is the Heavenly Eagle Gorge. After passing through the gorge, we will reach the main city of specters. The area of the main city of specters is dozens of times larger than Scarlet Sun City. You guys have performed well. When we reach the Heavenly Eagle Gorge, I will pay each of you 1,500 Emperor Crystals. After Ji Yan came up and said that, she returned to her position. Heavenly Eagle Gorge? Along the way, Long Chen still couldn't find out what the 3 people were up to. However, he discovered one thing. Since 3 days ago, there had been people secretly following their team. There was no lack of experts among them. These people seem to have a purpose. They don't seem like the bandits from before. If those 3 guys really have something good, these people are obviously here for it. In front of the Heavenly Eagle Gorge is the main city of specters. If that's the case, I reckon they will make a move in the Heavenly Eagle Gorge. Although Long Chen had guessed this, he didn't have any intention of telling them. In any case, he didn't have a good impression of Ji Yan and the others. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to care about what happened to them. On the other hand, Long Chen felt that his new friends were quite cute. Thinking of this, he told everyone and said in a low voice, "Brothers, the heavenly eagle gorge is in front of us. I have a bad feeling in my heart. If there is any danger, try not to risk your lives. It's not worth it to lose your lives here. Brother Long Chen." The others looked at each other. Seeing that Long Chen didn't seem to be lying, although they felt that it was strange, they still nodded and became more cautious. With this, Long Chen felt more at ease. A huge mountain range appeared in front of them. The heavenly eagle gorge looked like a canyon that had been cut by a huge sword. It directly penetrated through the heavenly eagle mountain range. The heavenly eagle gorge could be said to be extremely thrilling. Chapter 889. Following the carriage, Long Chen and the others entered the heavenly hawk gorge. On both sides of the gorge were tall and steep mountains. Everyone, after we pass through the heavenly hawk gorge, will reach the main city of specters. Thank you for your help along the way. Please hold on for the last part of the journey, said Ji Yen with a smile. Miss Ji, you're too polite. Ah Dong and the others hated Luo Wei, but they liked Ji Yen. At this time, Long Chen had been using his soul-devouring demon eyes to observe his surroundings. When the team had traveled halfway through the heavenly eagle gorge, his soul-devouring demon eyes had already sensed that two people had appeared in front of the narrow path in the heavenly eagle gorge. Just from the soul-devouring demon eyes' senses, he could tell that these two people were definitely not simple. My real opponents have finally appeared at the last moment. Long Chen had a faint smile on his face. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Because he rarely fought, he was still in the 4th level of the Heaven Martial Realm. The path of cultivation was incomparably difficult. Even the geniuses of the Imperial Domain would need 2 or 3 years to break through to the 1st level of the Heaven Martial Realm. Long Chen had the true martial Imperial Soul, which was like a third eye for him. He could see through other people's cultivation. His speed was already extremely fast. After discovering them, Long Chen didn't warn the others. He continued walking forward. Very soon, they were within 1 mile of the gorge. Someone's here. The butler, Wei Zhou, was the first to discover that something was wrong. The crowd looked into the depths of the gorge and saw 2 people standing at the end of the road. Those 2 people were wearing black clothes and their faces were covered with black cloth. It was impossible to see their faces clearly. Only their scarlet eyes could be seen. They were ruthless people who killed without blinking. "They are here, Brother Jiu," said one of them, who sounded like a young man. "I've been waiting for a long time." This person was the 9th leader of the Blood Evil Alliance in Scarlet Sun Central City. The young man next to him called him 9th brother, so he should be another leader of the Blood Evil Alliance. The Blood Evil Alliance was a relatively well-known group of bandits in the area under the jurisdiction of Ghost City. 10th brother, you've just reached the 8th level of the Heaven Realm. Today, I'll let you test the waters. I'll let you take care of Wei Zhou from the Iron Blood Merchant Alliance. I'll take care of those 2 women. After I take care of them, I'll join hands with you. It won't take long. Brother Jiu, you are thinking the same thing as me, the young man said with a smile. He gently clenched his fists as a bloodthirsty glint flashed in his eyes. While they were talking as if no one else was around, Long Chen's team noticed them. However, they were still heading in their direction. However, everyone was already prepared. As expected, the 2 black-clothed people blocked their way. It was the first time that Long Chen had seen such opponents. The 2 of them were unrestrainedly releasing their boundless qi. That super-strong fighting strength made Ji Yen and the others' faces change. They became very unsightly. The guards that were recruited were also looking at the 2 people. They could clearly feel that those 2 people were not easy to deal with. "Those 2 people are in the 8th level of the Heaven Realm," said Long Chen next to their ears. It could be counted as a reminder. After hearing that, everyone was shocked. They believed in Long Chen, so it was definitely the truth. On the way, they had never met opponents of that level. So, they were filled with worry. Seeing that they were already very close to the spirit capital city, at that moment, if they were to lose their lives for 1,000 imperial crystals, to them, it was not worth it at all. So, if it wasn't for the fact that they had a responsibility in their hearts, they would have left immediately. In their team, the housekeeper called Wei Zhou was in the 8th level of the Heaven Realm. As for the others, only Ji Yan and Luo Wei were in the 7th level of the Heaven Realm. As for Long Chen and the others, they were in the 6th level of the Heaven Realm. They could not be of any help. As for the woman in the carriage, her strength was probably even weaker than Adong and the others. The carriage stopped, and Ji Yan gathered her courage and took a few steps forward, asking, "Why are the two of you blocking our way? Our mistress is related to the person involved in the incident at the Spectre City Lord's mansion. Please make way for us." The 9th manager laughed and said, "People from the Iron Blood Merchant Alliance, stop pretending. Today, we two brothers have come to take away that thing. As long as you give that thing to us, we'll let you go. Otherwise, the Celestial Hawk Gorge will become their burial ground." After saying that, Ji Yan and Wei Zhou's expressions changed. They glanced at each other and walked forward. Wei Zhou said, "You two, we have no idea what you're talking about. However, since fate has brought us together, we'll give you 30,000 imperial crystals. Please do us a favor and let us pass. How about it?" The two black-clothed people laughed cruelly. The 9th manager waved his hand and sneered, "Wei Zhou, don't talk rubbish. I know you. This is my 10th brother, Qin Yang. A few days ago, he reached the 8th level of the Heaven Realm. Today, you can give him some practice. As for me, naturally, I'm going to meet these two women." "Oh, no, an old woman and a young woman." Since they said that, it was obvious that they had already investigated everything very clearly. The only thing they could do now was to kill the two of them. Otherwise, it would be impossible to pass through the Celestial Hawk Gorge. "Luo Wei, come here." Ji Yan waved her hand. Luo Wei's strength was about the same as hers, so perhaps the two of them could barely hold back the 9th manager. At this moment, Luo Wei's expression changed slightly. He also sensed the strength of the other party. However, he and the woman in the carriage were already very familiar with each other. He wanted to escape from danger, but he couldn't wash his face. Moreover, he wasn't sure if he would lose to the other party. If he escaped first, the other party's promise to him would be ruined. As he struggled, he made up his mind and stood next to Ji Yan. Anyway, he would first observe the situation. If it really was not possible, he would think of a way to escape. After all, he was not a member of the Iron Blood Merchant Alliance. Ji Yan did not believe that Wei Zhou could hold back someone in the 8th level of the Heaven Realm. With so many of them working together, they could not hold back someone in the 8th level of the Heaven Realm. Just at that moment, the 9th manager's gaze landed on Long Chen and the others. "We have the strength of two people in the 8th level of the Heaven Realm. You have already seen that. On the road, I have been monitoring you. You are not their subordinates, yet on the road, you have been humiliated and used. I think it is not worth it for you to lose your lives for some money. I, the 9th manager, am also a person who values brotherhood and loyalty. Go to your ghost city, I won't stop you." After he said that, Ah Dong and the others revealed hesitant expressions. What he said was indeed correct. In front of such a huge danger, it was not worth it for them to throw their lives away. Besides, on the road, for the 1,500 imperial crystals, they had killed again and again. They had cleared the path for them, they had indeed done their best. However, since they had become their guards, they still had a responsibility in their hearts. That was why they did not leave. Don't listen to them. How could we lose to them? After we kill them, I will give each of you 1,000 imperial crystals. Those 9 people could completely be used as cannon fodder. They could hold them back and give them some time. That was why Ji Yan and the others wouldn't give up on them. 3,000 imperial crystals, that was equivalent to all the wealth they had. They looked at each other in dismay. They were indeed restrained by the 3,000 imperial crystals, the responsibility and loyalty in their hearts. You cowards! You became guards and they brought you to this Spectre main city, yet you're so ungrateful. What kind of heroes are you? I've long known that you're just a bunch of bastards, Luo Wei said with a look of disdain. You're just a bunch of cowards. He could not leave, so he did not want Long Chen and the others to leave. Who said we are going to leave? Who said we are cowards? Shouted Ah Dong and the others at Luo Wei. The 9th manager and Qin Yang frowned. They originally wanted to let these people live, but since they didn't know what was good for them, there was nothing they could do. Just when they were about to make their move, Long Chen thought for a while and said to Ah Dong and the others, "Everyone, don't lose your lives because of a moment of impulse. We have already been extremely benevolent to them. We helped them clean up their enemies and they brought us here, so we have already cancelled out our debts. There is no need for us to gamble our lives for the 3,000 imperial crystals. We are not cowards or bastards at all. If we stay here and risk our lives, then we are the real idiots. Therefore, if you still regard me as your brother, Long Chen, as your brother, then follow me." Long Chen was a very decisive and straightforward person. After he finished speaking, he directly urged the war horse under his crotch towards the 2 black-clothed people. Long Chen, you. Ji Yan had always regarded him highly, but she did not expect that this guy would take the lead and leave at this time. Ji Yan, do you have anything else to say? They are my brothers, not your cannon fodder. Don't think that you can buy their lives with 3,000 imperial crystals. If you don't want to die, then follow me. Long Chen turned around and coldly looked at them. Brother Long Chen, do you want to return their war horses? After hearing Long Chen's words, the others came to their senses and did not fall for Luo Wei's provocation. Chapter 890. They were friends that he had been with for 2 months. Long Chen had to think for them. Therefore, he took the lead and left first. If not, he would have sent them into the Great Void Realm when the fight started. In any case, Long Chen wouldn't let them be cannon fodder. Long Chen, you ungrateful bastard. You are a coward and a piece of trash. Ji Yan had always been very calm, but she was infuriated by Long Chen. Yan they are just a bunch of trash. There is no need to be angry over them. I will accompany you, Luo Wei, who was beside her, said in high spirits. Who told you to call me Yan Ji Yan glanced at him coldly. All right, the foreplay ends here. Old woman, get out of your carriage and hand over that treasure to me. 10th brother, you hold Wei Zhou down for me. I'll take care of these 2 kids. When Long Chen and the others left, 9th elder and the others quickly made their move. The originally peaceful Sky Eagle Gorge instantly became the scene of an intense battle. Long Chen, are we leaving just like this? Are we really not going back? Ah Dong came to Long Chen's side and asked with an unnatural expression on his face. Didn't I say it very clearly before? Long Chen suddenly stopped and looked at him with a faint smile. Why did you stop? Everyone asked curiously. Do you guys hate Luo Wei? Long Chen looked around and asked. Everyone was silent for a while. Then, one of them said, if I could defeat him, I would definitely kill him. However, he actually stayed today. He has some backbone. Everyone nodded. You guys overestimate him. Just watch. Long Chen changed his direction and looked in the direction of Sky Eagle Gorge. At this moment, they were almost out of Sky Eagle Gorge. What? Everyone looked at Long Chen strangely. Not long after, the neighing of a black warhorse could be heard. Everyone looked towards the depths of the heavenly Eagle Gorge. After a while, the figure of Luo Wei riding on a black warhorse appeared in front of everyone with an anxious expression. Judging from his clothes, there was some dust on him. He should have escaped immediately after the battle. Seeing Luo Wei in such a sorry state, everyone roared with laughter. "Brother Long Chen, I didn't expect you to know Luo Wei so well. He said we're cowards, but I didn't expect him to run away. If he wants to leave, he should have left earlier. He even lectured us before. This kind of person is even more disgusting." Everyone discussed in low voices. Although they were very dissatisfied with Luo Wei, they didn't dare to provoke him directly. At this time, Luo Wei had already rushed forward. Seeing his angry face, no one dared to speak. It was better not to provoke this fiend. At this time, Luo Wei stopped beside them and looked at them. He said coldly, "Did you guys say bad things about me? Who said bad things about you?" Ah Dong laughed. "We all ran away. No one has the right to say bad things about each other. You better watch your mouth." Luo Wei snorted coldly. Just as he was about to urge his black warhorse to leave this place and go to the main city of ghosts, Long Chen blocked his way and said, "I heard that you want to go to the main city of ghosts and join the Netherworld army. Is that right? What's the problem?" Luo Wei looked at him coldly. "You can't go." Long Chen's figure walked towards Luo Wei from the place where the black warhorse landed. The others were startled and wondered what Long Chen was doing. It was better to let this fiend Luo Wei leave as soon as possible. Why did Long Chen have to provoke him at this time? "Brother Long Chen." Ah Dong had just shouted when he saw Long Chen's body gradually being covered with blood-red scales. A murderous aura burst out from this ferocious battle form. The originally weak Long Chen's aura instantly rose to the extreme. "What do you mean?" Luo Wei laughed. Didn't Long Chen want to fight with him? Just as he said that, Long Chen's speed suddenly increased. In a flash, Long Chen turned into a blood-red ray of light. In a flash, he arrived next to Luo Wei and lightly punched the black warhorse. Immediately, the puppet beast exploded and turned into a pile of black fragments by Long Chen. Luo Wei was also sent flying. He didn't even come back to his senses. He rolled on the dusty ground a few times and then stood up. At that moment, his body was covered with mud and his hair was incomparably messy. He was in an extremely sorry state. That sudden scene made everyone dumbfounded. In their eyes, although Long Chen was a bit special, his fighting strength was at most equal to theirs. Facing Luo Wei, who was in the 7th Heaven Martial Realm, Long Chen unexpectedly attacked. Although Long Chen was very mighty just now, he had to bear Luo Wei's fury. Under Luo Wei's berserk attacks, would Long Chen be able to endure it? Originally, there was no danger, but Long Chen went to provoke Luo Wei. To put it bluntly, he was purely looking for death. Everyone looked at each other. They were very anxious. When they saw Long Chen stand up, his face was already as red as a pig's liver. They all got off their black warhorses and wanted to protect Long Chen. Long Chen lightly waved his hand and a whirlwind shook the others and made them stop. "Brothers, don't worry. Since I'm going to attack, I have a way to slap him a few dozen times. Just watch." A disdainful smile appeared on Long Chen's face, which was covered by blood-red scales. Seeing Long Chen's calm expression, everyone hesitated. As for Luo Wei, that was simply the most humiliating of all humiliations. Back then, Long Chen had prevented him from killing Long Chen, so he remembered him in his heart. Along the way, he didn't have any chance to kill Long Chen, but now, that guy actually, thinking of his previous embarrassing state, Luo Wei simply exploded with anger. He furiously roared and the veins on his neck popped out. At that moment, he was fixedly staring at Long Chen. His eyes seemed like they were about to spit out flames. With a whoosh, a dark green spear appeared in his hand. A whirlwind surged and a baleful aura emanated from his body. Long Chen, I've underestimated you. No, you overestimate yourself. People like you have long since died by my hands. Even if there aren't 1,000, there are at least 800. Said Long Chen with a smile. He took out the 3,000-star domain, which he hadn't studied for a long time. Specks of starlight gathered in his hand and turned into a golden and black spear. It was a mixture of cold and masculine qi. Compared to the previous spear, this spear was even more powerful. Don't talk big. Although he was humiliated, Luo Wei didn't lose his mind. At that moment, he burst out with all his strength and turned into a green ray of light that pierced towards the space between Long Chen's eyebrows. You've comprehended the first level of sword principles, not bad. Do you know what my comprehension is? Long Chen's comprehension was the fusion of 2 third-level sword principles, which was equivalent to the amplification of the 4th level of sword principles. Long Chen had just finished speaking when the spear transformed into a spear shadow. It looked just like a blue flower that appeared in front of him. 7th level of the Heaven Martial Realm, Domain. The power of the domain pressed down on Long Chen. Kill him in one strike. Blue Sky Spear, reverse the river. The spear in Luo Wei's hand suddenly spun and turned into a green whirlpool that pierced towards Long Chen. It was definitely a high-level royal battle skill. 3,000 Domain Spear Art. Without hesitation, Long Chen used the 3,000 Domain Spear Art. Long Chen had already used his domain. Countless starlights broke through the opponent's attack. Long Chen had already killed Zhao Kongming at the 7th level of the Heaven Martial Realm. Luo Wei didn't even have a god-level battle skill. Even if he had a high-level royal weapon, Long Chen still broke through his attack. His spear was knocked away by Long Chen. How could this be? Luo Wei was dumbfounded. The cold sharpness of Dragon Chen's 3,000-star domain was wreaking havoc in his body. With a loud sound, he fell on the ground. Blue Sky Spear was stuck in his body. Luo Wei tried to stand up, but as soon as he stood up, he saw Long Chen's blood-red body appear in front of him. How could you be so strong? Luo Wei's mouth was wide open. It's too late now. I promised my brothers that I would slap your face for them. Let's see if you can endure it. Pow! A loud sound rang out as Long Chen's palm landed on Luo Wei's face. A scarlet mark appeared on Luo Wei's face, and Luo Wei let out a miserable shriek as he was sent flying. After rolling a few times in the air, he crashed to the ground. After falling on the ground, Luo Wei's face was completely red. He vomited a large amount of blood. He looked at Long Chen with fear in his eyes. Don't kill me, Long Chen. I'm willing to follow you. In his eyes, Long Chen had already become a hidden powerhouse. I was just deranged before. I offended you. I, Luo Wei, am blind. From today onwards, as long as you don't kill me, I will be your subordinate. I will do anything for you. Luo Wei retreated miserably as he looked at Long Chen in fear. This scene dumbfounded everyone. To be honest, the speed at which Long Chen defeated Luo Wei was too fast. In just the blink of an eye, Luo Wei, who they thought was extremely terrifying, had already started begging for mercy. Pow! Long Chen didn't say anything. He didn't even bother with Luo Wei as he slapped Luo Wei's face with his scarlet hand. Luo Wei let out another blood-curdling scream as he spun a few times in the air. His miserable scream made everyone's scalps go numb. Following that, Long Chen continued to slap Luo Wei. Screams rang out one after another. By the time the 8th sound rang out, there was no more sound. Long Chen turned around and kicked Luo Wei away. He said, "This guy can't even take a few slaps." Chapter 891. The others looked at Long Chen blankly. They were speechless. Long Chen knew they would react like that. He rode on his puppet beast and said to the others, "The Spectre City is in front of us. You can go there. I have to go back. You have to go back." Ah Dong and the others finally recovered from their shock and said anxiously, "Don't go back. There are almost cultivators of the 8th heaven martial realm there," the others said. "Do you think I'm not strong enough?" Long Chen pointed at Luo Wei and said with a smile. Indeed, Long Chen's strength had surpassed Luo Wei's. When they thought of that, they finally felt a little relieved. "That's your decision. We will wait for you in the Spectre City," said one of the men. "All right," said Long Chen. Without saying anything else, he urged the black warhorse under him to go back in the direction he came from. When his silhouette completely disappeared, the others looked at each other. "I didn't expect Long Chen to be a hidden expert. It's our honor to be able to be brothers with such a person. Should we go back and see him? What if he's in danger?" "No need. If we go back, we will be a burden to him. He brought us here and we have to go back." "That's not right." "Huh," the others laughed and left. Long Chen did not go far. In less than a quarter of an hour, he could vaguely hear the sounds of fighting. Although the worlds of the 3 great emperor domains had become very stable under the tempering of the emperor's spiritual qi, the movements of the fighting were still very loud. It felt like the mountains were shaking. The speed of the puppet beast under him couldn't keep up with Long Chen's own speed. After he put the black warhorse back into the great virtual realm, he quickly moved towards the direction of the fighting. At this moment, he was still in his dragon soul transformation state. This appearance was very different from his previous appearance, so even if they saw Long Chen, they didn't know who he was. The faction that Ji Yen belonged to should be a faction within the Spectre main city. It was unknown how strong this faction was. Long Chen was currently alone, so he didn't dare to expose himself. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen, who was hiding in the dark, saw the situation in front of him. In just a short period of time, Wei Zhou was fighting fiercely with Qin Yang. On the other side, Ji Yen wasn't a match for the 9th elder at all. Beside the carriage stood a beautiful young woman who was gorgeously dressed. Her eyes were seductive and her red lips were tender and alluring. However, she was currently filled with fear. That woman had a very high position in the Iron Blood Merchant Alliance, but she was only in the 5th level of the Heaven Realm. With that kind of strength, she could sweep away all living beings in the Myriad Kingdom domain, but in the 3 Emperor domains, she could only be considered to be at the bottom. Wei Zhou was incomparably anxious. Seeing that Ji Yen was about to be defeated by the 9th elder, he was being held back by Qin Yang. This time, the thing that they had obtained was very important to the Iron Blood Merchant Alliance. They had worked so hard to obtain it. How could they be willing to let it be taken away by others just like that? At this moment, Ji Yen was already seriously injured. The opponent didn't seem to be lenient because she was a woman. He used his sure-kill techniques one after another. If Ji Yen didn't have the 3 strengthening talismans, she would have been killed long ago. Even so, the effects of the 2 strengthening talismans had already passed. She only had 1 strengthening talisman left. The price of each strengthening talisman was above 5,000 Emperor crystals. Moreover, it wasn't something that could be bought easily. Ji Yen had also used some connections to get these 3 strengthening talismans, which increased her battle power and defensive power by a lot. She only had 1 left. "Master, hurry up and run." She used the last strengthening talisman. Right now, Ji Yen was relying on the woman in the carriage. However, if she ran back to the main city of specters, perhaps she could still last for a short while. Run? Where do you think you're going? Asked the charming woman in a sudden panic. Normally, she was used to ordering people around, but now that danger had arrived, her legs had already become soft from fear. Ji Yan was immediately not lightly enraged. Only the main city of specters would be safe. Of course, she told her to run towards the main city of specters. Normally, as a martial artist in the 5th level of the Heaven Martial Realm, she might really be able to run back. However, she had already missed that chance. You want to stop me with just a few strengthening talismans, sneered the 9th Elder, and he struck out with his palm. I'm using a God-tier battle skill against a little girl like you. It's your honor to die under a God-tier battle skill. The 9th Elder quickly leapt towards the opponent. Under his heavy footsteps, the ground trembled slightly. It could be seen how powerful he was. Blood fiend scripture, myriad bloody hands! Shouted the 9th Elder explosively. He suddenly extended his blood-red palm. Immediately, blood-red palm silhouettes pounced towards Ji Yan. Instantly, they sealed off all her paths of retreat. That God-tier battle skill was not something a puny 7th level of the Heaven Realm like her could defend against. Looking at the sky full of bloody hands, Ji Yan bitterly smiled. She chose to give up because she knew that under that attack, no matter how she resisted, there was only death. Sadly, in the end, she still couldn't deliver the divine martial fortune pill to the main city of specters. Moreover, the bandits of the Blood Fiend Alliance benefited, and she was even tricked by Luo Wei. Ji Yan. Seeing that Ji Yan was trapped, the fox-like woman was stupefied. She knew that if Ji Yan died, the next one would definitely be her. Just at that moment of life and death, a red silhouette suddenly rushed in front of Ji Yan. He struck out with his palm and directly knocked Ji Yan away. At the same time, the blood-red silhouette also flew backwards in another direction. It was a simple move, but it saved Ji Yan from danger. Ji Yan, who was already injured, rolled on the ground a few times. She discovered that she wasn't dead. Enduring her injuries, she quickly looked at the blood-red silhouette. Who is that? Why does he feel so familiar? Thought Ji Yan suspiciously after a short moment of surprise. Who is it? The 9th manager's Sherwin attack was blocked, so he was naturally furious. His ice-cold gaze quickly landed on Long Chen's body. This blood-red body caused him to be extremely puzzled. Beast Cultivator. In the 3 great imperial districts, it could be said that the beast cultivators were the least popular. If they didn't have those extremely powerful monstrous beasts, they were basically useless. But if they really did have those beast souls, perhaps the people of the desolate imperial districts would come and kill them. The 9th Elder sized up Long Chen for a while and discovered that Long Chen's strength wasn't strong, so he asked, Your Excellency, who is it that actually interfered in our matters? At that moment, Long Chen was standing even closer to the fox-like woman. When the 9th Elder asked that question, Long Chen actually turned into a blood-red ray of light and instantly appeared beside the woman. Ah! The woman had originally thought that Long Chen was someone from the Iron Blood Merchant Union who had saved her, so she was filled with trust in Long Chen. However, she hadn't expected that Long Chen would actually attack her at that moment. In just an instant, the storage ring in her hand was already in Long Chen's hand. Long Chen quickly searched the storage ring for a while, but didn't find anything special inside. Where did you hide it? Without saying anything, Long Chen directly stripped the woman of her clothes. Very quickly, he found another storage ring hidden in her undergarment. After looking at it for a while, he indeed found a pill with a strong aroma that shocked him. Presumably, this was what they were fighting over. After getting the item, Long Chen quickly moved away. After he left, the fox-like woman stood there naked, her buttocks and breasts waving like waves. It was a magnificent sight. When she finally realized her state, she finally let out an earth-shattering scream. The divine martial fortune pill has been snatched away by him. The beautiful woman picked up the clothes that Long Chen had thrown on the ground while screaming at the top of her lungs. It was as if Long Chen had already taken her life. Long Chen's movements were really too fast. In just an instant, he got what he wanted. Before, Ji Yan and the beautiful woman had thought that he was someone who had come to rescue them, so they had let down their guard against him and let him get what he wanted. As far as the ninth manager was concerned, Long Chen had simply made him explode with anger. When Long Chen attacked, he burst out with his fastest speed and chased after Long Chen. Seeing that they were fighting, Ji Yan, who was injured, could only hope that they would both suffer. As for the other side, Wei Zhou and the opponent were still in a stalemate. Take out the divine martial fortune pill. The ninth manager quickly arrived in front of Long Chen. He unfolded the domain of the 8th level of the heaven martial realm and crazily attacked Long Chen. The divine martial fortune pill? What kind of pill is that? It's useful for people in the divine martial realm. Actually, Long Chen didn't know what use it had. However, how could he obediently hand over something that was already in his hands? With a sneer, Long Chen put away the storage ring. His left and right hands flickered with black and gold light. A pair of gloves, one hot and one cold, appeared. Long Chen's body began to undergo the dual extremities transformation. It's a divine weapon, a pair of gloves. The ninth manager's eyes became blood-red. A god-tier battle skill was easy, but a god-tier weapon was extremely difficult. The pair of gloves in Long Chen's hands was even more of a peak quality. These are all mine, said the ninth manager. If you can snatch them, they're obviously yours. If you can't, then leave your life behind, said Long Chen with a smile. In a flash, a tyrannical power erupted from the hell destroys the army. True martial emperor's soul, open. On his forehead, there was a gray line. At that moment, that gray line was slightly opened and a gray light was emitting from it. The 8th level of the heaven martial realm was a pretty good opponent. Chapter 892. At this moment, Ji Yan and that beautiful young woman had gathered together. Both of their eyes were filled with helplessness. Ji Yan looked at Long Chen who was fighting. She felt a sense of déjà vu from Long Chen. Ji Yan, what should we do now? The beautiful young woman asked in panic. Ji Yan was a little speechless towards this master. This person was usually very good at ordering people around, but when it came to the real situation, she was completely helpless. This kind of woman who relied on her beauty and body to climb to the top was at best a piece of trash. What else can we do? The divine martial fortune pill has already been lost. Go back and receive your punishment. Now, we can only pray that both sides suffer. Ji Yan said somewhat unhappily. To be honest, she was a little fed up with this woman beside her. Ji Yan was only capable, but she was suppressed by such a woman. He was really speechless. The beautiful young woman was panicking and did not notice that Ji Yan's tone was not good. On the other side, Qin Yang and Wei Zhou had stopped fighting. After all, the divine martial fortune pill was not with Wei Zhou. Even if he killed Wei Zhou, it would be of no use. Ji Yan, heal your injuries first. I'll keep an eye on him. After returning, Wei Zhou said while gasping for breath. This young man called Qin Yang can be evenly matched with me at such a young age. He's really powerful. Uncle Wei, do you have a feeling that we are very familiar with that beast warrior? Ji Yan suddenly said at this moment. Yes. Not only Uncle Wei, even that woman was carefully sizing up Long Chen for a while. However, they could not see anything at all. I've never met such a person. However, this kid's strength is really powerful. His strength is very vague, and he doesn't seem strong. But with the divine weapon in his hand, he can burst out with a combat strength comparable to his opponent. It's really surprising. The faces of the three were filled with shock. If they knew that the powerful beast warrior in their eyes was Long Chen, it was hard to imagine how interesting their expressions would be. During the battle, Long Chen was learning everything about the Sky Martial realm. It had to be said that the true martial emperor's soul was really a good thing. Long Chen was learning more and more things during the battle. However, after a quarter of an hour, the ninth manager was getting anxious. If they fought outside the Spectre City for too long, it would be very disadvantageous for them. Therefore, he had no choice but to use his killing move. Blood Fiend Shock, Myriad Blood Hand. The move that he had used against Ji Yen before, when he used it at that moment, combined with his domain of the 8th level of the Heaven Martial Realm, it immediately formed an absolute suppression on Long Chen. To Long Chen, the sky was filled with bloody handprints, each one more terrifying than the one before. These sinister energies were invading his body from all directions. The 8th level of the Heaven Martial Realm is only this strong. If that was the case, even the 6 beast warriors wouldn't be that strong. After Long Chen came to the sovereign domain, he had improved too much. Actually, if he had more time, maybe they wouldn't have been able to take Xiao Lang away. Emperor's Technique, Sovereign's Descent. A golden fist suddenly blasted out towards the ninth elder. Long Chen seemed to have become a high and mighty emperor, disdainfully looking down on the rest of the world. This golden fist that was filled with pressure instantly collided with the 10,000 blood transformations hand. The might of the human emperor's secret art was much more majestic than the 10,000 blood transformations hand. Although Long Chen lost in terms of true essence, he had already won under the Hell Emperor destroys the armies and the fist intent. Boom! When his right hand launched the Yang fist, his left hand launched the Emperor's technique again. Immediately, a black and cold fist silhouette caught up with the golden fist silhouette. The golden fist silhouette destroyed the bloody handprints, while the black fist silhouette broke through the layers of encirclement and bombarded the ninth manager's body. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out. The ninth manager's life aura instantly disappeared. His entire body was directly smashed by Long Chen. With a bang, the remaining corpse fell to the ground. This scene made everyone silent. They stared blankly at the corpses of Long Chen and the ninth manager. Even Qin Yang had the intention to retreat. He instantly appeared beside the ninth manager. After discovering that the ninth manager was dead, he put his body into his storage ring. If you don't want to die, then scram. Long Chen waved his hand and said. Qin Yang gritted his teeth. He knew that his strength was at most similar to the ninth manager. If Long Chen could kill the ninth manager, then he could also kill him. Seeing that there was no hope of obtaining the divine martial fortune pill today, he had no choice but to give up. I'll remember you. After saying that, Qin Yang left at top speed. Only Long Chen, Wei Zhou, and the others were left here. At this moment, Long Chen glanced at them and headed in the direction of the main city of spirits. Wait, who are you? Ji Yen was shocked. She gathered her courage and asked. On one hand, she was unwilling to let the divine martial fortune pill go just like that. On the other hand, she felt that Long Chen seemed familiar. Do I know you? Long Chen smiled and said, I'm taking this divine martial fortune pill. See you later. After saying that, Long Chen's footsteps quickened. In a short period of time, he disappeared from everyone's sight. He's gone to the Spectre main city. There's still a chance to see him. Hurry up and report to the Alliance leader and the others. Tell them to find such a beast warrior. He's so special. It'll be easy to find him in the Spectre main city. After Long Chen left, the fear in the beautiful young woman's heart disappeared. Her status was one level higher than hers. Ji Yan could only nod helplessly. The three of them then headed in the direction of the main city of spirits. The divine martial fortune pill was lost. When they returned to the Iron Blood Merchant Union, they did not know what kind of punishment they would receive. Sitting on the back of the white horse, Ji Yan sank into her memories. That beast warrior's aura and his every move all reminded her of a person. That person was Long Chen. Impossible. Although he looked like him, Long Chen should not have such strength. After denying her own thoughts, Ji Yan fell into deep thought. The three of them continued to move forward without saying a word. At this time, a corpse with a swollen face appeared in front of them. Judging from the clothes, this corpse was Luo Wei's. The beautiful young woman looked at Luo Wei with disgust and scolded, "How dare you betray me? You will die a horrible death." Strange. Luo Wei seemed to have been slapped to death. Didn't he escape? Who would slap him to death for no reason? Could it be that beast warrior? Wei Zhou muttered. Luo Wei and Long Chen had a conflict. Ji Yan was very clear about this. When she saw Luo Wei's death, she suddenly saw the light and cried out in surprise. "What's wrong, Ji Yan?" Wei Zhou asked. "Nothing." Ji Yan shook her head, but her heart was already in turmoil. It's really him. It's true. This guy is really cunning and strong. Luo Wei bullied him for so long along the way. He was strong, but he endured it until now. It's really, originally, when she thought of who had stolen the divine martial fortune pill, she should have reported it immediately. However, she didn't. Instead, she hid it in her heart. Anyway, she wouldn't get any benefits from handing over the divine martial fortune pill. The benefits would all belong to the woman in the carriage, so she didn't bother to say it. Forget it. I'll just give it to him. Anyway, he saved my life just now. Ji Yan's lips curled into a faint smile. Fat cat, what's the use of this divine martial fortune pill? In a call, Long Chen looked around for a while. He didn't dare to take out the divine martial fortune pill. Instead, he directly moved it into the great virtual realm. Otherwise, with the strong fragrance of the divine martial fortune pill, many experts might be attracted over. There were many experts in the divine martial realm in the spirit city ahead. They were existences equivalent to the 5 emperors. In the underworld army, such existences were just small kiliarchs. One question, 10,000 emperor crystals. Fat cat chuckled. Go to hell. So expensive. I just saw that you just received 100,000 emperor crystals. Hurry up and hand it over. My appetite has greatly increased. Less than 10,000 emperor crystals isn't even enough to fill my teeth. As long as I have more emperor crystals, my illusionary abilities will become stronger. Only then will I be able to deal with stronger opponents, said the kitten in a serious tone. The 100,000 emperor crystals were obtained from the woman's storage ring. Although she didn't have anything, she had quite a lot of money. The Iron Blood Merchant Alliance. These emperor crystals should be the total of the Iron Blood Merchant Alliance. 100,000 emperor crystals was not a small amount. Currently, these 100,000 emperor crystals were enough for Long Chen's use. For kitten, Long Chen wouldn't be stingy. So he nodded and said, will this divine martial fortune pill help me enter the divine martial realm? Kid, you're quite good at guessing. Indeed, when you reach the 9th level of the heaven martial realm, you can rely on the divine martial fortune pill to solidify your spirit and plant it in your martial spirit to form the god martial spirit. When you reach the divine martial realm, as long as the god martial spirit is not destroyed, you will never die. After a short pause, Kitten continued, of course, some people with poor aptitude might not be able to reach the divine martial realm even with the divine martial fortune pill. You're only at the 4th level of the heaven martial realm. Hide it well. It will be useful in the future. What Kitten said was similar to what Long Chen had guessed. After Ji Yen and the others entered the spirit city for a day, Long Chen finally digested the result of the battle with the ninth leader. He started to move towards the direction of the spirit city. At that moment, Long Chen stood on the high heavenly Eagle Mountain range. Far below him, there was an incomparably vast city shrouded by countless black clouds. It was indeed a city that was 100 times bigger than the Qiang Central City. There were 500,000 underworld soldiers stationed in the city. Just in terms of territory, it was already bigger than any city that Long Chen had seen. Chapter 893. There were tens of millions of people in this spirit main city. However, because it was large enough, it was not crowded. After going down the heavenly Eagle Mountain range, Long Chen saw a boundless and tall city wall. The city wall was shrouded in black mist and he couldn't see the wall in the distance. The city wall was over 100 meters tall, it was incomparably majestic. Long Chen had to raise his head to see the guards standing on the city wall. They weren't the Netherworld army, but they weren't that bad either. At least, when Long Chen glanced at them, he didn't see any cultivators lower than the 4th level of the Heaven Martial Realm. The Netherworld army is the army of the Netherworld Mansion. They're stationed in these cities mainly to intimidate the city lords and prevent any unexpected incidents. The usual security work and the security of the city should be the responsibility of the city guards, Long Chen guessed. After all, the Netherworld army of 90 million people had a very high status in the Netherworld Mansion. Long Chen was now in one of the 100 cities of the Netherworld Mansion. There were people coming from all directions and entering the spirit main city. Among them, Heavenly Eagle Gorge was just one of the small paths. Walking into the crowd, Long Chen and countless people headed in the direction of the spirit city. Surrounded by countless experts, he didn't stand out at all. There were tens of millions of people in the spirit city. Every day, there were hundreds of thousands of people moving around. Long Chen noticed that the quality of the people entering the spirit city was much higher than the quality of the people in the Scarlet Sun City. These people who came from afar were all riding puppet horses or other ferocious beasts. Although some of them had restrained their auras, they couldn't hide their terrifying auras. Long Chen could only carefully avoid them. My goal in coming to the spirit city is to raise my cultivation level to the God Martial Realm in the spirit battlefield. I won't go to the Netherworld Mansion for now. When I have the strength of the God Martial Realm, coupled with my ability to kill people above my cultivation level, it'll be more suitable for me to go to the Netherworld Mansion. Long Chen thought to himself as he followed the bustling crowd into the Spectre main city. There were tens of thousands of city guards on both sides, as well as hundreds of thousands of city guards on the city walls and city towers. Countless sharp eyes stared at them, and under the countless eyes, everyone felt their scalps go numb. Who would dare to cause trouble here? Even a tiger would have to retract its claws. After passing through the thick ink-colored city wall, Long Chen entered the spirit city. The ink-green city wall should have been reinforced by talisman masters. With such thick walls and strange runes flashing on them, even Long Chen himself wouldn't be able to break through. Inside the spirit city, the streets were clearly connected and arranged neatly. The buildings were tall and sturdy, and after being reinforced by the talisman inscriptions, the entire spirit city was as hard as steel. It was even harder than the steel in the ancient graveyard's glazed gold city. The Spectre main city had strict rules and regulations. All the power was in the hands of the city lord. Under the strict management of the army, very few people dared to openly make a move in the Spectre main city. Therefore, what Long Chen saw was an orderly and prosperous scene. There was an endless stream of pedestrians. In front of them was the main road of the main city. Outside the main road, there were countless branches. On both sides of the road near the city gate, there were many shops. Inside the shops, there were all kinds of goods. There were even many things that cultivators needed, such as alchemy pills, divine weapons, battle skills, etc. Next, I should inquire about the location of the spirit army's encampment, and then inquire about the selection of the spirit army. After entering the spirit city, Long Chen pondered about this matter. Ah Dong and the others had already entered the city. However, Long Chen didn't intend to look for them. Because he had the true martial monarch soul, Long Chen's path was different from theirs. Even in the Emperor region, Long Chen still had heaven-defying potential. Everyone had their own fortuitous encounters. Long Chen had helped them escape danger, so he had already done his part. In an elegant tea house by the road, Long Chen sat down and listened to the discussion of the people next to him. At the same time, he looked at the various people in the spirit city. There were countless strong cultivators. Here, ordinary cultivators in the earth martial realm were just children. As long as they were adults, they basically had the strength of the sky martial realm. Among them, there were many people in the first and third sky martial realm. Everyone worshipped martial arts. Martial arts were prevalent. Any woman could brandish a kitchen knife in her hand like a tiger. In addition, cultivators above the fourth sky martial realm were also very common. On the way, Long Chen saw many cultivators in the seventh or eighth sky martial realm. There were even cultivators in the ninth sky martial realm who were equivalent to the 6 monsters. Figures of this level were legends in the primeval cemetery, yet in this place, they were only ordinary people, right? After the tea was served, Long Chen asked, "Do you know where the training camp of the Netherworld Army is?" Hearing Long Chen's question, the innkeeper smiled. He took out a piece of paper and said, "The answers to your questions are written on this paper. You young cultivators from other places want to join the Netherworld Army. Every day, dozens of people ask me this question. After dozens of years, I'm already afraid. This is everything I know about the Netherworld Army. Take a look." "Thank you." Long Chen smiled rather embarrassedly. Indeed, if he was asked this question every day, he would be extremely speechless as well. However, he could tell from the side that there really were many people who wanted to join the Netherworld Army. No wonder so many people died every year, yet the Netherworld Army was still able to maintain its numbers. "You're welcome." "No thanks. But young man, I don't think your strength is enough. In these years, I've seen many experts of the 7th level of the heaven realm return home with their tails between their legs. Why have you come to join in the fun now? It's not that easy to enter the Nether Army. Even if it's the 7th level of the heaven realm, without a god-tier battle skill, wanting to enter is very, very difficult. I've only come to understand a little. In around 10 years, I'll come and try." "Thank you for the reminder," Long Chen said modestly. "That's more like it. The Netherworld Army is the trump card of the Netherworld organization. Once they send out 90 million soldiers, who can stand up to them? So the selection is naturally very, very strict. When I was young, I also wanted to join the Netherworld Army, but after several decades, I can't even reach the 4th sky martial realm. I can only open a tea house here," the innkeeper said rather emotionally. His eyes were filled with loneliness. The world was cruel. Long Chen shook his head, before looking at the information the innkeeper had given him. The Spectre City is split into 4 regions. They're named after directions: north, south, east, and west. The training camp of the Netherworld Army takes up a quarter of the city. It's in the east of the city, and the training camp is a sealed region. Ordinary people are forbidden from entering. On the 15th of every month, there'll be a selection for the Netherworld Army. The 15th is also the day to register. After registering, you can directly participate in the selection. Every month, there'll be thousands of people registering, but in the end, only 100 will pass. The Netherworld Army selection is held in the Spectre Coliseum in the east of the city. At that time, there'll be a total of 4 examiners who will evaluate the results of the participants. At that time, the participants will fight against ferocious beasts or puppets to display their battle prowess and abilities. The examiners will evaluate the cultivator's strength based on attack power, battle experience, extraordinary performance, temperament, potential, and other factors. Only 3 or more examiners can pass. Only then can you enter the ranks of the reserve Netherworld Army. The reserve Netherworld Army depends on the number of people who pass, and then the selection will be carried out. In the end, only 100 people will join the Netherworld Army and become the new blood of the Netherworld Army. The 4 examiners are Kiliarchs of the Netherworld Army. They lead 1,000 Netherworld Army soldiers, and they're experts of the first level of the Divine Martial Realm. Long Chen looked through it bit by bit. The information recorded on this piece of paper, in summary, was more or less the above content. He calculated that today was already the 13th, and there were only 2 days left until the 15th. In these 2 days, he had to prepare well and ask around for more information. For example, during the selection, what ferocious beasts or puppets would be. Long Chen guessed that if it was a ferocious beast, it would be a level 7 Emperor level ferocious beast. Also, if one's performance wasn't outstanding enough, even if they defeated or killed the ferocious beast, they might not be able to pass. After all, among the 4 examiners, 3 or more people would have to agree. However, Long Chen had the strength to kill an expert of the 8th level of the Heaven Martial Realm, so these things shouldn't be a problem for him. After reading the paper, Long Chen was about to thank the shopkeeper, but at that moment, there was a huge commotion in the direction of the city gate. Long Chen's facial expression didn't change. He took a sip of tea and looked in the direction of the commotion. At that moment, the people in the tea house also came out and looked in the direction of the city gate. Even though there was a commotion, the main city of specters wasn't chaotic. It was obvious that the people in charge of this city were very powerful. "Shopkeeper, what's going on?" asked Long Chen when he saw the shopkeeper come out. He was very interested in the direction of the city gate. "Right, you're not from here, so you don't know anything about the main city of specters." The main character hadn't appeared yet, so the shopkeeper wasn't anxious. He introduced himself and said, "I'm older than you can call me Old Wang." Chapter 894. Then, he looked in the direction of the City Lord Palace and continued, "Someone is going to inform the City Lord now. The reason why everyone is so excited is because the City Lord is a great beauty. We haven't seen her in a long time. The City Lord, Yi Xian, is the idol of all the men in the Spirit City. The City Lord of the Spectre City? Brother Wang, how strong is this beautiful City Lord?" What Long Chen cared about was not how beautiful she was, but how powerful she was. Generally speaking, only the strongest person in a main city of this level could become the City Lord of this place. Lao Wang blinked his eyes, glanced at Long Chen, and said, "In reality, we've only heard about this kind of thing from rumors. We don't know the truth. It's said that the strength of the City Lord is slightly stronger than that of Marshal Su Mo, one of the underworld commanders stationed here. Marshal Su Mo leads the underworld army of 1,000,000 soldiers and is a true young genius in the underworld army. Furthermore, in the underworld prefecture, there is also a huge family power, and there is even an ancestor of one of the 8 underworld emperors in the underworld army. Marshal Sumo. The beautiful City Lord Yi Xian and Marshal Sumo were probably the strongest people in the Spectre City. Since Long Chen had joined the Spectre Army, Sumo was the leader of the Spectre Army. Maybe in the future, he would get to know this person. From what Old Wang had said, Long Chen knew that these people were the top geniuses in the Spectre Army. The real geniuses in the Imperial domain. Luo Wei and the others that Long Chen had met before were nothing compared to them. In the Spectre Army, strength is a very important factor. Normally, the Spectre Army requires one to be in the 4th level of the God Martial Realm. If you've reached the 4th level, you might not be able to become a Spectre Army General, but if you haven't reached the 4th level, you definitely won't be able to become a Spectre Army General. Rumor has it that City Lord Yi Xian is even stronger than Martial Sumo. She might have already reached the 5th level of the God Martial Realm. Whether it was the 4th or the 5th level of the Divine Martial Arts Realm, for Long Chen, they were existences that he could only look up to. In the Netherworld Army, the 8th level of the Heaven Martial Realm is the basic requirement for a corporal, and so on. The 1st level of the God Martial Realm is the basic requirement for a Chili Arch, the 2nd level of the God Martial Realm is the basic requirement for a captain, and the 3rd level of the God Martial Realm is the basic requirement for a general of the Netherworld Army. A general of the Netherworld leads 100,000 soldiers of the Netherworld Army. In the main city of Spectres, there are 5 generals of the Netherworld. Under Martial Sumo's command, there are also nameless generals of the Netherworld. They are stationed in the middle city controlled by the main city of Spectres. As for the 8 emperors of the underworld and the only emperor of the underworld, they have lived for thousands of years. The system of the Netherworld Army gave Long Chen a huge shock. In this world, there were countless experts. In the main city of Spectres, there were probably many experts in the God Martial Arts realm. In the Myriad Kingdoms domain, the God Martial Arts realm was a true legend, but here, it was just a common thing on the streets. Little brother, even if you join the Netherworld Army, it will be an honor for you to become a corporal after a few decades. Even after you die, your family will be protected by the Netherworld Army. They won't have to worry about food or clothing. Even your descendants will be heavily nurtured and have priority in entering the Netherworld Army. So, while you are still young, work hard. Old Wang looked at Long Chen and spoke in a sincere tone. Long Chen smiled and said, "Thank you, Brother Wang. I will definitely work hard." Indeed, Long Chen didn't look very outstanding. Very good. Oh, by the way, little brother, what's your name? Long Chen. Long Chen nodded. Not a bad name. Old Wang smiled gently, looked towards the direction of the palace and said, "City Lord Yi Xian is about to show up, and that General Su Mo is always with her, so he should show up as well. Let me tell you a piece of news, General Su Mo is a young genius, and I heard that he and City Lord Yi Xian are childhood friends, and he has been chasing after her for a long time. When the main city was assigned to manage, it took him a lot of effort to be transferred to the main city of spirits. This pair of young geniuses is the talk of the spirit city. I've met Martial Sumo once, he is indeed a dragon among men. He treats people very well and trains his subordinates very well. He has an excellent reputation in the entire spirit city. Some people even predicted that after 1,000 years, he might become the new spirit emperor. He is also a great match for City Lord Yi Xian. But the funny thing is that City Lord Yi Xian seems to have made a promise with him. Only when Martial Sumo's cultivation catches up to City Lord Yi Xian's, will she marry him. Therefore, all these years, Martial Sumo has been working hard to catch up to his beloved in cultivation. Old Wang's saliva flew everywhere as he talked about this gossip. Long Chen had no interest in this kind of thing. Whether it was Yi Xian or Sumo, they were both peerless experts to him. They were not at a level that he could reach at the moment. It would be better for him to participate in the Spirit Army selection and then go to the Spirit battlefield to train himself. What happened outside, who pursued who loved who, had nothing to do with him. Just as old Wang was talking excitedly, an uproar came from the crowd. Everyone looked towards the city lord's mansion in the center of the city. Long Chen also walked out of the tea house. When he saw the densely packed experts in the sky, his expression immediately changed. In the 3 imperial regions, those who could resist the pressure of the sovereign spiritual chi and fly in the sky were, without a doubt, true God Martial Realm experts. At this moment, a group of people came from the direction of the city lord's mansion. This group of people were dressed casually. Most of them were old or middle-aged men. There were about a few hundred of them. These few hundred people are coming from the direction of the city lord's mansion. They must be from the city lord's mansion. Just the city lord's mansion alone has a few hundred god martial realm experts. Adding on the experts from the city lord's mansion who are not here, there are also some people from other forces. Excluding the spirit army, doesn't that mean that there are more than 1,000 god martial realm experts in the spirit city? Looking at the experts that were slowly coming from the black dots in the sky, Long Chen felt a little suffocated. These people were much stronger than the 6 monster race experts. They were true experts. Any one of them could easily kill Long Chen. With a few hundred people like this together, it was as if a real god's pressure descended from the sky. So, they are god martial realm experts. Long Chen could sense an unfathomable aura from their bodies. Honestly speaking, the pressure from these people wasn't strong, but there was a very strange feeling. It was as if they didn't exist in this world. Illusory and real, real and illusory. It was as if they had fused with this world. Long Chen's heart trembled. He was extremely excited. He had experienced this feeling a long time ago. It was when they were separated in Baiyang town. The 2 people who took Lingxi away were Lingxi's grandmother and the other was a young man called Wang Chao. Long Chen had experienced this feeling from them. In other words, those 2 people should be god martial realm experts. Long Chen's heart became incomparably excited. The blood in his body was already boiling. At this moment, he let out a hysterical roar in his heart. Little Shi, I have finally come into contact with your world. 3 great emperor domains, I have finally come. You must not have thought that I am already on the way to find you. Wait until I have trained my strength to the god martial realm in the nether battlefield, then I will come to find you. Back then, those 2 people were existences that Long Chen could not touch. Long Chen had pondered over their strength countless times. Today, he was finally sure. This meant that all the efforts that Long Chen had made were feasible. He was getting closer and closer to success. It could be said that today, Long Chen finally saw hope. His greatest reliance was the most precious treasure that the 5 emperors had left him, the true martial emperor soul. At the same time, the blood essence of the ancient blood spiritual dragon was also Long Chen's most profound trump card. City Lord, you have finally appeared. You are still so beautiful. Yes, you are still so beautiful. You are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen in my life. While Long Chen was getting excited, the others were discussing among themselves. Among the group of people, the most outstanding one was the leader of the group. Countless powerhouses paled in comparison to her, including some of the old super powerhouses. This woman was the leader of the Spectre City, Yi Xian. In the sky, there was a woman with snow-white skin, wearing a light purple dress. Her dress fluttered in the air, and the hem of her dress was embroidered with beautiful purple flowers. This woman had long black hair that reached her ankles, like a black waterfall, incomparably bright. At this moment, her long hair fluttered in the wind, tugging at the hearts of countless men. It could be said that this woman was simply the goddess in the hearts of all men in the Spectre main city. So this is City Lord Yi Xian. This woman was the strongest person Long Chen had seen since he'd arrived in the imperial region. She wore a violet dress that revealed a graceful and exquisite figure. At this moment, Yi Xian had shed the childishness of a young woman, and she'd become mature and intelligent. She had beautiful features, a captivating gaze, a pretty nose, and a genuine and tranquil smile. She gave others the feeling of a big sister. No wonder so many men looked at this woman without any obscenity in their eyes, but sincere admiration. It could be said that this Yi Xian, not only in terms of appearance, strength, and status, she gave off a feeling that she could not be blasphemed. Basically, no one on the scene would not feel inferior after seeing her. Chapter 895. As soon as Yi Xian made her move, it caused a huge commotion. The voices were filled with pure praise. Even the eyes of some of the women were filled with respect. There was no jealousy or anything else. From this simple scene, it could be seen that not only was Yi Xian powerful, but she was also very successful in the way she conducted herself. At this moment, Yi Xian was smiling as she looked at the direction of the city gate. From the shadow of the city gate, the silhouette of a young man slowly walked in. At this moment, an earth-shattering scream was suddenly heard from the eastern side of the city. Everyone raised their heads and looked over. Sure enough, at this moment, hundreds of people came from the eastern side of the city. Different from the people from the city lord's mansion, these people were all wearing dark green armors. Moreover, every single one of them was of a high level. Those dark green armors contained a monstrous power. The power of hundreds of divine martial realm experts gathered together to form a pressure that shook the entire Spectre City. Although they didn't actively release their killing intent, the indistinct killing intent that they emitted was terrifying enough. A cold aura suppressed everyone's hearts. However, everyone was still very excited, especially many young people. Because these divine martial realm netherworld soldiers were at least leaders of thousands of people. This was their faith. The netherworld army is out. Hundreds of divine martial realm experts. More than half of the netherworld army's experts are out. The one leading them should be Martial Sumo. As expected of a handsome man. Following their words, Long Chen looked at the man in the lead. This was a middle-aged man who wasn't wearing the netherworld battle armor. Instead, he was wearing a black brocade robe. One had to admit that he was an extremely charming and handsome middle-aged man, similar to Dongfang Xianshao. However, compared to Dongfang Xianshao, this man was even more handsome and flirtatious, especially his pair of dark green eyes. They were like deep green pools that flowed with a gorgeous luster. From this man, Long Chen also sensed an aura that was similar to Yi Xian's. At this moment, Sumo led the soldiers of the Nether Army to Yi Xian's side. This man had an unforgettable elegance. A person like this was more like a scholar than a general who commanded millions of troops. Xian I'm sorry. Because I had to deal with some matters, I came late. Tonight, I'll drink a few more cups as an apology. The handsome middle-aged man cupped his hands and said. Long Chen estimated that Sumo should be more than 100 years old, or even several hundred years old. However, for experts in the god martial arts realm, he was still a young talent. This was the imperial domain where experts came forth in large numbers. The lifespan of experts in the god martial arts realm was much more terrifying than that of experts in the sky martial arts realm. Experts in the sky martial arts realm could live up to 2,000 years old at most, but experts in the god martial arts realm could live up to 10,000 years old at most. It's okay. Yi Xian was also smiling. From her words and expression, it could be seen that she had already accepted this Sumo. Her eyes were still in the direction of the city gate. Sumo, who was next to her, also looked at her and smiled. He looked at the young man, who looked somewhat similar to Yi Xian, walking in from the direction of the city gate. Long Chen's eyes passed through the crowd and saw the young man. The young man looked very similar to Yi Xian, and judging from his age, he seemed very young. However, from the young man, Long Chen sensed a kind of qi that was similar to other experts in the god martial arts realm. 29 years old, at the first level of the god martial arts realm. Not bad, not bad. Xian, is this your youngest brother, the one with the same name as you? Su Mo smiled faintly, giving people a refreshing feeling, as if they were bathing in the spring wind. Not the same name, he is Yi Xian, the Xian formed by Che Gan, and my Xian character, you know it. The beautiful city lord smiled sweetly at Sumo, then she waved at the young man at the city gate and said, My dear brother, I haven't seen you in 5 years. I didn't expect you to enter the god martial arts realm so quickly, I thought it would take another 10 years. The young man named Yi Xian, after seeing his beautiful sister, also smiled. His body gradually rose until he was next to Yi Xian. I haven't seen you for 5 years, and you are still so beautiful. I, on the other hand, have grown uglier. Yi Xian looked at the beauty in front of him from head to toe and teased. Nonsense, I heard that you were a beauty in the prefecture city, and you suddenly came to the Spectre City. I heard from father that you want to join the Netherworld army. Yi Xian said directly. Yes, I want to go to the Netherworld battlefield to train myself. Yi Xian nodded and said. It's fine to join the Netherworld army in the prefecture city. Looks like little brother Yi Xian wants to reunite with big sister. It's fine, after coming to the Spirit Lord city, with me here, the matter of the Netherworld army won't be a problem. Sumo didn't say anything, he just smiled at the reunion of the sister and brother. He only spoke when they talked about the Netherworld army. Oh right, look at my memory. Yi Xian looked at Sumo apologetically, then she said to her brother, this is the famous General Sumo, the highest commander of the Netherworld army in the Spectre City, and also my best friend. If you want to join the Netherworld army, you will need General Sumo's permission. Following Yi Xian's instructions, Yi Xian looked at Sumo and suddenly laughed, of course I've heard of you. You are my sister's fiancé, but because you are not strong enough, you are not married yet. Am I right? Yi Xian's sudden words were too rude. Hearing this, many people's expressions were very interesting. Behind Sumo, seeing their general being scolded like this, they were a bit unhappy. If it wasn't for Sumo's order, they would have gone crazy. Even if he wanted to humiliate someone, he couldn't do it in public. Sumo's expression was very awkward. He looked at Yi Xian dumbfoundedly, and after a long time, he said helplessly, I am ashamed. Xian Er is a super genius. I have tried so hard, but I still can't catch up to her in terms of cultivation. But one day, I will succeed. Seeing Sumo being forced to this extent by her brother, Yi Xian also looked a bit embarrassed. She looked at her brother and said, you really don't understand. What happened between him and me was because he wanted to surpass me in cultivation before he was willing to marry me. I didn't set a barrier for him. Don't listen to other people's nonsense. Alright, since you are here, I will take you to the City Lord's mansion. We haven't seen each other in 5 years. Alright, Yi Xian smiled indifferently, still looking very unhappy with Sumo. Yi Xian nodded, then said to Sumo, my brother has come to the city of specters. Today, I invite everyone to a banquet. Since the brothers of the Netherworld army are here, let's go together. Sumo nodded. The two groups flew towards the direction of the City Lord's mansion without saying a word. After a while, all the divine martial realm experts in the sky disappeared. They are gone. Beautiful City Lord, Martial Sumo. Everyone had a feeling that they hadn't had enough. That Yi Xian is only 29 years old, but he is already a divine martial realm expert. Amazing. Everyone started discussing. Long Chen was also a little impressed. Yi Xian's appearance was similar to Xiao Lang's. If he went to the Myriad Lands domain, he should be around 15 years old. To be able to reach the divine martial realm at this age, he was indeed an extraordinary genius. The Su family and the Yi family were both big families in the Netherworld prefecture. If the young geniuses they nurtured were at this level, then Long Chen could roughly estimate the strength of their families. But in the Netherworld prefecture, the strongest expert should be around the 7th or 8th level of the divine martial realm. Then how terrifying is the overall strength of the entire Eastern Royal Domain and the even more terrifying True Martial Emperor Palace. The strength of the True Martial Emperor Palace seems to be around the same level as the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. From this information, Long Chen deduced that the strength of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace was beyond his imagination. Don't worry about it. Only when I reach the divine martial realm as soon as possible will I be qualified to talk about other things. After Yi Xian left, the other onlookers also dispersed, but they were still very excited. Young Master Yi Xian is going to join the Netherworld Legion. With his strength, he should be able to become a Chiliarch once he joins. Not necessarily. In the Netherworld Legion, battle merits are still very important. Strength and battle merits are the double standards of status. Young man Yi Xian has no battle merits. If he is promoted to Chiliarch in one go, I'm afraid the others won't be convinced. Impossible. Yi Xian is the City Lord's younger brother, and Martial Sumo is the City Lord's fiancé. The other Netherworld Legion will definitely give face to Martial Sumo. You see, I'm guessing that Yi Xian will definitely become a Chiliarch once he joins the Netherworld Legion, or at least a Centurion. While the crowd was talking, Long Chen headed toward the east of the city. He heard that the Spectre Colosseum would only open in 3 days, so he found a relatively luxurious restaurant not far away and stayed there. The walls of the restaurant, as well as the tables and chairs, were all enchanted with runes. They were quite sturdy. If people below the divine martial arts realm fought in the restaurant, they wouldn't even be able to damage the tables and chairs. It was said that the owner of the restaurant was related to someone from the City Lord's palace. Staying here for a night would cost 500 Emperor crystals. However, Long Chen was now rich, so he didn't care about such a thing. To him, money was something that could be earned by robbing. In the restaurant, the privacy of the guests was very important. Long Chen's room was basically sealed off. Ordinary people couldn't get close at all. In such an environment, Long Chen was more suitable for cultivation. He took out the divine martial fortune elixir in his hand and looked at it. This was his hope of reaching the divine martial realm. Xiao Lang is in the Baron Imperial Domain, Lingxi is in the Sword Spirit Imperial Domain, and I am in the True Martial Imperial Domain. Once I find some information, we'll go and find Xiao Lang together. Chapter 896. The weather was originally fine, but at night, it was raining cats and dogs. Cultivation time always passed quickly. After Long Chen pondered over the human emperor technique, the sky was already dark. The rumbling of the rain resounded throughout the world. Under such heavy rain, even martial artists were too lazy to leave their rooms. Moreover, the night was usually the time to rest or cultivate. Long Chen opened the exquisite window. In the misty curtain of rain, the main city of Spectre was flickering with misty lights. At this moment, the main city of Spectre was hidden in the world of rain. The dark buildings and city walls were faintly discernible, giving off a strange and eerie feeling. It wasn't as lively as it was during the day. What's wrong, kid? Are you thinking of love? Behind Long Chen, Kitten's furry body jumped from the ground to the window. When he saw the world in the rain, he quickly shrank back into the room. It wasn't that Long Chen was thinking of love, but he noticed that there was a person walking in the rain on the street in front of him. His true essence had formed a transparent shield. This way, the raindrops couldn't fall on Long Chen's body. As long as one was a martial artist, they would probably be able to do this. However, what Long Chen found strange was that he clearly knew this person. It was the young genius he saw during the day, Yi Xian. At this moment, he was walking on the street not far from Long Chen's window. It seemed like he was taking a stroll in the rain. Why are you so interested? From this young man's eyes, he didn't see the arrogant and despotic attitude of the younger generation of the other great clans. Instead, there was a sense of calmness. Although he was young, he seemed to be relatively steady. Long Chen was about to close the window. This Yi Xian and the current him weren't from the same world. Just as Long Chen was about to close the window, his spirit-devouring demon eye suddenly discovered that there was a black figure approaching from behind Yi Xian at high speed. The spirit-devouring demon eye couldn't even catch up to his speed. From the momentum of this black figure, he was definitely going to harm Yi Xian. This was Yi Xian's territory, and Yi Xian was her brother. He had just arrived today, and someone actually wanted to kill him. What was going on? The battle between two god martial realm experts. Long Chen didn't think too much about it. He directly closed the window, and through the gap, he watched the battle between the two god martial realm experts. Yi Xian was an expert. Although the rain was pitter-pattering, he could still feel the existence of the assailant. In an extremely short period of time, he turned his body around and started an incomparably intense battle with the other party. Even Long Chen couldn't see it clearly. The second level of the god martial realm, who are you? During the whole process, Long Chen only heard this sentence, and then he saw two figures flying up and down. Although he couldn't see how fierce the battle was, from the rumbling of the whole restaurant, he could tell that the battle between the two god martial realm experts, even if it was just the aftermath, Long Chen probably wouldn't be able to withstand it. The battle started very quickly, and the process was also very fast. The assassin wanted to kill Yi Xian. This was Yi Xian's territory, so he had to use a fast way, otherwise, it would be very difficult for him to achieve his goal. Sister, save me. With a bang, the opponent's strength was one level higher than Yi Xian's. The first level of the god martial realm was not a small matter. Suddenly, the huge attack directly made Yi Xian spit out a mouthful of blood, and he flew towards the direction of the restaurant. What a coincidence! Long Chen was speechless. He quickly retreated, and Yi Xian's body directly hit the wall into his room, and directly fell on the ground. Even if the walls were reinforced by runes, they were still shattered by the impact. Even the floor where Yi Xian fell on had a big hole. At the moment, Yi Xian's eyes were cold. Under the opponent's attack, his face was already somewhat pale, and there was a slight trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. At this critical moment, Long Chen suddenly made a decision. He lightly shouted, "I'll save you, don't resist." As soon as he finished speaking, he used the power of the great virtual realm, wanting to suck Yi Xian into the great virtual realm. As long as he was sucked into the great virtual realm, Yi Xian would definitely be safe. Only then did Yi Xian see the young man next to him. When the great virtual realm attacked, he only hesitated for a moment, and then he was directly pulled into the great virtual realm by Long Chen. At this moment, the ground that Yi Xian had smashed into collapsed, and Long Chen stood by the wall, so he did not fall into the first floor along with the dust. Fortunately, the room on the first floor seemed to be unoccupied. When Long Chen had just put Yi Xian away, the murderous warrior in black rushed in, and when he came in, he suddenly realized that Yi Xian's aura had disappeared. Where did he go? The assassin looked at Long Chen with extremely cold eyes, and a sinister aura was emitted from his body. It was the pressure from the spirit of the god martial realm, and when it acted on Long Chen's body, just a casual glance could cause the mind of a warrior under the god martial realm to lose control. He escaped. Long Chen took a step back, pretending to be a little scared, and looked at the man, pointing at the huge hole below him. The assassin in the god martial realm did not say anything, and directly rushed down, but halfway, he suddenly turned back, stared at Long Chen, and said coldly, "It is impossible for his aura to disappear just like that, it must be your doing." Long Chen originally thought that he had escaped this disaster, and just when he had just breathed a sigh of relief, the opponent came back, and instantly made his hair stand on end. At this critical moment, Long Chen did not quibble, but directly burned all his spiritual essence, and instantly released the blood escape, and instantly went in the direction of the governor's mansion. With his current spiritual essence, with the help of the dragon soul transformation and the 5 Emperor Dharma Laksana, the speed of the blood escape made the assassin in the god martial realm dumbfounded. Who would have thought that a lad in the 4th level of the sky martial realm could actually release such a speed? In just a short moment, Long Chen had already disappeared from his world. At this moment, even if he wanted to chase after Long Chen, it was already too late. After all, the direction that Long Chen had escaped was the governor's mansion. Previously, Yi Xian had already sent out a distress signal, and at this moment, the beautiful city mistress had probably already caught up with him. Who is this lad? Mission failed. The assassin in the god martial realm had to hide his aura, and gradually disappeared in the stormy night. At a place 10 miles away from here, Long Chen had exhausted all the spiritual essence in his body to come to this place. At this moment, his spiritual essence had already been exhausted, but in the Great Void Realm, there was still the corpse of the 7th-rank Emperor-level fierce beast, and there was still a lot of blood. Long Chen swallowed nearly half of the blood essence of the demonic beast, and then his spiritual essence began to slowly recover. The transformation of the blood essence needed a short period of time, and it was estimated that it would not take long for Long Chen to completely recover. He reckoned that the assassin would definitely not dare to chase after him. Hence, Long Chen took Yi Xian out from the Great Void Realm, and after putting Yi Xian into the Great Void Realm, Long Chen directly drowned him in the Great Void Qi. In this way, Yi Xian could only know that he had gone to a place where he could not see anything. With a flash of light, Yi Xian came out from Long Chen's Great Void Realm, and appeared in front of Long Chen. At this moment, he was still in shock, and as soon as he came out, he looked around. After confirming that there was no danger in the surroundings, he directly said to Long Chen, "Thank you for saving my life, my dear friend." Yi Xian is very grateful. As he spoke, he was looking at Long Chen. He looked a little older than Yi Xian, but definitely not by much. His body was slender and strong, and he seemed to have infinite strength. His eyes were sharp, and there was a gray vertical line between his eyebrows. From head to toe, there was a mysterious aura. Of course, this was more of a psychological effect on Yi Xian. He keenly felt that Long Chen would not be a simple person. There was a faintly discernible aura of a terrifying beast on his body. Yi Xian was not sure what that aura was, but since Long Chen was able to save him, how could he be a simple person? Even if Long Chen looked like he was only in the 4th level of the Heaven Martial Realm, he believed that this should not be Long Chen's true strength. If someone said that a person in the 4th level of the Heaven Martial Realm could escape from the hands of that powerful assassin, he would not believe it. Before Long Chen's strength was enough, he did not want to have too many relationships with experts like Yi Xian. After all, he was still weak, and he had a lot of secrets on him. If he was discovered, there might be very unimaginable consequences. Since young Master Yi is already out of danger, you should return to the city governor's office early. I have something to do, so I will leave first. See you again. When Yi Xian was speaking to him with gratitude, Long Chen said coldly, then turned around and left. He quickly disappeared into the darkness, which made Yi Xian stunned. This person seems to be quite interesting. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up into a faint smile as he looked in the direction Long Chen disappeared in. Thinking of the assassination attempt today, Yi Xian's face turned cold. He was puzzled. I just came to the Spectre City. Who is so eager to kill me? Is it my family's enemy or my sister's enemy? Yi Xian was puzzled. After finding another restaurant, Long Chen stayed there. He was also puzzled as to why those people wanted to kill Yi Xian. But he was an outsider, so he naturally did not know. As he was pondering, the day of the selection of the Spectre army finally arrived. When the sun rose, Long Chen stepped onto the street and went to the Spectre Colosseum in the east of the city. Outside the Colosseum, there was a large crowd. There were people from the Spectre army, people who wanted to become members of the Spectre army, and people who wanted to become members of the Spectre army. There were also people who wanted to become members of the Spectre army. There were also people who wanted to become members of the Spectre army. There were also people who wanted to become members of the Spectre army. There were also people who wanted to become members of the Spectre army. There were also people who wanted to become members of the Spectre army. There were also people who were watching. Chapter 897. At the entrance of the Spectre Colosseum, there were several long tables. Behind the tables were many members of the Netherworld army. Among them were sergeants and centurions. There were more than 10 centurions sitting in front of the Spectre Colosseum. There were also many members of the Netherworld army who were trying to maintain order. The centurions were only there to monitor the people who signed up. Next to each centurion, there were several sergeants who were checking the information of the people who signed up. One by one, the young experts lined up in the middle of the queue with a confident look in their eyes. Every one of them was a proud and arrogant person. Basically, they didn't talk to the others, but were preparing for the next battle. It was not easy to get the unanimous approval of the 4 god martial arts realm experts with their own strength. Therefore, even if many of them had directly killed a level 7 Emperor-level ominous beast, they were still a little nervous. The people who signed up could enter the Spirit Colosseum. Long Chen observed for a while. Since he had arrived, there were already over 100 people who had successfully entered the magnificent and domineering building in front of him. The Spirit Colosseum was a huge green building. It looked like a roaring tiger facing the sky. Countless symbols were flickering on it. It could be seen how powerful the Netherworld army was to be able to build a building in the shape of a ferocious beast. The people who could enter the Spirit Colosseum were basically all above the 7th level of the Heaven Martial Realm. Occasionally, there were a few people in the 6th level of the Heaven Martial Realm, but they had outstanding abilities. It was similar to what Long Chen had heard. Some talisman masters in the 6th level of the Heaven Martial Realm or people with powerful weapons could also sign up. During that time, there were also people in the 5th level of the Heaven Martial Realm. However, the centurions who were taking a nap would directly stop them. They would test their strength and then send them away. The Netherworld army had strict military discipline. Those who were not qualified were absolutely not allowed to enter. At this time, Long Chen saw that it was about time, so he joined one of the groups. His appearance immediately attracted a lot of attention. After all, judging from his appearance, he was still quite young. Moreover, his cultivation level was obviously not as high as the other applicants. In fact, it was much lower than the others. This is around the 4th level of the Heaven Martial Realm. Are you joking? It's impossible for a cultivator of the 5th level of the Heaven Realm to pass, but a cultivator of the 4th level of the Heaven Realm has gone in. Isn't that purely making trouble? When it's his turn, the centurion will probably get angry. After Long Chen decided to participate, a lot of discussions immediately sounded out. Looking around, the gazes of the people looking at him were filled with disdain and even disdain. Long Chen didn't care about this. He would use his performance to surprise them. However, at this time, in front of Long Chen, a man who was dressed coquettishly turned his head and looked at Long Chen, clicking his tongue non-stop. Long Chen glanced at him and suddenly had a feeling of nausea. This man had an obvious Adam's apple and a beard, but he was dressed in a very feminine way. Basically, he had used all the things that women wore, eyeshadow, rouge, and so on. Long Chen didn't pay attention before and thought that he was a woman. It turned out that he was a pervert. What are you looking at? Long Chen glared at him. Oh. You're quite amazing. You're only in the 4th level of the Heaven Martial Realm, yet you dare to come up and sign up? And you dare to talk to me like that? You're simply looking for a beating. If you annoy me, I'll make you wish you were dead. His voice was like the person's. The way he spoke was also very feminine. He held his thumb and middle finger and looked at Long Chen with disdain. Long Chen didn't feel like talking to him. He was obviously a man, but he wanted to dress like a woman. If that wasn't something wrong with his heart, then what was? Why aren't you talking? You must be feeling guilty, right? I think you'd better get lost. Otherwise, you'll make me feel annoyed. A little kid actually wants to join the Netherworld army? You really don't know how to write the word death. Humph! That Master Spring turned around and pointed at Long Chen. "Is there something wrong with your mother's head?" said Long Chen coldly, glaring at him. That Master Spring retreated a few steps in fright. After he came back to his senses, his face, which was covered in rouge, was incomparably furious. It was as if being scared by Long Chen was a very humiliating thing. At that moment, without saying anything, he threw himself at Long Chen and shouted, "Damn you, you dare to scare me? I'll kill you. What kind of grandfather is a eunuch? Get lost." Originally, Long Chen was in a good mood, but when he saw that disgusting man, he had an impulse to kill him. A man dressed up gorgeously, wasn't that just a pain in the ass? At that moment, someone shouted, "Song Yuchen, hurry up and sign up." This shout came from one of the sergeants of the Netherworld Army. It was now Song Yuchen's turn. Song Yuchen glared fiercely at Long Chen and snorted coldly like a sissy. Then, he walked towards the direction of the Spectre Colosseum. He seemed a little arrogant and despotic, not putting the Netherworld Army in his eyes at all. When he arrived in front of the sergeants, he directly took out a token from his sleeve. After seeing the token, the eyes of the sergeants lit up and he said, "All right, you can go in directly. Your grandfather is waiting for you inside." Song Yuchen smiled proudly. The rouge on his face was piled up together, causing the sergeants' faces to twitch. They originally wanted to vomit, but fortunately, they had strong willpower and endured it. Long Chen noticed this detail. It seems that Song Yuchen has connections within the Netherworld Army. No matter where he goes, he has connections. Even the Netherworld Army is the same. With connections within the Netherworld Army, perhaps it meant that even if Long Chen's strength was stronger than Song Yuchen's, he couldn't do anything to him. Of course, no matter how great his background was, Long Chen wasn't afraid. But the problem was that Long Chen joined the Netherworld Army because he wanted to enter the Netherworld battlefield. So, he didn't want to provoke unnecessary disputes. However, if he wanted to hide, others would directly come to him. The reason why Long Chen was able to climb up from a small place to where he was today was mostly because he was forced by others. After registering, Song Yuchen didn't leave. Instead, he glared at Long Chen like a tiger watching its prey. He said to the centurion next to him, "This brat only has the strength of the 4th level of the Heaven Realm, yet he wants to join the Netherworld Army. That's really too unreasonable. I heard that people who don't have a high enough level have to be tested when registering. Brothers, it's already very tiring to be here. Leave this small task to me." The centurion and sergeants were a bit hesitant. The Netherworld Army had strict discipline. Song Yuchen was right. Long Chen did indeed need to be tested, but he needed the people of the Netherworld Army to do it, not other people. Wasn't Song Yuchen purely causing trouble? "If you don't agree, I'll have to talk to my grandfather." Song Yuchen clicked his tongue and laughed when he saw their awkward expressions. After a moment of thought, the presiding centurion made up his mind. "Young master, please don't take any lives. It'll be too unsightly. If Major Qin Xiong is alerted, we'll all be screwed. Isn't that obvious? At most, the corpses will look better." Song Yuchen was waiting for him to say that. After he finished speaking, he said nothing else and walked towards Long Chen. He coldly snorted and immediately, a lot of the powder on his face fell. "You heard what I just said. You're only in the 4th level of the Heaven Realm. In order to test whether or not you're purely here to cause trouble, I'll slightly test your strength." Immediately after he finished speaking, he used the domain of the 7th level of the Heaven Realm to suppress Long Chen's body. With a whistling sound, that seemingly weak punch directly struck towards Long Chen's face. Looking at the situation, it seemed that he wanted to take Long Chen's life. Under that kind of attack, no one in the 4th level of the Heaven Realm could survive. The domain of the 7th level of the Heaven Realm had absolute power to suppress people in the 4th level of the Heaven Realm. Long Chen didn't move. The surrounding people noticed that and thought that Long Chen couldn't move. What's going on? How come someone dares to attack in front of the Spirit Colosseum? I don't know what's going on either, but it seems that the Netherworld army is trying to stop him. Isn't that a cultivator in the 4th level of the Heaven Realm? Ah, that woman wants to kill him. How could she dare to kill someone in front of the Netherworld army? What woman? That's a man. Moreover, he must have a good relationship with someone in the Netherworld army. Otherwise, how could the Netherworld army let him kill someone? Who's going to kill who? Look! At that moment, everyone cried out in alarm. A high-level Emperor Tier spear had appeared in Long Chen's hand. The spear was like a viper as it pierced through the air. 3000 domain spear execution. Under Long Chen's attack, densely packed starlight rumbled towards his opponent. The domain of the 7th level of the Heaven Realm couldn't suppress Long Chen at all. During this process, Long Chen didn't use the Dragon Soul transformation. Instead, he used the Yin and Yang Sword Spirit and the 5 Sovereign Dharma images. His attack was raised to the level of the 6th level of the Heaven Realm. In addition to the other bonuses, he directly forced Song Yuchen to retreat. The 3000 domain spear pierced Song Yuchen's clothes. Long Chen suddenly swept his clothes and revealed a large area of his snow-white skin. A man's snow-white skin caused a burst of laughter. You! Song Yuchen didn't pay attention for a moment, so Long Chen took advantage of this opportunity. He immediately wrapped himself in beautiful clothes. His face, which had been painted several times, was already red with anger. He pointed at Long Chen with his thumb and middle finger. He was so angry that he was about to explode. You actually, what did I do to you? Long Chen spread his hands and said with a smile. Chapter 898. You dare to stop me? You don't want to be a centurion anymore? Song Yuchen was frantically trying to break free, but he was unable to break free from the bindings of the 9th Tian Qi layer. Young master, even if your grandfather was here, he wouldn't dare to let you cause trouble here because Marshal Su Mo might be watching from the shadows. I'm doing this for your own good. Also, there's one thing I have to tell you. Whether or not I can become a centurion is only related to my own strength and my battle achievements. It has nothing to do with your grandfather. The words of the centurion, as well as the ferocious expression on his face, stunned Song Yuchen. He had long heard that the underworld army was strictly disciplined, and that they were not in his family. As long as one had a status, they could do whatever they wanted. Here, a mere centurion dared to teach him a lesson. Besides, I also thought of a solution for you. Captain Song Yang is not one of the examiners. After you enter, you can use his strength to teach that guy a lesson. What do you think? All right. Song Yuchen waved his big sleeve and glared at Long Chen. Then, he walked into the Spirit Colosseum. Long Chen saw all of this with his eyes. Thank you very much, said Long Chen to the centurion during the registration. If you want to listen to my advice, don't go in. I see that you are very talented and have a huge potential. You are a mere 4th Tian Qi layer and yet you are able to fool around like that. That's why I'm warning you. Wait a few years and you won't meet someone like Song Yuchen. Besides, you are very confident, said the centurion while looking at Long Chen. Then, he lowered his head and advised. I am very confident right now, said Long Chen while smiling. His smile was filled with confidence. All right. The centurion realized that he had underestimated Long Chen. From Long Chen's smile and words, he could feel that he was a very steady young man. He wouldn't do anything dangerous. After the registration, Long Chen got his own number and walked into the Spirit Colosseum. Many people were dumbstruck when they saw that Long Chen was actually able to enter. They could only say that he was really too mysterious. Among the people who had successfully registered, there were many people who entered the Spirit Colosseum with him. Those people all had nervous expressions on their faces, but their faces were filled with dreams. The Netherworld army was their dream. After looking at those people, Long Chen suddenly felt that he was very strange. Even though I'm definitely not as old as them, why do I feel like I've been through a lot? On this point, Long Chen was quite speechless. Perhaps it was because he had experienced a lot, but he didn't care much about dreams. What urged him to move forward was more responsibility. His responsibility to his father, his responsibility to love Lingxi, and his responsibility to his brother Mo Xiaolang. It was these responsibilities that urged him to move forward, not dreams. It was as if he had never had a dream of his own. The Spirit Colosseum in front of him was an incomparably huge building. Long Chen walked through the huge and spacious door. It was dark inside. Along with the others, the sound of footsteps echoed throughout the space. Finally, they saw a light in front of them. After walking out of the light, Long Chen realized that it was just a small door inside the Spirit Colosseum. At the door, there were many Netherworld army soldiers. Rookies, find a seat and sit down. Once everyone enters, the selection will truly begin. Following the instructions of the Netherworld army, Long Chen sat down on a wooden chair not far away. There were tens of thousands of seats like this. Tens of thousands of seats surrounded the Spirit Colosseum below. The Spirit Colosseum was a flat and wide piece of black soil. There were many ferocious beast footprints on it, as well as traces of battle. The soil gave off a thick smell of blood. Traces of blood had already dried up, but it was still possible to see that there had been a large pool of blood before. This meant that many people and beasts had died in this place. The air was filled with a solemn atmosphere. One by one, the trainees of the Netherworld army came out of the small door and sat down in the seats that surrounded the Spirit Colosseum. Because there were tens of thousands of seats, there were only a few hundred people present. Everyone didn't trust each other, so they sat very sparsely. There wasn't anyone within 10 meters of Long Chen. Long Chen should be considered to have arrived early. The registration would probably only end at noon. The real selection would probably only begin at this time. The Spirit Colosseum, as the name implied, was used to battle with ferocious beasts. It was also a way for the Netherworld army, and even ordinary martial artists, to temper themselves. Long Chen felt the ground tremble. It was clear that there were many ferocious beasts in the Spirit Colosseum. At the same time, there were also battle puppet beasts created by puppet masters. They also had powerful battle strength and could even activate battle skills. There were many puppet masters in the Netherworld army. The participants could freely choose their opponents. Generally speaking, the ferocious beasts were more ferocious, while the puppet beasts were more powerful. However, they were more mechanical. As long as they received the approval of the 4 examiners, they would succeed. This selection would probably last for several days before the thousands of people finished fighting. The fact that they could take out thousands of ferocious beasts and puppet beasts showed how generous the Netherworld army was. The Netherworld army held a selection every month. It wasn't a grand selection, so there were only 4 first-stage Divine Martial Realm martial artists in charge. At this moment, Long Chen looked at the front of the bestial battle arena. It was filled with underworld soldiers. Surrounded by the underworld soldiers, there were 4 huge seats placed horizontally in front of the bestial battle arena. From this position, one could clearly see every detail of the bestial battle arena. At the same time, one could release one's prestige. The 4 examiners would probably sit in this position when they arrived. Just like the 4 tycoons, they gave off a huge intimidating aura. It wasn't time yet. Long Chen was so bored that he closed his eyes and rested. It wasn't easy to enter the Netherworld battlefield. Time gradually passed. The people in the Spirit Colosseum grew more and more. Many of the Spirit Colosseum's tens of thousands of seats were already half full. This time, there were especially many people participating in the selection. There were roughly 5,000 people. Fortunately, Long Chen had chosen to enter at the beginning. That way, he wouldn't have to wait so long. With so many people, the surroundings became much noisier. Even though the Netherworld army was very strict and no one dared to speak, some small conversations could be heard. They were all talking about the selection this time. I heard that the 4 examiners this time are very strict. Every one of them is very flexible. Sometimes, even if you perform perfectly, they can still find flaws and eliminate you. This time, it's even more abnormal. There are over 5,000 people participating, but only 100 are being recruited. Doesn't that mean that if you can't instantly kill your opponent, it's basically impossible to enter? Don't worry too much. 5,000 people, 4 examiners. The selection is for the most outstanding 100 people. I believe that I have the strength. With my strength, if I can't be selected, there must be some inside story. At worst, I'll just go to another main city. I can still participate. All kinds of discussions filled Long Chen's ears. As expected, there's a Chiliarch, Song Yang, who's in the first stage of the divine martial realm. Song Yuchen and Song Yang were definitely related. It seems that I have to perform the most outstanding this time. Otherwise, I really won't be able to enter. I have to perform so well that no one can say anything. Long Chen secretly made up his mind. Only 100 out of 5,000 people could enter. Moreover, he had to suit the tastes of the 4 examiners. The difficulty was actually quite high. Even Long Chen himself wasn't absolutely confident. Soon, it was noon. Look, it's that Yi Xian. At this moment, a handsome young man, accompanied by several soldiers of the underworld army, entered the hall. With his strength, he could have entered the Netherworld army directly. I didn't expect him to participate in the selection. That's right. I really don't know what this guy is thinking. He's already in the divine martial realm, but he still wants to fight with us for that spot. He's using his own strength to prove that he didn't enter the Netherworld army by relying on connections. Unlike some people, who try their best to squeeze themselves in just because they have some connections. Those who enter by relying on connections will sooner or later die under the cruel rules of the Netherworld army. After hearing what you guys said, I'm starting to admire this Yi Xian. He's handsome, young, and has a strong background. He's powerful and has great potential. This Yi Xian is simply a perfect person. If only I were him, that would be great. Yeah, and he has such a perfect older sister. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, Yi Xian casually found a seat. After sitting down, he didn't say anything. He looked down at the arena with an indifferent expression. From his expression, it was impossible to tell that he had suffered a fatal attack last night. I wonder if this Yi Xian knows who killed him that day. Long Chen glanced over. At this moment, an old man wearing ordinary Netherworld armor sat down beside Yi Xian. This old man was a bit strange. Long Chen sized him up a bit and determined that this guy should be in the divine martial realm. Moreover, he was above the first tier of the divine martial realm. His senses had always been very sharp. After comparing Yi Xian with this old man, he was more or less certain. Yi Xian began to chat with this old man. His face was brimming with a faint smile. This old man must be a high-ranking member of the Netherworld army who came to watch. He should be a major who leads 10,000 Netherworld army soldiers. Chapter 899. Long Chen didn't pay much attention to this old man. After a while, everyone had finally arrived. At this time, a group of 4 middle-aged men flew over from afar. They directly flew over the beast battling arena and sat on the seat that fourth elder brother used to be the main examiner. Among these 4 middle-aged men, one was a beautiful woman wearing the netherworld battle armor. The other 3 were men. Because Song Yuchen's attire was a little special, Long Chen didn't know which one was Song Yang. Fourth brother was an expert in the god martial arts realm. Perhaps it was because they were the chief examiners, but every single one of them had an extremely grave expression on their faces. Every single one of them exuded a frightening aura. When they saw the 4 of them come out, the people who were originally discussing turned silent out of fear. The originally noisy beast battle arena instantly quietened down. Everyone was paying their respects to the 4 chief examiners. At this moment, the 4 Kiliarchs had already sat down and were looking at the rookies below with disdain in their eyes. There wasn't even a trace of a smile on their faces. For a moment, there was absolute silence. At this moment, the only beautiful woman among the 4 suddenly looked at the 3 people beside her and suddenly spoke. That clear and cold voice instantly spread throughout the arena. There are a total of 5,327 people participating in this month's selection. Each of you has received your own number. Long Chen looked at the wooden plate in his hand. His number was 380. According to this order, his selection should be at the front. Everyone subconsciously glanced at their own numbers. They already had a rough idea in their hearts that the first person to arrive must be very nervous. Let me introduce myself. My name is Qi Bing. The beautiful woman in the netherworld battle armor gave off a valiant and formidable-looking feeling. My name is Jiang Shi. My name is Zhang Huayuan. The man sitting on the far right stroked his long beard and said coldly, My name is Song Yang, one of the Kiliarchs of the netherworld army. These Kiliarchs probably didn't have good reputations in the outside world. They were probably very strict people, so when they spoke, they all kept quiet out of fear. The only female, Qi Bing, looked around and said, I won't waste any more words. If you want to enter the underworld army, then show us your most powerful methods. Let us see your strength, battle prowess, and your potential. As long as you conquer our hearts, then you can pass the underworld army selection. The selection of the underworld army in the Spectre Lord City is much stricter than the selection of random places. Therefore, every underworld army soldier in the Spectre Lord City is a dragon among men. Let's not talk about anything else. Number 1, come on up. Do you want to choose a ferocious beast or a puppet beast? After Qi Bing finished speaking, she closed her mouth and waved her hand, not saying anything more. Behind her, dozens of underworld army soldiers descended from the sky and jumped into the arena. There were many steel doors on the walls of the arena. Behind these doors were many ferocious beasts and puppets. These dozens of underworld army soldiers were the ones controlling these ferocious beasts. Under Qi Bing's command, among the thousands of people, a youth walked to the edge of the seating area and directly jumped into the Colosseum. This youth's eyes flickered with an intense self-confidence. No wonder he dared to be the first to participate in the selection, he definitely had something to rely on. I am number 1, Jiang Jinglong. I choose Ferocious Beast. Good. The performance of the first martialist was very brave. Qi Bing was quite satisfied and immediately cheered. The other 3 examiners looked cold, especially Song Yang. Compared to Song Yuchen, they didn't seem like a family at all. After Jiang Jinglong finished speaking, a few of the underworld army soldiers exchanged glances. One of them who was controlling the door immediately opened it. In an instant, an earth-shattering roar came from the door. As soon as the door opened, a ferocious beast that looked like a lion rushed out. There were definitely many other ferocious beasts behind the door. However, when the ferocious lion came out, a few underworld army soldiers worked together to force the other ferocious beasts back and lock the door again. The ferocious lion was chased into the arena. Its only target was Jiang Jinglong, who was standing in the vast arena. Roar! The ferocious lion let out a deafening roar. A huge shockwave swept towards Jiang Jinglong. Black smoke and dust rose from the ground, and the smell of blood could be smelled in the air. Boom! Boom! The ferocious lion took a step forward and charged towards Jiang Jinglong. Jiang Jinglong's complexion didn't change in the face of such a frightening 7th-grade emperor-level monstrous beast. He silently revolved his true qi, and when the ruthless lion approached him, he suddenly let out a loud roar and punched out. Suddenly, an even louder lion's roar resounded. Lion shaking fist. A golden ferocious lion burst out from the hands of the young man named Jiang Jinglong. In an instant, it expanded several times and fell from the sky. With a violent roar, the ferocious lion fist swallowed the ferocious lion beast. A miserable roar was heard. Thousands of people watched helplessly as the great, 7 martial emperor ferocious beast was turned into a pile of minced meat. Jiang Jinglong took a few steps back before he stabilized himself. It was still a little difficult for him to use this move. At this moment, he adjusted his aura and a cold light burst out from his eyes. He cupped his hands towards the 4 examiners in the sky and said, "Seniors, please comment." The examiners didn't say anything, but the other examiners started discussing. Jiang Jinglong can unexpectedly use a god-tier battle skill. Adding on his understanding of the 7th heaven chi layer, he performed so well in his first battle. It shouldn't be a problem for him to pass. Long Chen estimated in his heart. Jiang Jinglong's strength was much stronger than Luo Wei. At this moment, everyone's gaze shifted to the 4 examiners in the sky. Based on Jiang Jinglong's performance and his score, they could more or less know whether they could pass or not. Undoubtedly, Jiang Jinglong's performance at the beginning was very experienced. According to the order, the first examiner, Qi Bing, was the first to vote. She nodded and said, "The first examiner has a good start." To be able to use a god-tier battle skill to such an extent, he didn't waste much strength. "I pass." The other 2 also commented a little, expressing their approval in their words. All of their decisions were passed, and 3 of them had already passed. This meant that Jiang Jinglong had successfully advanced. Of course, he was only likely to join the Netherworld Army. In the end, only 100 Netherworld Army members would be recruited. In other words, if the number of people who passed exceeded 100, someone would still be rejected. The last examiner, Song Yang's decision, was no longer important. At that moment, he coldly snorted and said, "Although my decision is no longer important, I still won't let you pass. You're older than the other participants, which means your potential is low. Although you're pretty good right now, there's not much you can do. Even if you join the Nether Army, you won't be able to achieve much." Song Yang's straightforward words caused the originally excited people's mood to instantly fall to the bottom of the valley. Jiang Jinglong's complexion was a little unsightly. After all, they were all proud and arrogant people. Song Yang, in front of thousands of people, said that he wouldn't be able to achieve much. To him, that was a huge blow. "Thank you for your comments, senior." Jiang Jinglong didn't refute. After thanking the 4 examiners, he left the bestial battle arena under the arrangement of the Nether Army and returned to his seat through another path. Over 5,000 people could only leave after the selection was completed. Such a good performance, but 1,000-man commander Song Yang still found fault with it. How terrifying. If that's the case, wouldn't my potential be exhausted? Anyone who heard that would be discouraged. Elder Song Yang really doesn't know how to show mercy. The surrounding people were discussing in a low voice. Long Chen didn't think much of it. He had been judged countless times by others that he wouldn't have any achievements. However, didn't he still reach this stage and come to the 3 imperial domains? In the future, he would let more people see how heaven-defying he was. The contempt of others was only his motivation. If Jiang Jinglong could ignore Song Yang's words and move forward bravely, his achievements would definitely be greater than what Song Yang had said. This old fellow's words are really vicious. Long Chen looked at Song Yang. Suddenly, his expression changed, because he saw that Song Yuchen, who was dressed like a woman, wasn't far behind Song Yang. This wasn't a good sign. Soon, the second martialist jumped into the bestial battle arena and chose a puppet. The puppet didn't have a consciousness, so it wouldn't be as effective in battle. However, its offensive power was much stronger. Under the control of several Nether Army soldiers, a huge black ball rolled in front of the martialist. After a series of crackling electric currents, the black metal ball underwent a huge transformation. In a short period of time, the black metal ball turned into a sturdy steel giant. The steel giant's body was still circulating with purple lightning. Wherever the lightning passed, purple runes would flash on the steel giant's body. The steel giant's body was covered in dense purple runes. The purple lightning was the power emitted by the purple runes. What bad luck! It's actually a purple lightning giant. Long Chen heard a martialist beside him say. Is the purple lightning giant very powerful? Asked Long Chen. Chapter 900. As he spoke, martialist number 2 had already started fighting with the purple lightning giant. This time, the battle was not as straightforward as the first time. The second warrior was holding a long sword. He was actually a sword martialist, and he had also comprehended the first layer of sword truth. The sword in his hand was very fast, like the wind and lightning. In terms of speed, he was even faster than the purple lightning giant. At the beginning, one could hear the sound of the sword colliding with steel. Unfortunately, the second cultivator's attack could not break the giant's defense. Roar! The runes on the violet electric giant's body flickered as it swallowed a huge amount of Emperor Spirit Qi and released it in the form of an attack. At this time, the two fists of the violet electric giant collided with each other, triggering a large amount of electric current that instantly locked onto the second warrior. Domain. The second cultivator gritted his teeth and used his domain to suppress the giant. This was his trump card. Boom, boom, boom. Unfortunately, the domain of the 7th level of the Sky Martial Realm could not defeat the giant. The Emperor's spiritual chi madly gathered and the giant punched the ground, sending the second cultivator flying. No! The second cultivator let out a desperate cry. The giant was an emotionless puppet. With a single punch, the second cultivator was smashed to pieces and fell to the ground. Pa! With the sound of the cultivator falling to the ground, the crowd's mood also fell to the bottom. The selection of the Netherworld army was too cruel. Next. Chiliarch Chi Bing swept his cold eyes across the crowd. He did not feel the slightest bit of pity for the death of the second cultivator. The third cultivator quickly jumped down. After summing up the experience of the previous cultivator, he chose to fight a ferocious beast. After a quarter of an hour of battle, he killed the ferocious beast. However, even though he killed the ferocious beast, he did not have a stunning performance. Therefore, none of the 4 examiners allowed him to pass. The cultivator could only leave dispiritedly. Time gradually passed. Every martial artist's time, on average, was about a quarter of an hour. Every hour, only a dozen or so people would finish the selection. Most people would get 1 or 2 passes. Those who got 3 passes were very few, and those who got 4 passes were basically non-existent. From this, it could be seen that everyone had different opinions. It was indeed very difficult to get the approval of the 4 main examiners. Long Chen was ranked in the 300th place. After a day, it was his turn. From this, it could be seen that the selection would last for 10 days. Only now did Long Chen realize that the selection would take so long. The selection was held once a month, and it took 10 days each time. As a result, the Netherworld army that was selected were all very outstanding. Everyone present was an expert. 10 days was a very short period of time for them. The next morning, it was almost Long Chen's turn. During this day, he had seen a lot. He had also learned a lot from the battles of the other cultivators. He had summed up many of his shortcomings. Among them, he had tried to activate the true martial imperial soul. He was pleasantly surprised to find that even watching other people's battles helped him a lot. His martial spirit was gradually becoming stronger. He had a premonition that it was very likely that in a short period of time, he would make another step forward and reach the 5th level of the Heaven Martial Realm. He was getting closer and closer to his goal. Although Long Chen and Song Yuchen were ranked first, there were more than a dozen places to distribute numbers. Therefore, there was a difference of more than a dozen numbers between the two of them. Song Yuchen had already gone up before Long Chen. When he saw his grandson, Song Yang revealed a trace of a smile. For the icy-faced man, this was very rare. In the previous battles, less than 3 people had passed Song Yang's test. His harsh conditions made people tremble in fear. Song Yuchen coughed. Under everyone's gaze, he was very proud of himself. Then, he tidied his long hair and said to the 4 examiners, "Greetings, seniors. I am number 371, my name is Song Yuchen." It was not convenient for him to say his relationship with Song Yang in public. Otherwise, it would not be easy for Song Yang to go easy on him. So far, there were only 7 people who had passed more than 3 tests. My opponent is a puppet. After looking around, Song Yuchen said confidently. Under the control of the Underworld army, a steed-type puppet came out. This puppet looked like a horse, but also like a sheep. Its body was covered in layers of fur, its eyes were a little dull, and its neck was very long. However, it had a very domineering aura. Although it looked very weak, its combat strength was probably not low. Just based on its appearance, this puppet was countless times worse than the Violet Lightning Giant. There were yellow runes flashing on the puppet. It's actually a grass mud horse. Everyone roared with laughter. This puppet beast, grass mud horse, was a kind of ugly puppet that was made for a joke. The reason it was called this was because it looked a little like a beast. However, one should not underestimate it because of its appearance. This grass mud horse was very powerful. Song Yuchen versus the puppet grass mud horse. Hearing the laughter from above, Song Yuchen's face darkened. Today's luck was really too bad. However, he did not know that this grass mud horse was actually arranged by his grandfather. Although it was a little ugly, its combat strength was actually the lowest among all the ferocious beasts and puppets. Quiet. One of the Kiliarchs, Song Yang, coldly snorted. There was a kind of soul-shaking power in his voice. Everyone felt like their heads were on fire. They had no choice but to stop laughing. Below, the furious Song Yuchen began to fight with the grass mud horse. The puppet looked weak, but its body was not much weaker than the Violet Lightning Giant. Each time it collided with it, it could explode with a powerful force. This was also the reason why it could become one of the test puppets of the Underworld army. Song Yuchen was indeed a figure with a god martial realm elder. The cultivation method he practiced was all special. At that moment, he actually used a god-level battle skill and directly smashed the puppet to pieces. However, he himself was also in a very sorry state. After rolling on the ground for a few times, he finally reacted. There were quite a few people who possessed trump cards like god-tier battle skills among the participating fighters. Among the 300 people, there were around 20 or so. However, there were very few people who could use it as perfectly as Jiang Jinglong. Song Yuchen could only be regarded as someone who could use a god-tier cultivation method. He was still a very long time away from mastering it. Moreover, from his battle, Long Chen could see many problems, such as his lack of battle experience, his exaggerated movements, and so on. It could be said that if it was someone else who performed like this, they would at most get 2 passes. Seniors, please give your comments. After tidying up his clothes, Song Yuchen flipped his hair in a very coquettish manner. Afterwards, he looked at the 4 examiners. His eyes were mostly focused on his grandfather, and a pleading expression appeared in his eyes. He actually knew that his strength was a little lacking compared to the others who had passed, but with his grandfather as an examiner, it was nothing. On the platform, Song Yang smiled helplessly. In a place where no one could see, Song Yang's hand lightly touched Jiang Shi, who was beside him. Jiang Shi understood and touched the other chief examiner. That chief examiner then informed Qi Bing. In this way, the 4 of them knew that this was Song Yang's grandson. They were all Kiliarchs, so they had to give him a favor. As a result, Qi Bing said directly, "Your attacks are fast and your god-tier battle skill is good. I'll pass you. Keep it up." "Thank you, Senior Qi Bing." All of this was within Song Yuchen's expectations. Getting 1 pass was nothing. However, the second examiner actually passed Song Yuchen as well. At this moment, everyone's gazes were focused on the 3rd examiner, Jiang Shi. Jiang Shi was immediately under a lot of pressure. However, it was fine as long as 3 people passed. In order to ease the emotions of others, he directly waved his hand and said, "In my opinion, you're still a little lacking. You don't pass." In the end, the decision was given to Song Yang. Song Yang was known for his strictness. Since the start of the battle, only a dozen or so people had passed. Moreover, most of them had already become reserve soldiers of the Netherworld Army. Everyone's gazes landed on Song Yang. He's a promising talent. Pass. At this moment, Song Yang said something that everyone was unconvinced with. What? He can pass at this level? Does he think we're blind? I'm not convinced. Many people began to clamor, especially those who had performed well but were rejected. All of you, shut up. We can take your life if anyone dares to question our decision, Qi Bing snorted as she glanced over everyone coldly. Everyone could only swallow the unwillingness in their hearts. This result was within Long Chen's expectations. To a Chiliarch, arranging for a junior to join the Netherworld Army was not a big deal. Even the upper echelon of the Netherworld Army would not care much about it. Moreover, Song Yuchen's strength was not ridiculously weak. Song Yuchen proudly walked out of the arena and sat down on a seat not far away from Song Yang. He called over one of the soldiers and said, "In a while, there will be a young man with a gray line between his eyebrows. Help me tell my grandfather that this person has a conflict with me, so he can't pass." The soldier hesitated slightly, but he nodded and passed on the message to Song Yang. "What a little bastard," Song Yang smiled helplessly. Chapter 901. Time gradually passed, and in less than half an hour, it was the turn of number 380. Long Chen had seen this kind of scene where he was surrounded by thousands of people many times, but this time was different. There were experts of the god martial arts realm present, so he had to be careful, and he was also a little nervous. The matter of the dragon martialist must not be leaked out. Back then, the 5 emperors knew that Long Chen was a dragon martialist because Scarlet Emperor had been secretly observing Long Chen. At that time, Long Chen's strength was low, so he was discovered. But now, it was different. He had reached the 4th level of the heaven martial realm and was vigilant. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to guess it. After all, how many dragon martialists were there in the 3 imperial domains? Apart from Long Chen probably didn't have one. There was actually a dragon martialist in the Myriad Kingdoms territory. Although it was a red dragon of the lowest level, Long Chen was still very surprised. In ancient times, the myriad kingdoms' territory and the 3 imperial domains were not divided in strength, so it was normal for the divine dragon's blood to appear there. Under the gazes of the crowd, Long Chen landed in the arena. His appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. What's going on? How can a 4th level of the Heaven Martial Realm enter? Yeah, isn't this nonsense? Is he relying on his connections again? This is too unfair. If this kid loses, I'll see how the 4 examiners will talk nonsense and let him pass. Immediately, many people in the Spectral Colosseum said discontentedly. However, even the 4 examiners were a little surprised. How can a 4th level of the Heaven Martial Realm enter? The 4 of them looked at each other in confusion. However, Song Yang seemed to have seen a gray line between Long Chen's eyebrows. This kid is only in the 4th level of the Heaven Martial Realm. He's the enemy that Chun mentioned. This was too much of a surprise to him. Long Chen had already expected this scene, so there was nothing strange about it. He cupped his hands and said, Junior Long Chen greets the 4 seniors of the Netherworld Legion. I am number 380, and I choose the puppet. He straightforwardly stated his choice and waited for the others to respond. After seeing Long Chen, the eyes of one of them lit up. This person was Yi Xian. I didn't expect him to participate in the selection of the Nether Army. So his name is Long Chen. What a mysterious fellow. You know him? The captain asked. I've met him once. He seems to be an interesting person. Yi Xian smiled and said no more. At this moment, Qi Bing didn't allow the Nether Legion to send out their puppets. Instead, she sized up Long Chen and said, Are you sure that with your strength, you can deal with ferocious beasts or puppets around the 7th rank of the Emperor rank? If I can't, I wouldn't be standing here, said Long Chen. His words were filled with strong confidence. Moreover, Long Chen looked very indifferent, not as exaggerated as Song Yuchen. When he said those words, many people had a good impression of him. No matter what, this young man's guts were pretty big. All right. Qi Bing waved her hand without saying anything else. The Underworld Legion on the side opened a door with a click, and a huge purple steel ball rolled out. Lightning crackled on it as it rolled 10 meters in front of Long Chen, crackling with purple lightning. It's a violet bolt giant. This young man's luck is really bad. Before, 3 people encountered a violet bolt giant and were killed by it. Let's see how he can pass this time. They thought that Long Chen was the same as Song Yuchen, relying on his connections to join the Nether Legion. Long Chen took a few steps back. He watched the steel ball that was flickering with purple lightning gradually evolve into a steel giant that was more than 3 meters tall. The bulging muscles of the steel were engraved with purple runes. Purple lightning splashed out from the flashing runes. A scorching aura rushed towards Long Chen. At this moment, the violet bolt giant and Long Chen were facing each other. Countless people's eyes were focused on Long Chen. They were ready to see how this young man would deal with the violet bolt giant. Many people even imagined him being smashed into a meat patty. The 4 examiners of the divine martial realm were also staring at Long Chen. However, they didn't think that Long Chen would have any outstanding performance. After all, they believed in their own eyes. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, the violet bolt giant took big steps and turned into a purple lightning bolt. It rushed towards Long Chen. Suddenly, the entire arena rumbled and shook. It was also a puppet, but the violet bolt giant was many times stronger than the grass mud horse from before. It could only be said that meeting this violet bolt giant was really bad luck. This young man's luck is really bad. I reckon that he will be smashed into pieces in a breath's time. I want to see how he can use his connections to join the Nether Legion under such circumstances. Could it be that he can join the Nether Legion even if he dies? Many people were discussing and laughing coldly. In Long Chen's eyes, the speed of the Violet Bolt Giant had become extremely slow. He had already figured out the rules. If he didn't perform exceptionally well, it would be very difficult for him to gain the recognition of the 4 examiners. Hence, he had to use tyrannical means. In the first instant, he displayed the trump cards that he had hidden in his body. Dragon Soul Transformation, Yin Yang Sword Soul, Hades Army Breaker, 5 Emperor Dharma images, and so on. When these powers were combined together, Long Chen's strength soared rapidly. In an instant, it soared to a level that made everyone raise their eyebrows. A huge pressure emanated from Long Chen's body. What's going on? Many people had this question in their minds. Without saying anything, Long Chen displayed the Human Emperor technique. Human Emperor technique, Sovereign's Descent. A punch that looked down on all living things was unleashed. Instantly, a golden fist mark vibrated towards the opponent. This golden fist mark had an indomitable and majestic pressure. It was as though the punch of an invincible person standing at the peak of the world had been executed. In terms of fist intent, it was rather tyrannical. All the power in its body struck Long Chen's fist. With a loud explosion, the Violet Bolt Giant plunged into Long Chen's Human Emperor technique at an extremely fast speed. A huge explosion resounded as purple lightning burst out and shone in the arena. When the explosion resounded, huge pieces of iron flew in all directions and fell to the ground with a sharp crash. The Violet Bolt Giant had been turned into pieces of scrap iron under the attack of Long Chen's majestic Human Emperor technique. At this moment, Long Chen put away everything and even recovered from the Dragon Soul Transformation. From the Dragon Soul Transformation to the display of his strength and then his return, it had all happened in an instant. In just an instant, everyone was stunned. At this moment, dozens of pieces of iron were scattered messily in the arena. Some of them were still emitting flashes of lightning. Long Chen stood among these pieces of iron and slowly retracted his attacking hand. He scanned the thousands of people around him. Because he had just displayed the Human Emperor technique, his eyes were filled with the aura of a king that looked down on all living things. This gaze made the hearts of many young people who weren't part of the underworld army jump. Long Chen's gaze finally shifted to the 4 examiners. At this moment, their expressions were very interesting. Seniors, please comment. According to the rules, Long Chen also said this. The 4 of them were so shocked that they couldn't speak for a moment. The others started discussing. How is that possible? He directly shattered the Violet Bolt Giant with a single move. What kind of strength is that? Even the first person, Jiang Jinglong, can't do that. Yeah, isn't he only in the 4th level of the Heaven Realm? How could he explode with such powerful strength in that instant? The 4th level of the Heaven Realm is definitely not his true strength. I just saw him take out a pair of God-level divine weapons, and he definitely used a God-level battle skill. If he was in the 7th level of the Heaven Realm, it would be very normal for him to defeat the Violet Bolt Giant with those 2 things, but his current strength, we misunderstood him just now. With his strength, he definitely didn't rely on his connections to enter. Because of Long Chen's outstanding performance, in an instant, everyone in the arena was discussing loudly. The buzzing sound resounded through the sky. Amongst the countless people, Yi Xian and the captain of the Netherworld army looked at each other. A trace of doubt appeared in the captain's eyes as he said, I can feel the power of the God Martial Realm on his body. I think it's very likely that he has the true essence left behind by several God Martial Realm experts on his body. Let him use it. In his right hand, there's a magic treasure. That magic treasure should be the thing that stores this power. His eyes were filled with shock. Very few God-level experts would put their remaining power on someone else and let that person use it, thus speeding up their own death. That's not all. I've seen many powerful sword cultivators. I've seen a person who comprehended the 3rd level of the way of the sword. This Long Chen is using gloves, and judging from his qi, he's also a sword cultivator. And it seems that his comprehension of the way of the sword is also at the third level. Yi Xian was a bit speechless. Compared to the sword cultivator he had seen, the current Long Chen was really too young. He was so young. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, how could Yi Xian believe that Long Chen had already comprehended the way of the sword to the third level? Chapter 902. Yeah, with his shocking performance, it shouldn't be a problem for him to get the first 4 passes, Yi Xian said extremely confidently. He obviously hoped that Long Chen would join the Netherworld army. After all, Long Chen had once saved his life. Of course, there was also someone who did not wish for Long Chen to join the Netherworld army at all, and that was Song Yuchen. Long Chen's performance before had truly blinded him. Long Chen's sudden eruption of strength had completely stunned him. Afterwards, he imagined that if Long Chen's attack had landed on him, he would probably have been the one shattered. Impossible. How can this kid be so powerful? I can't let him join the Netherworld army. Thinking up to here, he hurriedly urged the Nether soldier beside him to convey his intentions to his grandfather. The Nether soldier was sent by Song Yang to serve him. Although he was somewhat unwilling to run errands, he couldn't dissuade Song Yuchen. At this moment, everyone was waiting for the evaluation of the 4 examiners. Same as before, Qi Bing first. She looked at Long Chen in admiration and said, "Kid, not bad. Even I can't tell what methods you use to hide your presence. No matter what your strength is, your usage of God-tier battle skill and God-tier weapon are both extremely perfect. Also, your comprehension of the way of the sword should have reached a relatively deep level. It's not bad to have such strength at such a young age. There's no reason for you to not pass." Qi Bing's evaluation caused an uproar among the crowd. That evaluation was just too high. It could be described as the highest evaluation in history. Didn't this mean that Long Chen would definitely enter the next stage? Moreover, he might even be able to pass with 4. After Qi Bing finished speaking, it was the second examiner's turn to speak. The examiner had a smile on his face as he said, "Qi Bing is right, you have great potential. You've performed perfectly in all aspects. Amongst the participants here, there aren't many who can kill the Violet Lightning Giant in one move. My answer is naturally to pass." As long as he received one more pass, Long Chen would be able to advance. Everyone's expectant gazes landed on the 3rd examiner. Some were excited, while others were worried. The 3rd examiner was looking at Long Chen with a smile on his face. At that moment, Song Yang's mouth moved. No one knew what he said, but the examiner's expression immediately changed. He hesitated for a while, then looked at Long Chen with a cold expression and said, "I saw your performance just now. You must have used some special methods. You don't look young, but you are only in the 4th heaven realm. Compared to other people, you are much lower. You are fated to not have any achievements. I've thought about it over and over again, and I still can't let someone like you, who has almost used up all his potential, become a member of the Netherworld army." His words immediately caused a huge uproar. The examiner's words were pleasant to hear, but they were actually bullshit. Long Chen clearly performed very well, but he used such a dignified reason. Clearly, he was twisting words and forcing logic. Many people thought of themselves and felt a bit unconvinced. Long Chen's performance was who knew how many times better than Song Yuchen's. Even Song Yuchen could pass, so why couldn't Long Chen pass? Of course, there was still Song Yang. But just at that moment, Song Yang angrily rebuked, "All of you, shut up. As examiners, everyone has their own opinions. If anyone doubts our decision, get the hell out." After speaking, he coldly looked at Long Chen and said, "No matter what, this person is only in the 4th level of the Heaven Martial Realm. At his age, the soldiers of the Netherworld army are at least in the 7th level of the Heaven Martial Realm. Everyone, if it isn't because his potential has been exhausted, then what is it? Perhaps you can't see the difference now, but in 10 years, he will definitely be left far behind by others. It's fine if this kind of person doesn't join the Netherworld army. So, my decision is to not pass. Both examiners didn't allow Long Chen to pass. That meant that Long Chen couldn't join the Netherworld army. How could Long Chen not know that? It was clearly Song Yuchen who told Song Yang to make such a decision. Number 380, you can get the hell out of here. Next person, come up. After saying that, Song Yang took a deep breath and waved his hand at Long Chen. He didn't even look at Long Chen. However, he had underestimated Long Chen. What was wrong with Long Chen? He was someone who could be easily bullied. If he wanted to join the Netherworld Legion, no one would be able to stop him, not even the 4 examiners. Even though they were examiners, 1,000-men commanders of the God Martial Realm, the Netherworld army wasn't decided by Song Yang. When Song Yang told Long Chen to leave, Long Chen didn't leave. He looked around and suddenly burst into laughter. His laughter attracted everyone's attention. Actually, I know why Senior Song Yang eliminated me. I'm sure you all want to know. Long Chen looked very relaxed. Song Yang glared at him. What did this kid know? Long Chen didn't stop and continued, previously, I offended a person called Song Yuchen. He's the warrior who fought against the grass mud horse that was passed by the 3 examiners. This Song Yuchen seems to have a grandfather called Song Yang. I'm sure you all understand what I mean. Since the Netherworld army is like this, it's fine if I, Long Chen, don't come. Do you all think that this selection is interesting? Long Chen's meaning was very clear. As long as one was a cultivator, they would at least have this bit of wisdom. As a cultivator, they didn't have their own guts. If there was only one person, he wouldn't dare to rebel. However, when thousands of people felt that it was unfair, their anger would gather together and form a powerful momentum. Long Chen was right. This selection was about fairness. Without fairness, even if one had the strength, he wouldn't be able to join the Netherworld army. Then what was the point of joining the Netherworld army? Who supports me? Long Chen raised his arm and looked at everyone with sparkling eyes. At this moment, everyone stood up from their seats and stared furiously at Song Yang in the sky. It's actually so unfair. Those with strength can't enter, but those without strength can. I'm not participating in the Netherworld army. I'm not participating either. What's the point? I'd rather be a city guard. The treatment is good, and I don't have to suffer. Yes, I'm not participating either. Let me out. Thousands of people had come, but there were only 100 slots. In truth, many people had come to try their luck. Now that they saw such an unfair situation, and that someone was taking their slots away, it was like a rolling snowball. Furious voices rang out, and the entire Colosseum became noisy. Being drowned by so many curses, even Song Yang couldn't keep his face. The 3 examiners were also sitting there, feeling uneasy. Ever since they became Kiliarchs and became the upper echelons of the Netherworld army, they had never been so embarrassed. Today, Song Yang's face had been torn apart by Long Chen. He flew into a rage out of humiliation and wanted to attack Long Chen without saying anything. At that moment, Long Chen suddenly turned into a bloody light and fled to stand with the other cultivators. Song Yang's attack landed on the ground. The power of the divine martial realm made the ground tremble violently. You flew into a rage out of humiliation and tried to silence me. A Chiliarch of the Netherworld army can actually become a Chiliarch of the Netherworld army with such low quality. This is really an eye-opener for me. Long Chen's words not only infuriated Song Yang, but also disheartened everyone. Song Yang's face became incomparably pale. Today's matter had a very serious impact on the prestige of the Netherworld army. If this matter became too big, Song Yang would definitely be killed by the higher echelons. The Netherworld army was famous for its military discipline. His actions had tarnished the image of the Netherworld army in the capital city of specters, and perhaps even more. Wasn't this purely courting death? Song Yang, it's all your fault. The chilly arch who had previously blocked Long Chen with Song Yang said angrily. How can you blame me? You can only blame that kid. Motherfucker, I actually couldn't kill him in one go. If you kill him, everyone will definitely leave today. Our Netherworld army won't be able to recruit any new blood for the next few years. At that time, even if you have a strong backer, Martial Sumo will still kill you. Song Yang felt a lingering fear. Then what should I do? Song Yang didn't know what to do. It could be said that Long Chen's performance was not only heaven-defying, but also too audacious. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't have dared to say such words here. Surrounded by countless angry participants, the chilly arch smiled bitterly and said to Yi Xian, "This friend of yours really knows how to cause trouble, but I like it very much. Yes, I'll have to trouble Grandpa he. Don't call me Grandpa, I can't afford to be the city lord's younger brother. I'm working for Martial Sumo. If he knew that you called me Grandpa, he would directly swallow me alive." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man's figure directly appeared in the air above the Colosseum. Now that he was flying in the air, it proved that he was an expert of the God Martial Realm. Suddenly, a God Martial Realm expert had appeared, and he was even a bit older. When the others saw this, they all had a premonition that this was a big shot. Sure enough, a huge aura descended. That old man was like a god. The angry youths gradually shifted their gazes towards the old man, their eyes filled with curiosity. Chapter 903. The old man's voice reached everyone's ears. Everyone looked at each other and then calmed down. This old man had a serious face and a righteous aura. He didn't look like someone like Song Yang. Long Chen looked at the old man and then at the direction in which the old man had appeared. His keen senses told him that someone was looking at him from there. Yi Xian. Long Chen could roughly recognize this person. He smiled and didn't say anything. Since he came from Yi Xian, it meant that there shouldn't be a problem for him to join the Netherworld army. At this time, the old man looked around and said, "What happened just now was just an accident in the Netherworld army. I can guarantee that this kind of thing won't happen again. Our selection is absolutely fair and open. From now on, Song Yang's position will be taken by this old man. As for the person who just bowed 3 times 80th, Long Chen, I will allow him to join the Netherworld army." The old man's decision was accepted by everyone. Only one person had an ugly expression, it was obviously Song Yang. He was one of the chief examiners, but now he was removed from his position. This time, he had lost a lot of face. However, such a big thing happened today, it could be considered a good result. If the old man's temper wasn't good today, he would definitely be killed today. For the people present, a chilly arch was already a high enough position, not to mention a major. Many people's life goal was to become a chilly arch. A major was in the 2nd level of the divine martial realm, it was a legendary expert. In the entire Netherworld army, there were 500,000 people in the Netherworld army, but there were only a few dozen of them. Moreover, Qin Xiong's reputation was not bad. With his appearance, the people's mood obviously eased a lot. At this moment, the voices of discussion and opposition also disappeared. "I believe that the major can do this well, thank you very much." This was someone who had a good relationship with Yi Xian. Obviously, it was because of Yi Xian that he came to help Long Chen. Therefore, Long Chen immediately gave him a way out. Even the person in question didn't object, so the others didn't object either. Next, Qin Xiong replaced Song Yang's position. Song Yang looked at Long Chen with hatred and sat in the audience. Song Yuchen, who was next to him, also had a stiff expression. He knew that this time, his grandfather had lost a lot of face, so he didn't dare to say a word. He could only fiercely stare at Long Chen, thinking about how to deal with Long Chen. Chen, I have something to tell you. Listen carefully. Suddenly, Song Yang said with a fierce expression. Grandfather, what is it? Song Yuchen asked curiously. I think there will be around 200 people who will get 3 passes. At that time, they will probably choose to fight in pairs and choose the final 100 Netherworld soldiers. You and Long Chen are the 2 people who passed, so your opponent is likely to be him. This kid is very strange, and I think his strength isn't weak. You might not be his opponent, grandfather, what should we do? Song Yuchen had also seen Long Chen's performance. If he wasn't Long Chen's opponent, it would be a tragedy for him. Don't worry, I will give you something. You can take his life. Song Yang's face revealed a sinister smile. Indeed, the older the ginger, the spicier. Long Chen sat down and the Colosseum regained its order. One by one, the young warriors started to fight against the ferocious beasts or puppets. In order to get 3 passes, each of them put their lives on the line. Qin Xiong's judgment seemed to be more fair, so the crowd was more relieved. Thousands of young warriors went through the selection for almost 10 days, and in the end, only 190 people passed. Long Chen's matter was just an interlude. The most eye-catching thing was Yi Xian's performance. As everyone expected, Yi Xian easily killed his opponent, a grade 7 emperor-level ferocious beast. In the process of watching these battles, Long Chen learned a lot, especially the activation of the true martial imperial soul. He learned a lot. However, if the 2 sides were stronger, he would learn even more. Now, he was very close to the 5th level of the Heaven Martial Realm. After all the selections were over, the disciples of the Netherworld Army tidied up the competition site. The 4 examiners were discussing how to proceed with the next selection. After all, 190 people had passed, and every month, they only needed 100 people to fill the gap. Maybe sometimes they needed more, but at this time, they only needed 100 people. All the warriors who got 3 or more passes, gather below. Although it was a discussion, it was more to listen to Qin Xiong's opinion. After they finished their discussion, Qin Xiong smiled and asked everyone to gather below. Long Chen went down with the others. Because of what happened before, many people were looking at him. Long Chen was already used to being the center of attention. However, the one who was more focused than him was Yi Xian. He was a young genius of the God Martial Realm, the strongest one there. He was also the younger brother of Lord Yi Xian. He was easygoing and had countless halos on him. This Yi Xian seemed to be much stronger than Long Chen. He would definitely be able to enter the Netherworld Army and obtain a high position in a short period of time. He was simply not the same as the others. Qin Xiong was about to announce the matter, so everyone quieted down and waited. Long Chen felt a provocative gaze. When he looked over, he realized it was Song Yuchen. When Long Chen and Song Yuchen's eyes met, Song Yuchen coldly snorted, raised his thumb and middle finger, and quickly turned his head away. So mysterious. I don't know what he's doing. Long Chen didn't pay attention to him. Honestly speaking, with Long Chen's strength, which could kill cultivators of the 8th level of the Heaven Martial Realm, Song Yuchen really couldn't stimulate his interest in fighting. Song Yuchen's only threat was his grandfather, Song Yang, who was in the God Martial Realm. A former God Martial Arts Realm expert was standing in front of him at this moment. Long Chen couldn't help but sigh. Long Chen. At that moment, a young male voice rang in Long Chen's ears. Long Chen turned his head and saw that it was the focus of the crowd, Yi Xian. I didn't expect you to join the Netherworld Army. It must be fate, said Yi Xian with a bright smile. Long Chen thought about it and felt that this guy was someone worth befriending. He should be a good person. Long Chen smiled and said, "Thank you for solving my problem earlier. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to enter the Underworld Legion. Don't mention such trivial things. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be standing here today." "Oh, right. The rules of the second round are about to be announced. I have something to tell you." Yi Xian suddenly moved closer to Long Chen's ear and said. "What is it?" asked Long Chen. "Earlier, I saw Song Yang give something to Song Yuchen. I didn't see it clearly, but it should be a talisman. At that time, they must be talking about you. So, you have to be careful from now on. Don't fall into their trap. I have something for you." As he spoke, Yi Xian secretly took out a rune that emitted a transparent fluctuation from his storage ring and said, "Hurry up and put it away. Don't let others see it." Long Chen did as he was told. He put it in the Great Void Realm. From the Great Void Realm, it was a transparent talisman. There were flamboyant red talismans on it. At that moment, the talismans were jumping and emitting waves of energy. This is a protective talisman. It can resist the strongest attack of the first level of the God Martial Realm. However, it can only be used once. If the opponent uses that super powerful attack on you, use this talisman to deal with him," said Yi Xian with a carefree expression. It could resist the strongest attack of a God Martial Realm expert. Such a precious thing. "Isn't it making a big deal out of nothing?" said Long Chen. "It doesn't matter. I still have a lot of these talismans. Take it as a gift. You can use it to protect yourself. Even if you can't use it today, there will be a day when you will," said Yi Xian with a smile. "Then I, Long Chen, will respectfully accept." Long Chen wasn't a bashful person. Yi Xian had saved him once. It was normal for him to take something like this. Moreover, Yi Xian had said that it was a gift. The two of them thought that it was a prelude to the talisman, so they quickly talked about other things. "Actually, I think the only interesting thing about the Nether Army is the Nether battlefield. This is also the main reason why I joined the Nether Army. As long as I enter the Nether battlefield, nothing else matters. Nether beasts, natural disasters, and killing each other. This is the true heaven for training. After training here, I believe I will quickly grow." "Oh right, Long Chen, what is your purpose in joining the Nether Army?" asked Yi Xian curiously. "The Nether battlefield." Long Chen indifferently said these 4 words. Yi Xian was a little stunned, then he smiled and said, "It's a little different from what I guessed. But that's more like you. If there's a chance, we can spar in the Nether battlefield. I feel that you have a lot of skills to show. If there's a chance, I'll definitely do it." Long Chen wasn't against the idea of learning from each other. As they chatted, Qin Xiong stood up and announced the rules of the next round. There are a total of 193 people who have passed with 3 or more. After the discussion between the 4 of us, a few of them can directly join the Netherworld Army, while the rest will fight against each other according to their numbers. Only the victor can advance. Now, I will announce the list of those who can directly join the Netherworld Army. The exciting moment had arrived. Everyone listened very carefully. After Qin Xiong finished, Long Chen's name wasn't on the list. As for Jiang Jinglong and Yi Xian, they were all on the list. And Long Chen had to fight against the people whose numbers were next to his. Long Chen counted. His opponent was Song Yuchen. Chapter 904. After the rules of the second round were set, the intense battles began. Because Long Chen was ranked near the front, there were only 4 or 5 battles ahead of him. These battles were all very intense. Basically, there were god-tier battle skills being used. The results could only be described as tragic. Many people who were very strong and could be part of the underworld army were defeated because of one or two moves. Very quickly, it was the battle between Long Chen and Song Yuchen. Everyone was looking forward to this battle because the two of them had caused a disturbance before. One was positive, the other negative. Of course, Song Yuchen was the negative example. With his previous performance, it was not enough for him to get 3 passes. However, Long Chen's performance was much more heaven-defying than his. Therefore, everyone was looking forward to Long Chen beating him up. Under everyone's expectant gazes, Long Chen jumped off the arena. Opposite him, Song Yuchen also jumped down from the high platform and faced Long Chen from afar. What surprised everyone was that Song Yuchen did not seem to be worried at all. Instead, he looked at Long Chen complacently, as if victory was in his grasp. This person really has something to rely on. It seems like Yi Xian said that his grandfather gave him something to protect his life, something that can definitely kill me. Because Yi Xian had given him a protective talisman that could block experts of the God Martial Realm, Long Chen was not worried at all. The person who had the last laugh laughed the best. Long Chen did not care about someone like Song Yuchen. Song Yuchen pointed his thumb and middle finger at Long Chen. Just when he was about to speak, he did not think that Long Chen would say anything. Just as Qin Xiong announced the start of the battle, Long Chen had already turned into a bloody whirlwind and instantly rushed toward his opponent. "Are you in such a hurry to die?" Song Yuchen was infuriated. He didn't believe that he would lose to Long Chen. He would only use the things his grandfather gave him in the future. Hell Emperor destroys the armies appeared in Long Chen's hands. His right hand was infused with a golden sword soul of extreme yang, while his left hand was infused with a black sword soul of extreme yin. The power of these two sword souls formed an energy field in Long Chen's hands, greatly increasing Long Chen's combat strength. Tyrant Dragon Fist. 2 consecutive moves. One was the Golden Violent Dragon Fist, and the other was the Black Violent Dragon Fist. The golden masculinity and the black coldness mixed together, forming a double attack. It was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Rumble. Song Yuchen paled when he saw the attack. His instincts told him that this was not a god-tier battle skill. However, he had only seen Long Chen use a high king-tier battle skill to such an extent. No. Even if Song Yuchen threw caution to the wind, he could not admit defeat to Long Chen. He could see the faces of the people on the platform. In reality, everyone hoped that he would lose, and they were certain that he would lose. His grandfather was a 1,000-man commander of the Netherworld army. He had always been superior to others since he was young, so how could he be looked down upon like this after coming here? 9 wheels of yin and yang. At this moment, Song Yuchen brought his hands together and suddenly spun them. Under his control, the 2 aspects of true energy turned into a spinning diagram of yin and yang very quickly. The diagram immediately expanded and suddenly exploded. As it spun, it shot towards Long Chen. The 9 wheels of yin and yang transformed into 9 layers very quickly. The 9 layers of attacks could be used for both offense and defense. It was a very impressive god-tier battle skill. The 9 wheels of yin and yang was also the battle skill that Song Yang was most proud of. It was passed down in his family, and he had found it in the tomb of a God Martial Realm expert when he was carrying out a mission. Song Yuchen had not used this god-tier battle skill before. In other words, Song Yuchen had learned 2 god-tier battle skills. In the Netherworld army, being able to learn 2 god-tier battle skills was already very good. Seeing that Song Yuchen could actually use this move, everyone's impression of him changed a little. Indeed, if he had used this move earlier, perhaps he would have been qualified to pass 3 tests. But in reality, Song Yuchen wanted to use this move as a trump card so that he could compete for the position of corporal in the future. He did not think that he would be forced to use it by Long Chen today. Go to hell. Song Yuchen's rouge-covered face became incomparably red. Under the huge vibration, all the rouge fell down. It was a spectacular sight. Seeing the 9 wheels of yin and yang, Long Chen was indeed a little surprised. The corner of his mouth curled into a sneer. At this moment, when the 2 violent dragon fists struck the yin-yang 9 layers wheel, they actually bounced back. Long Chen's body was also sent flying amidst the noise. He lost. Everyone was shocked. They did not wish for Long Chen to lose to Song Yuchen. However, after being pushed back, Long Chen's body quickly bounced back in mid-air. Long Chen's aura had undergone a huge change. If he had been an enraged Tyrannosaurus just a moment ago, he was now an emperor who looked down on all life. The figure of a king appeared behind Long Chen. Human King's method, sovereign's descent. From above, Long Chen suddenly punched out a golden fist. This was the punch that could directly kill the purple lightning giant. At this moment, when he used it, everyone was shocked. Long Chen's attack had killed a fighter at the 8th layer of the Heaven Martial Realm. Song Yuchen's god-tier battle skill was impressive. It had 9 layers of defense, but under Long Chen's sovereign's descent, it exploded, layer by layer. Impossible. Song Yuchen hoped that Long Chen's attack would definitely not be able to penetrate his 9 layers of defense. But what made him despair was that Long Chen seemed to have an endless reserve of energy. His attacks exploded one after another, and in the end, he put even more power into them. Amidst the clamor, he pierced through Song Yuchen's final layer of defense. With a rumble and a crack, the final layer of defense was destroyed. I see you. Long Chen chuckled as he sent out a punch. The remaining force of his punch landed on Song Yuchen's body. Pfft! Song Yuchen spat out a mouthful of blood. He was directly sent flying by Long Chen. Long Chen elegantly landed on the ground, while Song Yuchen rolled on the ground a few times. Only then did he crawl back up. This was the most embarrassing moment for Song Yuchen. At this moment, his luxurious clothes were covered with black mud. His face was also mixed with mud and blood. He was as dirty as one could imagine. On the platform, a commotion arose. That Long Chen is truly powerful. Song Yuchen unleashed an attack of that level, yet it was still broken by him. He's tenacious and calm in the face of danger. He's bold but cautious. If he has enough time to develop, he might become a great figure. Song Yuchen is clearly not a match for Long Chen. I think he should just admit defeat. This kind of scum is neither a man nor a woman. I think even if he enters the Netherworld army, he will become a parasite and be driven out. Driven out? You're underestimating his grandfather. He's a Chiliarch, a god martial realm expert. It seems I've underestimated him. These discussions could be heard everywhere. In the crowd, Song Yang's face turned green. His grandson, Song Yuchen, was indeed injured. But even if he was injured, he should be able to use that thing. How could Song Yang be willing to see his precious grandson being bullied so miserably? Sure enough, under the gaze of the crowd, Song Yuchen gritted his teeth and crawled up. He stared at Long Chen and said, "It seems that this day tomorrow will be your death anniversary. If you have something, use it. I'm waiting for you. Don't waste time." Long Chen roughly knew that this guy had taken something out of his storage ring and was holding it in his sleeve. You know, then die. Song Yuchen laughed loudly and threw the talisman in his hand towards Long Chen in a frenzy. Soul Fire Beast Talisman. Seeing this thing, those who knew what was good for them exclaimed. The Soul Fire Beast Talisman was a very precious talisman. It required a lot of rare materials and a high-level talisman master to make it. One of the most important materials was the beast soul of a divine-level demonic beast. Even if it was made from a rank 1 divine-level demonic beast, it would still be very powerful. The beast soul of a demonic beast or a ferocious beast wasn't easy to obtain. A rank 1 divine level soul fire beast talisman could be made from a dozen beast soul. The power of each soul fire beast talisman was equivalent to the attack of a cultivator in the 8th level of the heaven martial realm. Song Yuchen was using a demonic beast or a ferocious beast with a fire attribute. Therefore, it was called the soul fire beast talisman. Under Song Yuchen's control, a ball of flame suddenly rushed out from the small talisman. In an extremely short period of time, the flames suddenly exploded. The surging flames formed a ferocious beast with 4 claws. The beast charged towards Long Chen with a loud rumble. Roar! A furious roar was heard. The power of the soul fire beast talisman didn't allow Long Chen to dodge. When the soul fire beast talisman appeared, everyone present was shocked. Such an attack completely surpassed Long Chen's emperor technique. Moreover, Long Chen had already used the sovereign's descent once. Obviously, Song Yuchen wanted to take Long Chen's life. As long as Long Chen died, Qin Xiong wouldn't let him join the Netherworld Legion. His goal had been achieved and he could kill Long Chen. Although he had wasted a soul fire beast talisman, it was worth it. If he knew that Long Chen had already obtained a defensive talisman, who knew what expression he would have? Yi Xian is making a big fuss over a small matter. This is only the attack of a cultivator in the 8th level of the heaven martial realm. He gave me a defensive talisman that can block the attack of a cultivator in the 1st level of the divine martial realm. Facing the soul fire beast talisman, Long Chen was much calmer than the others. When the others saw the talisman, they all thought that Long Chen was going to die. Song Yuchen wasn't a talisman master. Therefore, he had used this talisman to defeat Long Chen. It was a very shameful method. Chapter 905. Long Chen didn't intend to waste the defensive talisman to deal with this soulfire beast talisman. Boom! A loud explosion resounded. Spiritual energy circulated within Long Chen's body. His 9 apertures began to boil. A majestic royal aura rose from his body, diffusing around him. This was the aura of the protector of the myriad kingdoms domain, and the human emperor technique was the defensive combat technique of the myriad kingdoms domain. Long Chen struck out. Compared to when he used Sovereign's Descent, the aura on Long Chen's body was even more majestic. A destructive aura erupted from his body, causing a loud rumble. When he stomped down, the entire space shook. Within the 9 apertures, power surged. All the power gathered on the King of Hell destroys the army in his right hand. A golden light flashed, and with a dull rumble, Long Chen punched out while facing the soulfire beast talisman. Suddenly, a phantom of an emperor appeared behind him. He assumed the same posture as Long Chen and punched out. Compared to Sovereign's Descent, this move had more destructive lethality. Sovereign's Descent was a fist of justice that focused on momentum. On the other hand, Martial Galaxy was a fist of destruction that focused on annihilation. In the Myriad Kingdoms domain, this fist technique was said to be able to make the galaxy tremble. When Long Chen punched out, a real fist imprint and an illusory fist imprint vibrated. These 2 fist imprints trembled as they charged towards the soul fire beast talisman. A shocking collision occurred. This illusory fist actually shattered the soul fire beast talisman into pieces. With a howl, the beast soul in the soulfire beast talisman was destroyed. Of course, the soulfire beast talisman was also quite powerful. It was enough to block Long Chen's attack. But even so, Long Chen's martial galaxy punch still sent Song Yuchen flying. Song Yuchen spat out blood in mid-air again. The bright red blood drew a beautiful arc in the air. With a bang, Song Yuchen fell to the ground and fainted. The scene was dead silent. Just when everyone thought that Long Chen was going to lose, Long Chen once again turned the tables on Song Yuchen. He used his own power to defeat Song Yuchen, and it was unknown whether he was injured or dead. In a short moment, Song Yang rushed to Song Yuchen's transformed body. He reached out his hand and found that Song Yuchen's injuries were not serious. Long Chen wasn't a fool. If he killed Song Yuchen and entered the Netherworld Legion, he would probably be secretly killed by Song Yang. As for Song Yuchen, he could just casually teach him a lesson. To Song Yuchen, today's defeat was probably worse than death. In order to prevent Song Yang from attacking him, Qin Xiong stood between the two of them. While Song Yang was checking Song Yuchen's injury, the others were talking about Long Chen in admiration. Other than Xiaofan, only Long Chen can use his own attack to directly disperse the attack of a rank 1 flaming soul beast talisman. Of course, there are other people who are hiding. I think there are definitely people in the 8th level of the Heaven Realm who are participating in the selection. They just don't want to show themselves. Even if there are, their fighting strength should be about the same as Long Chen's. I think Long Chen's fighting strength is not in the 4th level of the Heaven Realm, but the 8th level of the Heaven Realm. They only saw that Long Chen's strength was in the 4th level of the Heaven Realm. That was why they looked down on him. Now, it seemed that Long Chen definitely had a method to conceal his strength and make others feel that he was in the wrong. In fact, there were also some people who had such methods to confuse others. Several thousand people were looking at Long Chen. Actually, the battle was already over. Long Chen slowly dispersed his dragon soul transformation. Looking at this young man, the crowd was a bit speechless. The result of this battle is obvious. The winner is Long Chen. Those who are not involved, please leave the arena. Number 397, Xie Shui, and number 452, Jiang Kong Kong. Qin Xiong's cold voice resounded in the arena. The unrelated person he was talking about was naturally Song Yang. Seeing that his grandson had only fainted and was fine, the anger in Song Yang's heart subsided a little. His grandson's strength was inferior to others, so there was nothing he could do. Long Chen was very strong, this was something he had to admit. He coldly glanced at Long Chen, then left with his grandson in his arms. Long Chen returned to his seat. Finally, he felt a lot more relaxed. When Long Chen left quietly, many people looked at him with different expressions. At the start, they had ignored him, but now, they were discussing him. Their gazes were filled with reverence. The battle between Long Chen and Song Yuchen could only be considered one of the highlights. The following battles were still ongoing. There were about 100 battles in total. After a day, the battles finally resumed. Those who had successfully obtained the 100 spots stood in the arena below, while the rest left one by one under the arrangement of the underworld army. The arena, which had originally been filled with people, was emptied in an instant. Many people were very unwilling in their hearts. Among them, many people were actually very close to their dreams. It was just that they were very unlucky that they had to leave. The most tragic ones were the people who had originally passed. Because of the difference in one move, they had no choice but to retreat. Around these 100 people stood hundreds of underworld army soldiers in their underworld armor. Their eyes were cold and their bodies emitted powerful auras. There were sergeants and even centurions among them. Long Chen's current strength was equivalent to that of a sergeant. Actually, he belonged to the lowest rank among the 500,000 underworld army soldiers. In front of these 100 people were the 4 Kiliarchs and a 10,000-man commander. Qin Xiong's gaze swept across this group of people. Many of them were already injured. However, under Qin Xiong's arrangements, they had all received decent elixirs to treat their injuries. That was the mysterious life pill. First of all, congratulations on successfully joining the underworld army. Qin Xiong paused for a moment before continuing, I won't say much nonsense here. Someone will tell you about the things to take note of in the underworld army, as well as all sorts of knowledge. The 100 of you will be divided into 4 teams, each with 25 people. You will join the 4 Kiliarchs teams. After hearing this, everyone sized up the 4 Kiliarchs. What should we do about Yi Xian? Qi Bing, one of the 4 examiners, asked. Yi Xian's strength was similar to that of a Chiliarch. It could be said that whoever managed to get Yi Xian's team's strength would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. Qin Xiong pondered for a moment before saying, Yi Xian will be my personal guard, so he won't be following you. You can pick the rest. After saying that, he smiled at Yi Xian. Yi Xian walked out of the crowd. Yi Xian had already considered this situation, so he had already discussed it with Qin Xiong. Becoming Qin Xiong's personal guard could also start as a soldier of the underworld army. Yi Xian's goal was only the nether battlefield. As for the positions of sergeant and centurion, he didn't care at all. The remaining people were automatically divided into 4 groups. Long Chen simply mixed into one of the groups and freely joined the other groups. He felt a gaze on him. As expected, Song Yang stood in front of him and pretended not to look at Long Chen. He directly said, since that's the case, this group belongs to me. Everyone looked over and saw that Long Chen was in this group. Song Yang made it clear that he didn't want Long Chen to be able to stay in the Netherworld army so easily. In order to get Song Yuchen to join the Underworld army, Song Yang finally got a chance to be an examiner. However, he didn't expect Long Chen to ruin it. If Song Yuchen came next month, he definitely wouldn't be able to join Song Yang's group. If he went to the other Kiliarchs, it would be hard to predict whether he would survive or get promoted. Even if Long Chen didn't kill Song Yuchen, Song Yang still didn't feel comfortable in his heart. Song Yang's idea was Sima Zhao's, and everyone knew it. Qin Xiong's face showed a displeased expression. He probably wanted to object, but at this time, Yi Xian pulled him and said, "Don't worry about him. I feel that he is actually stronger." Long Chen had once saved Yi Xian from the hands of an assassin at the 2nd level of the divine martial realm. Therefore, Yi Xian believed that Long Chen was actually stronger. However, this was definitely him thinking too much. Song Yang, I will remember today's matter. Don't let me get any bad news. Even if he didn't object, Qin Xiong still warned him. I will listen to your teachings. Song Yang said indifferently. Very quickly, the other 3 examiners also chose their own 25 martial artists and brought them back to their own training camps. After Long Chen bid farewell to Yi Xian, he and the others followed the silent Song Yang through one of the small paths in the Beast Battle Arena and officially arrived at the training camp. The Spectre Colosseum was actually one of the gates of the Netherworld Army's training camp. The Spectre City was incomparably huge, and the Spectre training camp took up 1/5 of the Spectre City. There were a total of 500,000 Netherworld Army soldiers. This number was not small at all. Long Chen and the other 25 people were like a small stone. As soon as they entered, they were submerged in the huge ocean of 500,000 people. After coming out of the Spectre Colosseum, they arrived at the camp of the Netherworld Army. These camps were divided into Kiliarchs. The entire training camp was divided into hundreds of Chiliarch battalions. Each Chiliarch battalion was led by a Chiliarch at the divine martial realm. The Chiliarch battalion led by Song Yang was codenamed Wild Wolf Battalion. From today onwards, Long Chen had become a member of the Wild Wolf Battalion. Along the way, there were all kinds of sealed camps. Indistinctly, he could hear the sounds of shouts during training. The Netherworld Army's training camp was very big. Long Chen could only see rows of courtyards with red bricks and green tiles. Each camp was surrounded by walls that were more than 10 meters high. Chapter 906. As for the chapter 1 OU yesterday, I will finish it in a few days. Chapter 907. The distance between the Wild Wolf Battalion and the Spirit Colosseum wasn't very far. Among the several 100,000-man battalions, the Wild Wolf Battalion was located in the outskirts. This also meant that among the several hundred battalions, the Wild Wolf Battalion was considered relatively weak. However, 1,000 cultivators of the 7th layer of the Tian-Chi layer, 100 sergeants of the 8th layer of the Tian-Chi layer, 10 centurions of the 9th layer of the Tian-Chi layer and 1 Chiliarch of the Shen-Chi layer. That kind of strength was already considered monstrous to Long Chen. Every major commander commanded 10,000-man battalions, and every netherworld general commanded 100,000-man battalions. In every camp, there was a dark green wall. If there was no important matter, jumping over the wall and rashly intruding into other people's camps was a crime punishable by death. In that vast training camp of the Netherworld Army, Long Chen could only stay in the Wild Wolf Battalion. Very quickly, a huge dark green building appeared in front of him. That was the Wild Wolf Battalion. The entrance of the Wild Wolf Battalion was in the shape of a huge dark green wolf's chest. That huge wolf was crawling on the ground. Its entire body was made of exquisite jade and it was emitting a dense imperial spiritual qi. That kind of dark green jade was probably even more precious than imperial crystals. Imperial crystals could also be considered as a kind of jade filled with imperial spiritual qi. Walking through the chest of the giant dark green wolf, there was a huge square. This square seemed to stretch as far as the eye could see. Outside the square was the living quarters of the Netherworld Army. This square was probably used for assembly or training. Perhaps they had received the news in advance. Right now, in the square of the Wild Wolf training camp, there were already hundreds to thousands of people gathered. Basically, all of the Wild Wolf camp's Netherworld Army had gathered here. The Netherworld Army was divided into units. In front of Song Yang, there were 100 platoons. The sergeants of each platoon were standing at the very front. The 10 centurions were standing at the very front, leading the Netherworld Army. Over 1,000 Netherworld Army soldiers were standing together, forming a powerful qi. When Long Chen and the others arrived, a boundless killing qi rushed towards Long Chen and the others. The 25 cultivators who had just arrived were all frightened and took a step back. When they saw Long Chen and the others' reaction, the old birds burst into laughter. When they had first arrived there, they had also been frightened by the old birds. "Quiet!" shouted a few centurions of the 9th layer of the Tian-Chi layer. Only then did the Netherworld Army soldiers stop talking. Song Yang was still in a bad mood. At that moment, he walked to the front of the square. The 10 centurions stood behind him and explained a few things to Song Yang. "Chiliarch, which one is your grandson?" Song Yuchen asked one of the centurions while smiling. Song Yang glanced at him coldly but didn't say anything. Instead, he glanced at Long Chen and the other 25 people who were standing next to him. The centurion who had just spoken and the other centurions glanced at each other. Could it be that Song Yang's grandson hadn't come in? They had heard from Song Yang that Song Yuchen could have come in a long time ago. The reason why he hadn't come in before was because he wanted to wait for Song Yang to become the head examiner so that he could join Song Yang's platoon. He hadn't thought that Long Chen would come out of nowhere and ruin his plan. All the sergeants who have not reached 9 people, step forward. Song Yang didn't say much to the centurions. Instead, he looked at the group of Netherworld Army soldiers. Because of the exciting battles, the various promotions, and the loss of life in the Netherworld battlefield, many platoons didn't have more than 10 people, including the sergeants. That was why the Netherworld Army recruited new blood every month. This month, they only recruited 100 people, which was already considered very little. The sergeants also vaguely felt that the situation today wasn't very right. They obediently stepped forward. Out of the 100 sergeants, there were about 30 or so sergeants. There was a shortage of people in the platoon. You, go to this platoon. You, go to this platoon. Song Yang ordered expressionlessly. The new Netherworld Army soldiers were all added to the platoons. Long Chen seemed to have received special treatment. He was the last one to be assigned. Soon, only Long Chen was left. There were still several sergeants opposite him. Song Yang's eyes darkened. He looked at Long Chen for a while. He remembered Qin Xiong's words. Qin Xiong said that if he received any bad news, he wouldn't let Song Yang go. However, Song Yang was unwilling to let Long Chen live like this. You, go to this platoon. Naturally, Song Yang pointed Long Chen to one of the dark-skinned men. This man wasn't very tall, but he was very strong. His skin was dark, and he looked like a short and strong bear. His eyes were bloodthirsty. His face was full of potholes, and there were all kinds of knife wounds. There was a violent aura around him. With one look, one could tell that he wasn't a good person. Song Yang was just casually assigning people. Not many people were suspicious. However, many of the Descartes looked at Long Chen with pity in their eyes. A chilly arch actually added him to Yen Tufu's platoon. This kid is so fair and tender. He's going to be in trouble. Yen Tufu is not only violent and ruthless. He kills people like scything flax. He's even more interested in a fair and tender youth like him. This kid is in Yen Tufu's hands. Yen Tufu doesn't kill people, but who knows what will happen to his little butt. Look at Yen Tufu's platoon. Which one of them wasn't a fair and tender youth at the beginning? But now, each and every one of them is sallow and emaciated. Their fighting strength is no longer at the level of the underworld army. Long Chen heard all these words. He looked at Yen Tufu and the group of men behind him who weren't doing well. He shrugged indifferently. If this guy messed with him, Long Chen would let him know what pain was. Yen Tufu's eyes lit up when he saw Long Chen. All right, return to your platoons. I won't say anything else. Your sergeants will tell you about the rules of the underworld army and the specific things to take note of. Now, those sergeants with new members, follow me to get the underworld armor and other items. The rest of you, bring the new members back. Yes. Everyone nodded and then dispersed in an orderly manner. Long Chen followed Yen Tufu and the underworld army soldiers behind him. After Long Chen left, Song Yang gave Yen Tufu and the others a look. Chilly Arch, you don't have to say anything. I understand. Yen Tufu smiled. Very good. Song Yang smiled. In the Wild Wolf camp, other than the square, there was also the training ground, the living quarters of the underworld army, and other places. Long Chen followed the 8 men. He didn't speak much along the way. Their eyes were filled with numbness. Brother. One of the underworld army soldiers turned around and asked, Did you offend the Chilly Arch? Why do you say that? Long Chen asked with a smile. Seeing that Long Chen still didn't know what was good for him, the soldier shook his head helplessly and said, If you didn't offend the Chilly Arch, why would he assign you to Yen Tufu? Is this guy a pervert who is interested in men? Long Chen's words were shocking as he directly spoke. The others all turned around and looked at Long Chen. Their eyes were filled with numbness. Surprisingly, Yen Tufu was able to make the 8 men behave like that. He was really too awesome. If the 8 of you join hands, you can defeat a cultivator of the 8th Tian Qi layer. The few of them glanced at each other and then one of them said bitterly, Since you've joined us, we will consider you as one of us. To tell you the truth, you don't know the rules of the underworld army. All of us detest Yen Tufu, but what's the use? If the 8 of us join hands, we can fight against him. But in the underworld army, there is military discipline. If we violate military discipline, we will die. For example, if we join hands to fight against a squad leader, we will be violating military discipline. Is there any way to kill the squad leader? Long Chen's words were shocking as he directly asked. The others all glanced at each other and then looked at Long Chen with pity. Long Chen was really like a newborn calf that was not afraid of a tiger. In the underworld army, killing one's own men is a violation of military discipline, and will result in different degrees of punishment. Only in the underworld battlefield can one kill. However, injuring is still allowed. For example, every soldier can issue a challenge to a corporal. If they can defeat the corporal, they will automatically be promoted to corporal. This is the rule of corporal. The position of centurion and above depends on the wishes of the chiliarch or even the major. In the underworld army, only corporals can be challenged. Only a squad leader can challenge a squad leader, said another person. Little boy, you understand what we mean, right? Only one person can challenge a squad leader. That means that you want to fight for the position of squad leader. But if we join hands to fight against a squad leader, we will be violating military discipline. Therefore, we cannot fight against Yen Tufu. So it's like that, nodded Long Chen. He did not have any reaction. He still looked as indifferent as before. Seeing him like this, one of the underworld soldiers said mockingly, "You're relaxed now, but when Yen Tufu returns, you'll know how terrifying it is. At that time, you'll regret joining the underworld army. You'll feel like your life is a nightmare." The others also had a look of agreement when they heard this. Long Chen smiled and said, "That is because you are willing to accept it and do not dare to resist. If you want to live in humiliation, it is better to defeat your opponent and die. Let's go, bring me to my destination." After saying that, Long Chen urged them. Chapter 908. Very quickly, they arrived at their personal campsite. It was a spacious courtyard, and everyone had their own spacious room. The rooms were equipped with all sorts of cultivation facilities. It could be said that it was a complete set of facilities. As for the squad leader's living quarters, it was even more luxurious. "This is your room. The previous owner of this room committed suicide last month, but don't worry, this place is very clean." Opening the door, there were all sorts of facilities. The dark green glass-like floor reflected everyone's expressions. Enjoy your last moments and wait for Yen Tufu to return. After saying that, the others left with numb expressions. After they left, Kitten quickly came out of the void realm and rolled on the ground in laughter. "You've finally received your retribution, haven't you? Huh, someone actually killed you just because they saw you. This Lord Cat is going to die from laughter. Tonight, when you two are having sex, should this Lord Cat step aside and let you two enjoy yourselves?" Long Chen kicked his furry body to the side and looked around. There were many Emperor crystals embedded in the room. The Emperor Qi was 3 times denser than outside. There was also a basement for cultivation, so the room was very sturdy. Long Chen might need to use a high Emperor battle skill to completely destroy the room. Especially the spacious basement for cultivation, it was very suitable for cultivation. In the middle of the basement, which was the cultivation room, Long Chen found a book. He picked it up and took a look. It turned out to be the military discipline of the Netherworld Army, as well as some information about the organization of the Netherworld Army. After flipping through it, Long Chen had a basic understanding of the organization. Why is there no news about the Netherworld battlefield? Looks like it's quite a secret. I'll have to ask the others later. The Netherworld battlefield was Long Chen's goal. As long as he entered the Netherworld battlefield, Long Chen couldn't be bothered with Song Yang. He didn't plan on staying in the main city for long either. After he finished reading the military discipline, there was a rumbling knock on the door. Long Chen stored the military discipline in the Void Realm and walked upstairs. As soon as he arrived at the lobby, the door opened with a bang. The short, stocky Yen Tufu walked in with a laugh. Behind him, the other Netherworld Army members hid outside, looking over with worried expressions. "Your name is Long Chen." At first, Yen Tufu didn't show his ferocious face. He looked at Long Chen with great interest. Long Chen looked at him indifferently and nodded. "Not bad, not bad. Welcome to the Netherworld Army and my troop. From today onwards, I will be your leader. Military orders must be obeyed. You must listen to me." After speaking, he didn't wait for Long Chen's reaction and took out 3 items from his storage ring. The Netherworld Army is something that every cultivator yearns for. You've just joined the Netherworld Army and you've already obtained 3 supreme treasures. With these supreme treasures, your strength will increase by 3 or 4 times. Long Chen recognized 2 of the 3 items with a single glance. One of them was the Netherworld armor. The soldiers wore the lowest grade of Netherworld armor. It could only increase the true chi of a soldier in the 7th level of the Heaven Realm by 3 times. It wouldn't have much effect on a soldier in the 8th level of the Heaven Realm. Long Chen's weakest point right now was his true essence. He had increased his true essence several times, but it was still only at the 7th level of the Heaven Martial Realm. Therefore, this pitch-black Netherworld battle armor with dark green runes was very useful to him. The other item was the Netherworld Warhorse. The Netherworld Warhorse was much better than the Black Warhorse Long Chen had obtained from the Iron Blood Merchant Alliance. The other item was a high-level royal battle skill, the 9 Darkness Demonic Finger. The 9 Darkness Demonic Finger was one of the more powerful high-level royal battle skills. Normally, only cultivators in the 9th level of the Heaven Realm, equivalent to the 7 Brilliant Star Lords, could unleash the full power of the 9 Darkness Demonic Finger. The Netherworld Armor, the Netherworld Warhorse, and the 9 Darkness Demonic Finger. Aren't they things you've been dreaming of? Take them all. Yen Tufu handed the items to Long Chen. The Netherworld Armor has the ability to change. When you're not training, you can change it into a normal set of clothes. Yen Tufu clicked his tongue as he examined Long Chen's body. What he was thinking was very obvious. Long Chen gave it a try. It was just as Yen Tufu had said. He had already become the owner of the Netherworld armor. After giving it a try, the Netherworld armor indeed had the ability to increase his true yuan. The Netherworld armor has the symbol of the Netherworld mansion. Martial Sumo must have an even more monstrous Netherworld armor on him. The Dharma images of the 5 emperors left me can only be used at the 9th level of the Heaven Realm. When I reach the Divine Martial Realm, I won't be able to use them anymore. It would be great if I had a high-quality Netherworld armor then. Long Chen smiled a little randomly. The Netherworld armor and the 9 Darkness Demonic Finger were stored in the Great Virtual Realm by Long Chen. Yen Tufu had thought that Long Chen would be very excited after obtaining such a thing, but Long Chen had been very calm at that time. Yen Tufu remembered that Song Yang had asked him to take care of Long Chen. Therefore, when Long Chen finished packing, his eyes burst with a fiery light as he stared at Long Chen. At the same time, he ordered the others, "Close the door." The Netherworld soldiers were startled after hearing that. They glanced at Yen Tufu submissively and walked out of the door to help Yen Tufu close the door. "What are you doing?" Long Chen's gaze turned cold. "Nothing. Let's go to the basement. I'll tell you about the Netherworld Army's discipline," said Yen Tufu with a smile, revealing his yellow teeth. "Let's go outside." Long Chen knew that Song Yang would definitely send someone over to give him some trouble. After saying that, he walked out of the room. "All right." Yen Tufu was a little surprised by Long Chen's reaction. Then, his expression turned cold and he shouted in a deep voice, "Stop." With a roar, the others retreated in fear. However, Long Chen acted as if nothing had happened and directly walked out. You've just joined the Netherworld army, yet you don't even listen to my words. You're courting death. Yen Tufu's face immediately turned uglier than shit. Under his command, there was no one like Long Chen who dared to go against his orders. Rumble. Tru Yuan surged to his feet. Yen Tufu's short and stocky body, which was like a violent bear, quickly chased after Long Chen. A powerful gale swept towards Long Chen. Under everyone's astonished gazes, Long Chen sped up and instantly escaped Yen Tufu's killing move. In the spacious courtyard, he confronted Yen Tufu. When the others saw Yen Tufu's anger, they hurriedly hid in a corner and hugged each other. At the same time, they looked at Long Chen with pitiful eyes. They all knew what kind of torture he would suffer for daring to go against Yen Tufu alone. Long Chen estimated that there would be a few who wouldn't be able to get out of bed. Looking at these men who had lost their bravery, Long Chen couldn't help but sigh for them. Men lived because of their bravery, but they had long since lost their bravery. Right now, they couldn't even be considered women. They could only be considered a group of people who had lost their souls. Child, be a good boy and come back with me. You'll find that even a man can bring you great happiness. Besides, you're still a virgin, aren't you? Yen Tufu laughed sinisterly. He opened his huge palm and grabbed towards the thin and weak Long Chen. Without saying a word, Long Chen instantly raised his strength to his strongest state. Dragon Soul Transformation, Yin-Yang Sword Soul, Hell Emperor Destruction, and even the newly obtained Netherworld Battle Armor. All sorts of enhancements instantly raised Long Chen's Tru Yuan to a peak level. In the eyes of the crowd, Long Chen suddenly turned from a rabbit into a lion, or something even more terrifying than a lion. Even Yen Tufu stopped in his tracks. That's right. You've just joined the Netherworld army, so you do have some tricks up your sleeve. Yen Tufu didn't take it to heart at all. He licked his lips and laughed sinisterly before pouncing towards Long Chen once again. Whatever. Since I have nothing better to do, I might as well become a corporal for now. Long Chen chuckled. Song Yang wanted Yen Tufu to torture him. Only this kind of person could deal with Long Chen. Song Yang had still underestimated Long Chen's strength. Human Emperor Technique, Martial Galaxy. The image of an emperor appeared behind Long Chen and did the same thing as Long Chen. That majestic aura shook the galaxy. The entire courtyard shook under Long Chen's attack. Even the houses became a little unstable. A god-tier battle skill. Yen Tufu's eyes widened. They were filled with disbelief. The shock that Long Chen had given him was too great. Who could have expected that a small rabbit would suddenly turn into a terrifying lion? Yen Tufu was like a pig bullying a rabbit in front of Long Chen. Under the second punch of Long Chen's Human Emperor Technique, Yen Tufu also used a god-tier battle skill. However, it was quickly defeated by the Martial Galaxy and was directly shattered by Long Chen. The majestic power directly hit Yen Tufu's stomach, causing him to vomit blood and fly backwards. His originally tanned face instantly turned pale. Long Chen's attack had already hit his internal organs. Although he had the protection of spiritual origin, many of his meridians had still been shattered. Yen Tufu's injuries could be said to be very serious. If he didn't recuperate properly, it was very likely that he wouldn't be able to get up again. However, Long Chen didn't let him go. After returning to his original state, Long Chen walked towards Yen Tufu step by step. This sudden change made everyone completely stunned. Chapter 909. Then, they completely gave up. They didn't even have the courage to cultivate anymore. Otherwise, with their potential, many of them would have broken through to the 8th heaven realm by now. But in reality, not a single one of them broke through. They had already given up. In Long Chen's eyes, there was only unyielding tenacity. It was that undefeatable tenacity that made Long Chen who he was today. It was also what made him different from others. In his dictionary, there was no such thing as admitting defeat. After Yen Tufu fell to the ground, he did not lose consciousness. In his extreme shock, he hurriedly used mysterious life pills to recover from his injuries. A large amount of mysterious life pills were poured into his stomach. However, even with this, it was difficult for his enormous injuries to recover in a short period of time. Long Chen calmly walked towards him, but it was this kind of smile that scared Yen Tufu so much that he almost pissed his pants. He fearfully shuffled backwards and looked at Long Chen in horror. First, he threatened, "Long Chen, you can't kill me. You'll be executed if you kill someone outside the nether battlefield." "Who said I'm going to kill you?" Long Chen smiled. The 3,000-star domain appeared in his hand. As Yen Tufu expected, Long Chen had just joined the Netherworld Legion. He didn't have great power or a backer. How could he dare to kill someone here? Piss off. You've injured me. I'll go tell the Chili Arch right now and have him punish you severely. Piss off. Yen Tufu tried to put up a strong front while feeling weak inside. Is that so? I heard that I automatically became a Deck Arch after defeating a Deck Arch. I'm the Deck Arch now, right? Long Chen looked at the others. Yen Tufu immediately glared at them with a threatening look on his face. The Netherworld Legion soldiers were innately afraid of Yen Tufu. They didn't dare to say anything. He's no match for me. From now on, I'm the controller here. Why are you still worried? Long Chen said disappointedly. One of the soldiers struggled to stand up and said, Long Chen, you're right. You already have the qualifications to be a corporal. As long as you report it to the Centurion, you'll be a proper corporal. Long Chen smiled. This was exactly what he wanted to hear. He moved the 3,000-star field toward Yen Tufu. Long Chen looked at him playfully and said, You've harmed many people. Now that I'm a Deck Arch, how should I punish you? Yen Tufu was so scared that he almost pissed his pants. As he backed away, he looked at Long Chen with pitiful eyes and said in a panic, All right, you're a squad leader. I, Yen Dong, will listen to you from now on. I beg you to let me go, I'll definitely change. Is that so? That's great news, but I'll have to destroy your source of evil first. After saying that, Long Chen's eyes turned cold. The 3,000-star field immediately shot out a ray of starlight that pierced Yen Tufu's crotch and shattered his treasure. Yen Tufu immediately let out a cry of despair. His legs twitched and his eyes bulged as he glared at Long Chen. Don't glare at me. I'm not in the habit of joking. If I find out that you're still not obedient, the next time will be your arms and legs. The 3,000-star field swept out and a ray of starlight directly knocked Yen Tufu unconscious. The others stared blankly at Long Chen, not daring to say a word. Soon, they cheered. Yen Tufu didn't even have his treasure anymore. From now on, they were going to live happily ever after. Don't forget your dreams because of the misery of reality. If you want to live like this, I think you should just die. These were the words that Long Chen gave them. Whether they could comprehend it or not would depend on their own luck. Following that, Long Chen said, Carry this guy away. Just don't let him die. I'll give you a mission. Don't let him leave this place in the next few days. He's seriously injured, so he's no match for you. If you can't even do this well, I'll look down on you. The few of them exchanged glances with one another. Their lifeless eyes gradually regained their luster. We can do it, the few of them said one after another. Long Chen was very pleased. He called out to the person who had spoken up against Yen Tufu and said, Come in with me for a moment. I have some questions for you. The rest of you, handle Yen Tufu. No one disobeyed Long Chen's order. The others nodded their heads as they watched Long Chen walk into his room. Everyone's eyes were filled with reverence. The help that Long Chen had given them today was not as simple as beating up Yen Tufu. More importantly, he had pulled them back from their depravity and allowed them to turn over a new leaf. "What's your name?" Long Chen asked that person. The young man's age was probably the closest to his. "I'm Jiang Chong." The young man looked at Long Chen with an extremely reverent gaze. "Sit down." After the two sat down on luxurious wooden chairs, Long Chen went straight to the point and said, "I want to go to the nether battlefield. Tell me everything you know." The nether battlefield. Jiang Chong's eyes widened. He looked at Long Chen and said in astonishment, "Brother Chen, you want to go to the nether battlefield? That's a terrifying place. Basically, those in the 7th level of the heaven martial realm won't be able to return. Many Dakarchas, and even centurions and Kiliarchs often lose their lives there. You only need to tell me how to go there." Long Chen said directly. According to what I know, as long as you are in the Nether Army, no matter if you are a soldier or a Dakarch, everyone can go to the Nether battlefield. Originally, we usually have training missions and missions that we need to carry out. If we don't complete these missions, we will be punished. But there is an exception. This exception is that if you are in the Nether battlefield, you can be exempted from all missions. This is the ruler encouraging the Nether army to enter the Nether battlefield. Long Chen immediately saw the crux of the matter. As long as they entered the Nether battlefield, they could be exempted from all missions and become completely unrelated people. This was exactly what Long Chen wanted. He couldn't be bothered to carry out so many missions, or go train with a group of people. The Nether battlefield is a strange world. It is said that the Nether battlefield is the reverse of the Nether mansion. The terrain and so on are exactly the same as the Nether mansion. The difference is that the Nether battlefield is a barren world filled with nether beasts, natural disasters, and so on. It is a place that ordinary people can't survive in. It is precisely because of the harsh environment that they have the purpose of training themselves. In the Nether battlefield, there is something called Nether Chi that is mixed with sovereign spiritual Chi. If you enter the Nether battlefield and suffer from the corrosion of this Nether Chi for a long time, no matter how strong you are, you will fall in the end. What does that mean? No one can stay in there for too long. Long Chen asked. If there was something like Nether Chi, wouldn't it be very troublesome? No, I'm saying that this is the limitation of entering the Nether battlefield. The wisdom of our human race is boundless. After discovering the Nether battlefield, someone immediately researched a cultivation method that can be mixed with Nether Chi in one's body. Not only can it increase one's battle strength, it can also allow one to not be affected by the Nether Chi after entering the Nether battlefield. It can even speed up the growth of one's true yuan. In other words, Brother Chen, if you want to enter the Nether battlefield, you must first cultivate Nether Chi. This is the first step for everyone. How do I cultivate Nether Chi? Where do I go to cultivate Nether Chi? Long Chen asked. In the center of our Nether training camp, there is a huge Nether plaza. In the center of this plaza, there is a Nether stone that is hundreds of meters tall. The cultivation method of Nether Chi is inscribed on this Nether stone. There are many people cultivating Nether Chi here every day, but Brother Chen, you must be mentally prepared. Jiang Chong said. What? Long Chen asked doubtfully. The cultivation of Nether Chi is actually not easy. 50% of people spend their entire lives and still can't cultivate Nether Chi. Even if others can cultivate it, it will take a lot of time. The cultivation of Nether Chi is too difficult. Take Yen Tufu for example. He cultivated for 10 years and still couldn't cultivate it. So far, in the Nether main city alone, the fastest person to cultivate Nether Chi was 2 months. I heard that martial sumo also took 3 months to become famous. For people like us who aren't geniuses, cultivating nether chi in a few years is already very impressive. A few years. Long Chen was a little speechless. In terms of intelligence and comprehension, should be better than others, so it shouldn't take a year. No matter what, although it's difficult, let's give it a try first. Long Chen made up his mind and wasn't intimidated by Jiang Chong. Brother Chen, are you still going to spend so much effort to go to the nether battlefield? I think it's better not. I think it's just as fast to cultivate outside. There's no need to spend time cultivating nether chi. Moreover, the nether battlefield is so dangerous. Not many people who go in can come out alive, Jiang Chong said worriedly. But those who come out alive all become dragons among men, right? Long Chen asked with a smile. After saying that, Long Chen stood up. Brother Chen, what are you doing? Jiang Chong asked nervously. Of course I'm going to the nether plaza to find the nether stone. Lead the way. So fast? We're really going. Jiang Chong was a little stunned. He couldn't stand Long Chen's swift and decisive way of doing things. Let's go. Long Chen didn't stop at all and directly walked out. Only then did Jiang Chong follow. He looked at Long Chen helplessly and said, Brother Chen, there's no rush. Long Chen didn't answer him. He pulled him to the front and said, lead the way. Time is not to be wasted. But, there are so many people there. Get lost. All right. Chapter 9-10. Just as Jiang Chong had said, the Netherworld Square was indeed huge. It was estimated to be around 10 miles in circumference. At the side, Long Chen had to use the blood escape technique to reach the Netherworld Stone. The ground of the Netherworld Square was covered with a layer of black crystal. The crystal was beautiful and transparent. The light it emitted seemed to be able to reflect a person's appearance. Rays of dark green light flowed in the depths of the crystal floor. At this moment, there were about 10,000 people gathered in the Netherworld Square to cultivate nether chi. Among these 10,000 people, there was a mix of good and bad. The strong ones were probably kiliarchs of the god martial realm. The weak ones were rookies like Long Chen who had just joined the Netherworld army. Among the rookies, there were actually very few who dared to directly cultivate nether chi. For Long Chen to come out as soon as he arrived at the Wild Wolf Battalion was already considered a weirdo. In the Netherworld Square, the most prominent thing was the 100-meter-tall Netherworld Stone. Long Chen raised his head and looked at it. It was an irregular black stone, like an oval egg full of sharp edges. It was 100 meters tall and took up a lot of space. It could be considered a huge object. The black stone was filled with dark green symbols. These symbols combined and moved, faintly revealing a strange aura. Long Chen roughly knew that this should be the method to cultivate nether chi. Jiang Chong, you go back first. Long Chen only wanted to quietly cultivate here. Once he was done, he would go to the Netherworld battlefield. He would not care about the Netherworld Army's training camp in the future. The Netherworld battlefield was his goal. I'll go back, you stay here. Jiang Chong was a little hesitant. After all, Long Chen was a rookie and did not know many things. If he offended someone else, it would be troublesome. Go back. Long Chen reminded him. All right, be careful. After saying that, Jiang Chong went back the way he came. Now that Yen Tufu had been crippled by Long Chen, he would not be able to recover without a few months of rest. He was not Jiang Chong's opponent. Moreover, the evil things he had done had already been destroyed by Long Chen. Jiang Chong suddenly felt that it was truly wonderful to live without fear. After Jiang Chong left, Long Chen carefully examined the Netherworld Stone. Those who came here approached the netherworld stone and sat down beside it. Long Chen also looked at the netherworld stone as he walked inside. Long Chen. Right at this moment, a familiar voice called out to him. Long Chen looked to his left and saw Yi Xian, who was dressed in a white brocade robe, sitting among the crowd. He had probably just arrived and hadn't immersed himself in cultivation yet. When he saw Long Chen, he waved at Long Chen. Long Chen sat down beside him. You also came to cultivate nether chi in order to enter the nether battlefield? Yi Xian asked with a smile. He was a young master from a large family. He had an elegant temperament and was gentle and polite. Even the way he spoke made people feel comfortable. Long Chen nodded and said with a smile, I didn't expect you to be faster than me and come here directly. Yi Xian was not surprised that Long Chen came to cultivate nether chi. In his mind, Long Chen should be a hidden expert since he could help him escape from the pursuit of the second level of the divine martial realm. Since you are here, let's cultivate this so-called nether chi together. We can also exchange our experiences and see who can cultivate nether chi faster. Yi Xian wanted to compare. To be honest, in the entire Ghost City, there were very few geniuses who could compete with Yi Xian at his age. Therefore, when Yi Xian saw Long Chen, he felt that they were on the same level. It was interesting to compare two people who were about the same level. Alright, I won't lose to you. Along the way, Long Chen mainly killed. It was good for Long Chen to meet one or two friends who didn't have any conflicts of interest. The two chatted for a while and then began to observe the mysterious nether stone. It is said that the nether stone comes from outer space. There are a total of 101 nether stones. Each of the 100 main cities of the Nether Prefecture has a nether stone. In the capital of the Nether Prefecture, there is the largest nether stone. I have never seen that nether stone before. Only the high-ranking members of the Nether Army can comprehend it. I heard that the nether stone is 500 meters tall. While chatting, Yi Xian said with some emotion. From outer space. In other words, it is a meteorite from outer space. Long Chen looked up and down. Indeed, there was a mysterious aura surrounding the nether stone. It was indeed a little strange. The world beyond the heavens is incomparably mysterious. Who knows what is beyond the heavens? Let's just concentrate on cultivating nether chi. In history, the fastest person to successfully cultivate nether chi took 2 months. Ordinary geniuses basically took 3 months or even 4 months. That Sumo actually took 3 months. I want to see how long I, Yi Xian, will need to use it. 2 months. Let's see who will break this legend, said Long Chen. After agreeing, the two stopped talking and focused on comprehending the runes on the nether stone. Among the tens of thousands of cultivators in the nether square, the two of them didn't stand out at all. After all, they had just joined the Nether Army, so not many people knew them. This also prevented them from being disturbed. While Long Chen was concentrating, the nether stone in front of him was the only thing left in the world. He knew that the direction of his comprehension had always been very shocking. This was also a gift from the ancestral dragon's inherited blood essence. Currently, he had only absorbed 1% of the ancestral dragon's blood essence, but his comprehension had already surpassed ordinary people and even many geniuses in the 3 great emperor domains. In this small nether prefecture, Long Chen's comprehension could be said to be the best among the outstanding talents. He was born with a very sensitive sense of touch, which allowed him to naturally see through these obscure things. Moreover, Long Chen was a very patient person. There were many runes on the nether stone, so it wasn't easy to find the source. These runes revolved, so Long Chen didn't need to revolve with the nether stone. However, they disappeared in a flash, so it wasn't easy to find the point of entry. Many people who came to cultivate for the first time were looking for a point of entry, which wasted a lot of time. Long Chen had comprehended this point on his own. Among the countless runes, there would always be a special place. The process of comprehending the nether chi was actually very ordinary. Long Chen had been looking for it. Ordinary people would need 10 to 20 days to find the point of entry. However, after 2 days, Long Chen already had a vague feeling. It seems like I should start from here. His extraordinary comprehension allowed him to be very clear about these things. After he had a grasp of these runes, it was indeed very easy for him to find the point he was looking for. Looking at Yi Xian, who was still working hard and was even sweating profusely, Long Chen knew that Yi Xian hadn't found the point that he had found. Everyone's comprehension was slightly different, so Long Chen couldn't tell him where to start. Everything depended on himself. Next, Long Chen began to comprehend the runes. These things seemed complicated, but in fact, it wasn't difficult to understand if it was clear. Long Chen used the thinking of the ancestral dragon to stand at a very high position to study these runes. After understanding the foundation, it was actually much easier to understand the specific operation. Time passed gradually. No one knew how fast Long Chen's progress would be. After about 10 days, a dark green aura quietly appeared in Long Chen's dantian and quietly moved towards other acupuncture points. Soon, this dark green aura had spread to all of Long Chen's qi and permeated into his qi. Long Chen felt that there was indeed a mysterious aura in his body. This was the nether qi. Nether qi had a certain effect on improving the dragon soul qi, but it didn't have any other side effects. After all, this was what Long Chen had comprehended by himself and was under his control. When Long Chen cultivated the nether qi, Yi Xian probably just started to enter the state. I didn't expect that I could actually cultivate the nether qi in 11 days. Isn't this several times faster than the highest record in the Netherworld army? Long Chen was delighted. The nether aura circulated through his 9 acupuncture points. Just as he was about to stop, suddenly, through the connection between the nether aura and the nether stone, Long Chen seemed to feel that there seemed to be something inside the nether stone. Subconsciously, he opened the true martial emperor spirit. The true martial emperor spirit seemed to have become Long Chen's third eye. A gray light flashed faintly between his eyebrows. Under the observation of the true martial emperor spirit, the black netherworld stone actually changed. The dark green runes rotated rapidly and gradually evolved. Finally, it turned into a dark green circle. In this circle, which was the inside of the netherworld stone, a golden light appeared. Long Chen took a closer look and saw that the golden light emitted a violent and ferocious aura. It turned out to be a small golden lightning beast. This small beast was about the same size as a kitten, but it looked like a lion and a tiger at the same time. Its entire body was made up of golden lightning. Densely packed strands of lightning formed the body of this small lightning beast. Although it was made up of lightning, this small golden lightning beast seemed to have its own intelligence. It was imprisoned in the netherworld stone. It let out angry roars from inside, and a wave of air rushed towards Long Chen. The golden lightning splashed out from this small body, crackling as if it wanted to destroy the world. Chapter 9-11. What is this? Long Chen quickly shut down the true martial emperor soul. If he didn't shut it down, he would be under too much pressure. After he shut it down, the golden lightning beast disappeared and everything returned to normal. The others were also obediently comprehending the cultivation method of the nether qi. There was actually a small golden lightning beast inside the nether stone. Although its body was small, its energy was very strong. It had an aura that looked down on the world. This should be a special kind of lightning, and it's the kind that has developed consciousness, Kitten suddenly said. What do you mean? Long Chen asked. In this world, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, and so on, there will always be some strange things. For example, Little Wolf has always devoured flames, and those are not ordinary flames. This golden lightning beast is also one of them. It should be a very high-level soul-chasing hell lightning. However, it has developed sentience. Normally, if a divine object that has developed sentience cannot be used, then it is quite terrifying. Take this golden lightning beast for example. If it was released at its peak, I reckon that the entire Spectre City would have been razed to the ground by it. Now that it has been suppressed for countless years, I reckon that it is almost worn out. If you get close to this netherworld stone, I have a way to make you subdue it and make it work for you. Soul-chasing hell lightning, this golden lightning beast can also be used by me. Long Chen's eyes quickly widened. According to what Kitten said, this golden lightning beast should be quite powerful. With Lord Cat's ability, it's easy to catch this lightning beast. But the prerequisite is that you have to get close to this nether stone, and I don't know what kind of commotion it will cause. This is the territory of the Nether Army. If that's the case, it's a little troublesome. It was daytime, and any phenomenon would be very obvious. Usually, there would be fewer people at night, and that was the best time to make a move. Many people who cultivated Nether Chi would not cultivate here every day. They would just come here for a period of time every day. After all, they had other things to do. There were actually not many people like Long Chen and Yi Xian who came here to cultivate continuously. Brother Chen, why did you stop? Next to him, Yi Xian opened his eyes and asked with a forced smile. Take a break. I'll continue soon. Seems like I'll be faster than you. Long Chen smiled. If news of him successfully cultivating Nether Chi in a dozen days were to spread, it would definitely become the biggest news in the entire serene Nether Mansion. Long Chen didn't want to become the target of public criticism. Before he became stronger, it would be better for him to keep a low profile. Therefore, he continued to sit here to wait for the arrival of the Nether Stone. Kitten, if I can get my hands on this little golden lightning beast, how will I improve? This was the question that Long Chen was most concerned about. This little golden lightning beast is called the soul-chasing hell lightning. According to its rank, it should be a high-level deity-level treasure. Not to mention, it already has its own consciousness, and its strength has improved once again. Unfortunately, it has been suppressed for too long. Therefore, its power is almost depleted, and only a little bit of its essence is left. What can this little bit of essence do for me? Long Chen asked. As long as you tame it, as long as it has enough power, you can release it to bite people. Moreover, it can use the power of lightning to refine your body, making it even stronger. At the same time, because of the soul-chasing hell lightning, your speed will be greatly improved. Since it's called the soul-chasing hell lightning, this little golden lightning beast is actually best at speed. Lightning has always been a symbol of speed. With the soul-chasing hell lightning in your body, your speed will far surpass that of an ordinary person. As for how far you can go, you'll have to experience it yourself. These two benefits were undoubtedly very helpful to Long Chen. Therefore, this little golden lightning beast was something that Long Chen had to get his hands on. However, now was not the time. Long Chen was waiting for the arrival of the night. But just at that moment, two people walked in from outside the Nether Square. After scanning the crowd for a while, they quickly saw Long Chen. Of the two men, one was Yen Tufu. At that moment, Yen Tufu's face was filled with sorrow and resentment. He was in a very sorry state. The man next to him was tall and handsome. With a single glance, one could tell that he was a talented man. When the two saw Long Chen, they walked towards Long Chen. Before they even got close, Long Chen could already sense their existence. Long Chen! A low shout rang out. Long Chen stood up and turned around. He wasn't afraid of Yen Tufu, but the person next to him had an extremely powerful aura. He should be in the 9th level of the Heaven Martial Realm. In the Nether Army, he could be considered a centurion. An expert like that was on the same level as the 6 monstrous beasts from back then. You're Long Chen? The man examined Long Chen for a while and coldly asked. May I ask who you are? Long Chen raised his head and looked at him. Huh, who are you? This is the centurion who leads us, Lord Huangqiong. He's in the 9th level of the Heaven Martial Realm, said Yan Tufu coldly as he stared at Long Chen. Long Chen glanced at him and said, Long Chen greets you, centurion. You must be here today because I injured Yan Tufu, right? Isn't it said that every soldier is qualified to challenge a corporal? As long as you defeat a corporal, you can automatically become a corporal. Did I do something wrong? What Long Chen did was absolutely reasonable. When Huangqiong saw that Long Chen didn't seem to be afraid of her at all, she coldly said, what you did was indeed in accordance with the rules. But after he retreated in defeat, you still tried to kill him. Then, you crippled his, so it was like that. I crippled his what? Said Long Chen, pretending to be indifferent. You crippled my family jewels, said Yan Tufu, flustered and exasperated when he saw that Long Chen didn't admit it. Those words were too obvious. The surrounding people were originally still immersed in their cultivation, but they were startled awake by those words. The surrounding people all looked at the short and stocky Yan Tufu with strange expressions. Soon after, a loud roar of laughter rang out. Yi Xian, who was beside him, also woke up. Yan Tufu wanted to find a hole to hide in, and Huangqiong's face was red with anger. He didn't want to stay there any longer. He coldly glanced at Long Chen and said, come back with me. What if I don't? Said Long Chen. Disobeying a military order is a capital offense in the Netherworld Army. Huangqiong waved his hands indifferently, then left with Yan Tufu. If Long Chen didn't listen to him and didn't follow him, he had many ways to kill Long Chen openly. Although Yan Tufu's character was vile, he was actually Huangqiong's confidant. Every year, Yan Tufu would offer many good things to Huangqiong, taking his money to get rid of disasters. Long Chen and Yi Xian looked at each other. Brother Chen, just ignore him. I'll talk to Qin Xiong another day. These small fries won't touch you anymore, and they won't cause any trouble for you. There's no need to trouble you. I'll just go back. They can't do anything to me. Long Chen smiled. After bidding farewell to Yi Xian, he headed in the direction of the Feral Wolf Battalion. He didn't want to trouble Qin Xiong over such a small matter, so he directly went back. In any case, he would only be back at night to try to subdue the Golden Lightning Beast. Since Long Chen insisted, Yi Xian didn't know what to say. Seeing that Long Chen had followed, Yan Tufu and Huangqiong both smiled. This brat definitely messed me up this time. If I don't cripple him and make him wish he was dead, then I won't be called Tufu. Don't worry, he's just a brat with no power or background. I can kill him easily. You can't kill him. After you cripple him, hand him over to me. He made me so miserable, so I'll torture him for a few years. I'll make him regret coming to this world. A sinister smile appeared on Yan Tufu's face. His smile was so intense that it affected his injuries. Yan Tufu was in so much pain that he cramped up. After a while, the Feral Wolf Battalion finally arrived. Following the centurion, Long Chen walked to the courtyard where he lived. Actually, the 8 underworld soldiers were standing together nervously. They really didn't know that Yan Tufu and Huangqiong had such a close relationship. No wonder Yan Tufu was so lawless in the underworld army. There was no one to manage him. Following them, Long Chen also walked into the courtyard. Apart from Jiang Chong, who stood hesitantly in his original spot, the rest of the group hid at the back. This Long Chen is finished. Yan Tufu has such a good relationship with the centurion. Now that Long Chen has been sent back, the consequences will be unimaginable. This brat actually dared to deal with Yan Tufu. I told you he wouldn't have a good ending. Luckily, we didn't help him deal with Yen Tufu. A few of them muttered in low voices, trying their best to declare that they had nothing to do with Long Chen. Long Chen also heard these words. A group of useless people. Long Chen secretly smiled and didn't pay attention to them anymore. With their temperaments, they would never achieve anything in their entire lives. This was the peak of their lives. Standing in the spacious courtyard, Huang Qiong and Yen Tufu turned their heads and saw Long Chen walking in. An icy aura erupted from Huang Qiong's body and pressed down on Long Chen. The 9th level of the Heaven Realm was the perfection of the Heaven Realm, the perfection of the domain. When he arrived in front of Huang Qiong, Long Chen raised his head and said, "I've returned. Do you have any orders?" Huang Qiong smiled. It was rare to see such a youth who wasn't afraid of death. He went straight to the point and said, "I won't make things difficult for you. As long as you can block one of my moves without dying, I can forget about the mistakes you've made before." Yen Tufu was a bit anxious, but when he thought of Huang Qiong's strength, he felt relieved. Although Huang Qiong only used one attack, he could still kill Long Chen. Then come. Chapter 9-12. How dare you be so arrogant? The surrounding people were all secretly shocked. However, in their eyes, he was courting death by being so audacious in front of Huang Qiong. That's right. Huang Qiong stomped the ground and dashed towards Long Chen. Next to him, Yen Tufu was sent flying by Huang Qiong's strength. The others were also sent flying by Huang Qiong's imposing aura. In the courtyard, only Long Chen was facing Huang Qiong's attack. Level 9 of the Tian Qi layer, domain. Immediately, that seemingly corporeal domain was applied to Long Chen's body. This was the most complete domain, and it contained an absolute suppressive power. Long Chen felt as if a mountain was pressing down on his head, making it difficult for him to move. Break! In a split second, Long Chen clenched his teeth and activated his Dragon Soul transformation, Yin and Yang Sword Spirit and 5 Sovereign Dharma images. Facing such a top-notch expert, he had no choice but to unleash his full strength in a split second. The Hell Emperor destroys the armies appeared in Long Chen's hand and he punched out twice. Under the extremely strong destructive power of the Hell Emperor destroys the armies, the domain of the 9th Tian Qi layer shook once again. In addition to the netherworld armor, Long Chen's body was filled with all sorts of different kinds of power. What is this? Huang Qiong's eyes flashed with greed when she saw Long Chen's god-level Hell Emperor destroys the army. This is a glove. I practice the Godly Slaughtering Heart Sutra. This god-level glove seems to be very useful to me. Huang Qiong's initial intention to teach Long Chen a lesson changed when she saw the Hell Emperor destroys the army. For a weakling to possess such a treasure, how could they not be envious? Long Chen noticed the change in Huang Qiong's eyes. He's after something on me. Long Chen thought about it and guessed that it was the Hell Emperor destroys the army. Let's see if you're willing to take it with your life. Long Chen sneered in his heart. Over the years, there had been many people who had tried to snatch his things. However, they had all died in the end. In the Netherworld army, a centurion was already a member of the middle ranks. Long Chen could not kill one in public. Otherwise, he would be hunted down by the entire Netherworld army. Moreover, the 9th level of the Heaven Martial Arts realm had long surpassed the scope of what Long Chen could resist. True Martial Emperor Soul, activate. It could only be said that it was a battle that Long Chen had no confidence in winning. Luckily, Huang Qiong only made one move. So, Long Chen still had a chance. Also, he could use the soul of the true Martial Emperor to obtain Huang Qiong's comprehension of the Heaven Realm from the battle and increase his own strength by another level. Killer God Heart Sutra, Slaughtering Claw. As expected, Huang Qiong used the famous Godly Murderous Heart Sutra of the Netherworld Army. Long Chen had seen this move before. However, compared to the one used by Zhao Kongming, Huang Qiong's Godly Murderous Heart Sutra was many times stronger. The entire world disappeared in front of Long Chen's eyes. The crazy murderous intent was like a cold current, spreading towards him. In Long Chen's vision, the only thing left was a claw light. It was earth-shattering, heading towards Long Chen's neck. Human Sovereign Technique, Martial Galaxy. There were 3 moves in the Human Sovereign Technique. The last move required too much true origin, so Long Chen could not use it yet. However, Long Chen was already familiar with the first move, Martial Galaxy. After using it a few times, Long Chen had almost reached the advanced realm. The power of Martial Galaxy was even greater than Sovereign Descent. This time, Long Chen used 2 moves in a row. On the right was the Golden Martial Galaxy, and on the left was the Black Martial Galaxy. When the 2 moves were combined, a huge explosion occurred. On the left and right, there were 2 fists, one blazing with yang and the other cold with yin, mixed together, producing an unprecedented attack power for Long Chen. Rumble. Even the sturdy courtyard and the buildings inside were shaking. Moreover, Huang Qiong had underestimated Long Chen. She did not use her strongest attack, which gave Long Chen the opportunity to use 2 moves of Martial Galaxy to suppress Huang Qiong's Godly Murderous Heart Sutra. However, Huang Qiong's true origin was in the 9th level of the Heaven Martial Realm, which was many times stronger than Long Chen's 4th level of the Heaven Martial Realm. If Long Chen did not have many tricks up his sleeves, he would not even be qualified to carry Huang Qiong's shoes. The huge power shattered the Martial Galaxy and sent Long Chen flying. With a bang, Long Chen crashed into a room. Fortunately, he managed to disperse the force in time, so he didn't crush the room. In this battle, he was only slightly injured. He was not killed by Huang Qiong. However, for Huang Qiong and the others, this was enough to surprise them. Huang Qiong's goal was to kill Long Chen with one move, or at least seriously injure him. Only then would he be able to obtain Long Chen's Emperor of Hell destroys the army. But now, it seemed that his hope was completely in vain. Long Chen landed safely on the ground. He suppressed his boiling blood qi and calmed his mind. At the same time, he suppressed the killing intent in his heart. He raised his head slightly and a smile appeared in his cold eyes. He looked at Huang Qiong and said with a smile, "Centurion, one move is over. You said that you did not care about the mistakes I made before. Since that's the case, Long Chen will take his leave." After saying this, he did not say another word and directly turned to leave, leaving the crowd to look at each other in dismay. Centurion. Yen Tufu ran over eagerly. Scram. Huang Qiong was in a bad mood and kicked him. Yen Tufu rolled a few times and crawled up. His expression was still polite as he said, "Don't be anxious. You only underestimated him today. As long as he is in the Feral Wolf Battalion, the thing you want will definitely be in your hands." Huang Qiong thought about it and agreed, so he said, "All right, don't let me get the chance." After saying this, Huang Qiong waved his sleeves and walked out. After returning to the Nether Square, Long Chen discovered that Yi Xian had not started cultivating. Instead, he was looking worriedly in Long Chen's direction. When he saw that Long Chen had reappeared, the corner of his mouth revealed a smile. "You're back. Why aren't you in a hurry? Aren't you going to break the 2-month record?" Long Chen asked. He knew that this Yi Xian was a very ambitious person. "We started at the same time. I don't want to take advantage of you." Yi Xian smiled. From what he said, it seemed that he wanted to compete with Long Chen. If he knew that Long Chen had successfully cultivated the Nether Qi, it was hard to imagine how wonderful his expression would be. "Then let's begin." Long Chen did not delay him. He directly sat down and waited for the arrival of night. Time passed very quickly. Soon, night fell. Yi Xian was immersed in his cultivation. If there was nothing major, a person like him would not be woken up. Long Chen used his spirit-devouring demon eyes to take a look. He roughly knew how many people were in the Nether Square. Originally, there were more than 10,000 people. Now, there were only 3,000 to 4,000 people left. Because the square was very large, the number of people was very sparse. There were actually people walking on it, leaving or moving forward. Long Chen found a direction with fewer people. His footsteps became very light as he walked in the direction of the Nether Stone. In the pitch-black night, he did not attract many people's attention. Soon, Long Chen stood under the Nether Stone. The huge shadow of the Nether Stone completely covered Long Chen's body. As he approached the Nether Stone, Long Chen indeed saw that there was a blazing and violent aura hidden in the depths of the Nether Stone. This golden lightning beast is already on the verge of death. This is the best time to tame it. Place your left hand on the Nether Stone. After arriving under the Nether Stone, Kitten spoke one after another. Will I cause any commotion? Asked Long Chen. No. Do you think this god is so stupid? You are. Long Chen muttered softly. Kitten did not hear it. If he had heard it, he would not have been so eager to help Long Chen. The dream demon came out of the great void realm and bounced on Long Chen's arm. Finally, it landed on Long Chen's palm. Long Chen activated the true martial the Arch Soul. Through the true martial the Arch Soul, Long Chen could indeed feel that under the strange summoning power of Kitten, the violent golden lightning beast in the Nether Stone was actually moving towards Long Chen's palm. It's coming. Hold on. A blazing and violent aura was getting closer. Long Chen realized that there was a layer of golden lightning surrounding his palm that was covering the Nether Stone. Furthermore, this lightning didn't make any sound. Otherwise, Long Chen would have been discovered long ago. The golden lightning beast let out a series of roars as if it was attracted by delicious food. It headed in Long Chen's direction. Long Chen felt as if his palm was being ravaged by lightning. As a last resort, Long Chen had no choice but to transform his palm into the dragon soul transformation. After the blood-red scales appeared, Long Chen felt a little better. At this moment, golden lightning had already appeared on his left arm. These lightning bolts flowed along his blood-red scales. It was very magnificent. This was the soul-chasing hell lightning. It's coming. With Kitten's reminder, Long Chen felt as if a hot knife had suddenly stabbed into his palm. It was so painful that Long Chen trembled and almost cried out. He held it in and persevered. The golden lightning beast rushed into the martial aperture of Long Chen's left hand. It was like the 5 emperor seals on Long Chen's right hand. However, the power of this golden lightning beast was many times stronger than the 5 emperor seals. Chapter 9:13. When the golden thunderbolt beast entered his body, Long Chen felt that his body had undergone some changes. The first thing he did was not to study the golden thunderbolt beast, but to retreat from the area. After all, if he continued to stand there, he would probably arouse the suspicion of others. Yi Xian did not notice that Long Chen had left. After taking a look at Yi Xian's position, Long Chen did not say anything and directly headed towards the feral wolf battalion. He was worried that the golden thunderbolt beast in his hand would cause some commotion. Because of Kitten's suppression, the golden thunderbolt beast obediently stayed in Long Chen's hand. On the way back, Long Chen examined the situation in the martial aperture of his left hand. A ball of golden lightning formed a small beast that looked like a lion or a tiger. It crawled in Long Chen's martial aperture. Although this small beast was formed by lightning, it was not much different from a real beast. It was very weak. Under the suppression of Kitten, it did not move at all and only slightly trembled. It is now extremely weak and in desperate need of strength. You need to take out your Emperor crystals to feed it. Admittedly, if it recovers its full strength, we won't be able to deal with it. However, although this thunderbolt beast has consciousness, its consciousness is very low. It is like a newborn baby. If you feed it, it should treat you as a very kind person and will not harm you. Kitten explained in detail as Long Chen went back. Hearing this, Long Chen did not say anything. He tried to use a very gentle aura to pacify the small beast to prevent it from suddenly going crazy. At the same time, he took out the Emperor crystals from the Great Void Realm and placed them in his hand. How do I feed it? Put the Emperor crystals on the palm of your left hand. Following Kitten's instructions, Long Chen first placed an Emperor crystal on the pattern of the small beast. Sure enough, under Long Chen's perception, the small beast in the martial aperture seemed to be excited. At that moment, the Emperor crystal was directly held by the golden lightning threads and melted into Long Chen's palm. Finally, it melted into Long Chen's martial aperture. The golden lightning beast opened its mouth wide and directly swallowed the Emperor crystal. A burst of chewing sounds could be heard. After a while, the power of the Emperor crystal was completely swallowed. After the golden lightning beast finished swallowing it, it was still not satisfied. It looked around anxiously. In Long Chen's body, Long Chen's martial soul was his entire body. Therefore, this golden thunderbolt beast was looking in Long Chen's direction. This golden thunderbolt beast's consciousness wasn't very high, but it was also very interesting. Long Chen had a premonition that as long as he continued to feed it, this golden thunderbolt beast would definitely treat him as a father. Thinking of this, Long Chen didn't say anything else as he stuffed the Emperor crystals into his palms. As he walked, he fed the little golden lightning beast Emperor crystals. As time passed, the deathly stillness of the little golden lightning beast gradually disappeared. A tyrannical aura that belonged to lightning began to gradually appear. When Long Chen's speed was slightly slower, the golden thunderbolt beast would anxiously roll around in Long Chen's martial aperture and look in the direction of Long Chen's martial soul. This little guy, Long Chen smiled helplessly. This golden thunderbolt beast was like a bottomless pit. The 30,000 Emperor crystals that Long Chen had snatched were put into its mouth one by one and were directly digested. The kitten also needed a certain amount of Emperor crystals to grow. Seeing the speed at which the golden thunderbolt beast was devouring the Emperor crystals, it was extremely anxious. However, it was also asking for it. Without it, Long Chen wouldn't have been able to subdue this golden thunderbolt beast. Along the way, Long Chen's hands didn't stop moving. After feeding it more than 10,000 Emperor crystals, the golden lightning beast finally showed a satisfied expression. Its body had also grown a little bigger, and the golden lightning around it had become a little more lustrous. It couldn't be said to be strong, but it wasn't as weak as 1,000 Emperor crystals. Now that it was night time, Long Chen stealthily entered the basement of his room without anyone's knowledge. In the underworld army, privacy was still somewhat guaranteed. At least in this sturdy basement, it would be very difficult to directly enter the door without forcefully attacking. The buildings here were strengthened by Talisman Master's runes and tempered by Emperor spiritual qi, making them incomparably hard. Damn it, this little thing's appetite is so big. How am I going to survive in the future? Kitten said bitterly. Long Chen had a total of 30,000 Emperor crystals on him. In just a short while, 10,000 Emperor crystals had already been devoured. Moreover, this golden thunderbolt beast clearly wasn't full yet. Long Chen was a person who did great things. His intuition told him that he would have a huge harvest tonight. Therefore, he didn't hesitate and continued to let the golden thunderbolt beast devour all the Emperor crystals. One by one, the Emperor crystals submerged in Long Chen's palm and were devoured by the golden pattern on his palm. Time gradually passed and it was already late at night. When Long Chen's 30,000 Emperor Crystals were reduced to less than 1,000 Emperor Crystals, the soft chewing sound in the martial aperture of his left hand finally disappeared. The golden thunderbolt beast, which was originally on its last breath, had already doubled in size after being nourished by Long Chen's Emperor Crystals. After devouring the Emperor Crystals, the golden thunderbolt beast burped as if it had recovered its vitality. It roamed around in Long Chen's martial aperture, but it didn't leave Long Chen's martial aperture. It seemed to be very excited. Occasionally, it also fused with Long Chen's elixir that was filled with qi. Long Chen felt that the golden thunderbolt beast was expressing its goodwill towards him. In the process of interacting with the elixir, a trace of blood-red qi fused with the golden thunderbolt beast. Long Chen seemed to feel that he had a certain connection with this golden thunderbolt beast. It has acknowledged you. You are now its master and can gradually control it. There is still a lot of time left. You should carefully communicate with it. The more you communicate with it, the more power you can display. Long Chen followed Kitten's instructions and carefully communicated with the golden thunderbolt beast. This thing could only be regarded as a little spiritual wisdom, but it couldn't be regarded as a real life. When it fused with Long Chen, it also became a part of Long Chen. Under Long Chen's control, the golden soul-chasing hell thunder began to spread from Long Chen's left martial aperture to his whole body. In order to avoid the destruction of this lightning, Long Chen could only transform into the dragon soul. However, he soon discovered that he was actually worrying too much. Because the golden thunderbolt beast had already surrendered to him, this golden lightning was like his own. It wouldn't cause severe damage to his body, but instead, it was a kind of tempering. The golden lightning wandered through every part of Long Chen's body. From the outside, his body seemed to be covered in dense golden lightning. This scene looked very terrifying, but it was actually not. Under the tempering of this lightning, Long Chen felt very comfortable. The power of the golden lightning fused into every particle of Long Chen's body. This was different from the tempering of Long Chen's body in the past. The tempering of this golden lightning didn't have much effect on strengthening his body, but it made Long Chen's body more refined and solid. It was as if every particle of his body was blessed with lightning. Long Chen felt his whole body become light. After a bit of testing, he discovered that his speed and flexibility had increased a lot. This was why he used the golden thunderbolt beast to temper himself for a while. The effect is actually so domineering. The corner of Long Chen's mouth curved into a very satisfied smile. The tempering of speed wasn't the greatest benefit of this golden thunderbolt beast to Long Chen. Suddenly obtaining something like this made Long Chen extremely happy. He had a feeling that this golden thunderbolt beast would definitely bring great benefits to Long Chen, just like the true martial emperor's soul. This thing was much more important than the other things left behind by the 5 emperors, such as the 5 emperors' Dharma forms and Hell King destroys the army. 30,000 Emperor Crystals is just a snack for this golden thunderbolt beast. Looks like I can't forget to get more Emperor Crystals when I go to the Nether battlefield. All along, Long Chen hadn't considered money to be particularly important. However, after obtaining the golden lightning beast, he realized how important it was. What do you plan to do next? Go straight to the Nether battlefield? Asked Kitten. Long Chen thought about it and shook his head. Although he had offended people like Huang Qiong and Song Yang in the training camp of the Nether army, it would be different if he went to the Nether battlefield. But there was a problem. If he went to the Nether battlefield, it would definitely be recorded. Long Chen had only cultivated a Nether Qi for a dozen days. This was big news in the Nether army, and Long Chen didn't want to become a well-known figure. Starting tomorrow, I'll go to the Nether Square to cultivate. 2 months will pass in a flash. I'll wait for 2 more months before going in. I don't think it will cause too much of a commotion. It was already late, and Long Chen planned to go to the Nether Square the next day. Just as he decided to cultivate for a while, his spirit-devouring demon eye suddenly sensed something. He raised his head and saw that someone had sneaked into his room and was heading towards the basement. Who could it be? Long Chen quickly realized that it was Huang Qiong, who had injured him during the day. He's here for the Hell King destroys the army. Maybe he sensed me when I came back and is waiting for me to enter a state of cultivation before coming to kill me. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.